car and they shotgunned him, and he was dead on the spot. And later on, his consigliere, that wasn't a sanctioned hit by the commission, and as a result, Caponegro, the guy that set it up, they murdered him. A couple of, not too long after that. You can't kill a boss without having permission from the commission, or at least putting them on notice. Can't do it. I mean, Gotti did it. He paid the price later on. He didn't get murdered. They tried to. Chin tried to kill him, but didn't work. And this same situation here. You can't do it. Carmine Galante. I'm sure you've seen that. He was sitting in a restaurant in Brooklyn. I have Mary's or something it was called. And he's got a cigar in his mouth. Two guys get out of a car. They open fire on him. Boom, he goes down. The cigar is still sticking out of his mouth. Big deal because he was the boss of the Bonanno family at the time. I don't know the particulars after that. He was not on good terms with a lot of people. He was kind of a really arrogant guy. I don't know all of the, there's a lot been said about it. But was the murder sensational? Yes. Made big headlines at the time. Another big one. So, Carmine Galante, another boss that went down. Usually in that life, well, there's no elections. When they want to eliminate the boss, they eliminate the boss. Unless they can talk to him and tell him to get lost. They did that with Joe Bonanno because they found out what he had did. He double-crossed people. But because he was a boss, they gave him that respect. They could have killed him. He ran away for a while. He was gone. But they told him, come back. We're not going to kill you, but get out of town. You have no more authority here. You have no more respect. Get out. And that's when he left and moved to Arizona and set up shop there. But he didn't have anywhere near the juice he had before. Had he not left, they would have killed him. No doubt about it, because of what he did. You can't kill a boss and not suffer some consequences. Right, this is another one that was made famous in the movie Casino and others. Tony Spilotro. You know the story there, the Joe Pesci character? You saw the movie, and it played out fairly accurate to that, except that when he was taken out in a brutal way, it wasn't in Vegas. It was in a cornfield in Chicago, outside of Chicago, Illinois. But a brutal murder, that I know. Him and his brother, they did kill his brother too. And of course, again, you saw the movie Casino, and you've heard of Tony Spilotro, I'm sure. It's also in the Mob Museum in Vegas. Another pretty sensational hit, I'd have to say that. And again, if they memorialize it in the movie, it had an impact. But he wasn't a boss, that's for sure. So, but it was a big deal at the time. It really was. All right, getting near the end on this. One that I haven't mentioned, and this wasn't a mafia thing, but was Dutch Schultz. That was a big deal. He had a big gang back then, and he was told to relax on certain things that he wanted to do, and he refused to do it, and they took him out. He wanted to kill some cops. I think he wanted to kill Dewey at the time. Dewey was a prosecutor who actually put Luciano away, and I think he wanted to kill him. He put a hit out on him, if I'm not mistaken. And people were upset with him and told him, you can't be doing that. And he didn't listen. He was pursuing it, and boom, they took him out. It was a big deal because he had a lot of weight at the time. I mean, he wasn't La Cosa Nostra, he wasn't Mafia, but he had a lot of influence. He had a big gang at the time, so they took him out. Big deal. You heard a lot about it back then. So, look, I can go on, but I'm trying to think. I have to say this, people, and I've said it. Murder is ugly. It's very, very ugly. I'll never forget. I was impacted by the Joe Colombo hit because he was somebody close to me. I was impacted by it. People have said to me, Michael, you weren't a made guy at that time. How did that not dissuade you from getting involved in the life? And I don't know, because I grew up with my father. I knew about the life. But it had an effect on me at that time. Another time was a good friend of mine. His name was Artie. I'll leave it at that, a Jewish guy, tough guy. They called him Artie the Animal. And he was murdered. And I'll never forget, I walked into the funeral parlor. I was young. I was only like 19 years old. And I walked into the funeral parlor, and his sister came up to me because I was very close with the family. I used to have Seder dinner with them all the time. My father loved this guy, and I loved him. He was like a second dad to me in time when my father was away. And she said to me, look what these animals did to my brother. And he came, and this was a Jewish wake, And we went over to the casket, and she opened it up, and he was unrecognizable. And it got me sick at that moment because I love this guy. He was unrecognizable. I mean, that's how brutally he was murdered. And, you know, I just realized that murder is really ugly. And it's a part of that life. And all of these murders that I'm talking about, that's a part of the life. There's no getting away from it. And I don't try to sugarcoat or you know, put a nice spin on it, because there isn't one to be put on. And, you know, during my time in that life, I've seen guys come and go. You know, unfortunate, but I have. And I'm going to leave it at that. And murder is very ugly. I would never glorify that life, people. And I know some people will make comments, oh, you're still talking about that life. And it was my life. And unfortunately, people want to hear about it. They're intrigued with it. Or maybe it's fortunate for me because it built a platform for me. I don't know, whatever way you want to look at it. The most fortunate thing is that I survived it, and I got out of it. I was able to bring my life into a different direction, thanks to God having a different plan and a purpose for my life. But murder is ugly, and all these mob hits should not be glorified. Now, Hollywood is going to do what they do with it. Law enforcement's going to do what they do with it, obviously. But it's not something that should be glorified in any way, shape, or form. And if anything, it should make you want to run away from that life. You know, there was another incident. I think I've told this before, but I was driving another made guy home. I'm not going to mention his name, in Brooklyn. And he was a made guy. He was older than me. And we got in front of his house. I was dropping him off, and he said, will you wait a minute? Don't leave yet. I said, okay. I figured maybe he didn't have his key. So he went up to his door, and he opened the door. And he was looking in the house. And I'm saying, okay, what's going on? Well, he closes the door and comes back and gets in the car. And I said, what happened? He said, well, I can't go in the house. There's nobody home. I said, what do you mean you can't go in the house? You open the door. It's your house. He said, but I can't go in. I said, why not? Didn't make sense to me, obviously. And he said, because the ghost of my father haunts me. I said, what? Now, here's the backstory. He murdered his father. His father was a made guy. And his father was doing something that he shouldn't have done. I'm going to leave it at that. And his sons got the contract. There's two of them. Two made guys. Sons of two made guys. And they killed the father. And he said, ever since that day, the ghost of my father haunts me. I can't be in my own house alone. He wouldn't go in the house. He said, my wife or somebody's not home, I don't go in my house. Sad. That's part of the life. That's the ugly part of the life, people. There's other ugly things, but that's the ugliest, the murder part of it. So I want to be clear. When I'm telling you these stories, because I know people ask, I get hit up all the time. So I built this platform originally by talking about mob stuff, not necessarily murders, but mob stuff. Because I had a lot of stories. I spent a lot of time in that life. I was the son of Sonny Francis, a lot of stuff. It's ugly. It really is. And that's why now I tell these young guys and people inside the prison that I talk to, can't be involved in that life. It's a dead-end street for you and your family. Your family's going to suffer. You're going to bring a lot of headaches into your life that you don't need. Get away from it. So that's it for today. I want to hear your comments. I always want to hear, Michael, I want more of this, or Michael, I don't need to hear this anymore. Please tell me. It helps me, you know, to bring content to you. Because, again, I'm doing this for you. You know, if you don't enjoy what I'm doing, what's the sense of doing it? But fortunately, I get a lot of satisfaction out of the great comments that I get most of the time. Look, sometimes we'll do an interview. It's not really for me. We don't get as many views on it because it wasn't the right kind of content or you weren't that interested. I get it. No problem. But, you know, we got a lot of things planned. So we love to hear from you. Love to hear your comments. You know, try to be respectful. I know some people, I got to tell you, some people, I have to tell you this, and I've said this. Social media, in many ways, expose the lunacy in some people because some of the comments you get, you don't even know where they're coming from. You know, and I don't read them all, obviously. We get too many, but I don't even know where they're coming from. But we appreciate, you know, the comments from people that, you know, just want to say whatever they say.
If you bring me a cold one, I might give you. Take a look at the shit I got, but don't expect me to cook it for you.
And yes, we'll continue on the cooking shows, my wine. Sorry, people, but I'm enjoying it. I don't know if you want this glass, but this glass has my, it's got the Frenzies wine logo and everything on it. So it's a nice wine glass. They made it up for me. I only have one. We don't have a whole
man. I treat you that good, and you don't even fucking tip me.
This is the blackberry one. It's delicious. Now we say salute. That's it for today, my friends. How do I always leave you? Very same way. Not going to change. Be safe. I really mean that. Be healthy.
In The Sopranos, mob boss Tony Soprano navigates his life as both a gangster and a family man. Tony's main issues in life come from the people around him, from people like the nefarious Jamal Ginsburg, who Tony lived in constant fear of, fear that Jamal would punch his fucking lights out. Tension and paranoia is rife in Tony's life due to the characters he is surrounded by. Who knows when next his title as boss will be challenged by a usurper like Richard, backed up by the likes of Janice and Uncle Junior. How can he be at peace knowing with a quick turn of the head he can be slapped in the face at any given moment by Chrissy's camel nose? Who's to say guys like Walden and Little Paulie will remain loyal to their capo, whose younger guy is coming up? You know what else is coming up? Flexi Spot's E7 Pro standing desk, the sponsor of this video. Driven by individual drive motors in each leg, the E7 Pro can be lowered and raised with the touch of a button. It has a 160 kg load capacity, meaning even Ginny Sack could rest in it and all would be well in Jersey. I found it easy and quick to assemble. There's no need to get Pudgy Walsh on the horn for this one. It can be used sitting or standing, and it takes just a few seconds for it to reach its minimum and maximum height, the maximum which comes around about to my chest height. There's a magnetic cable tray which allows you the keypad gives you control, including a child lock, a 4-way memory controller for preset height, and it even has a built-in USB charging port for your phone. Flexi Spot are also running discounts and sales, as you can see here. Standing desks allow you to switch between sitting and standing positions quickly and to adjust your perfect sitting height so you aren't slouching. The E7 Pro is a great option to have. Check it out from the link in the description below. One of Tony's biggest challenges in the show was Feech La Mano, the legendary monster who was released from prison in season 5 and immediately becomes a headache for Tony, initiating a lawnmower war with Clarence, disrespecting Tony and even doing deals with New York underboss Johnny Sack behind Tony's back. Feech is charismatic, well liked, he was an OG, and as such, he poses a danger. Tony has learned from previous issues and decided to nip the issue in the bud, not killing Feech, as that would upset the troops, but setting him in prison. Before we even see Feech, we're told he was a mustache peep that was made. But Robert Logia's performance doesn't really come off as a Sicilian immigrant like, say, Furio. Of course, the reality is that the show's writers retrospectively added Feech to the show, knowing that they were going to put in a dangerous character as a foil for Tony, and they went back, noted that there was a character called Feech La Mano, and they've never mentioned that he died, so they just made this character that Feech La Mano. Now on this channel, we often discuss the big questions of the show, like what happened in the final scene, but we also like to take a look at smaller, more intimate scenes and lines in the series that a casual fan might not think much of, but obsessive Sopranos fanatics like you and I pore over, like what exactly was Silvio going to ask Finn when Finn was telling them about Vito's ass munching, and exploring what I think is Tony's weirdest line in the show. Today I wanted to do something similar for a line that Feech says, and a little analysis on the entire scene it's in. I've been thinking about it for a while, but I'm here now. I'm telling you about it now. It's a strange line. I don't fully understand it, and it seems many people have different interpretations of it. So Tony is talking to the guys at the Crazy Horse, and Feech walks in, and the guys talk about the New York succession war before Adriana knocks and walks in, and gives Feech a drink he must have ordered. He then says, Feech then says, "We need anything else and one of the kids will come out." Ade's eyes dart towards Tony, who's staring at Peach, and she asks Tony if he wants something as he hasn't had any lunch. He politely refuses, and Ade walks out, with Sylvia following her and saying something to her. I've always found this scene kind of weird and never fully understood it, because the way it's played, it seems like Feach has said something untoward towards Adriana, given the way the mood of the room changes and she looks at Tony. Chris even shoots a menacing look at Feach a few seconds later, but Chris does this after Feach talks about some skifusa that Feach knew years back, a woman with long legs. And Feach talking about this straight after speaking with Ade, plus the way he looked her up and down when he was saying the kids line, shows us all what he was thinking about when looking at Ade. Sick shit. Feach is also almost abashed in the way he says, "my compliments" to Chrissy, like he knows he's kind of screwed up and gave away that he's eyeing Ade up and talking about a maid guy's fiance the way he did. But there was nothing in the actual initial comment, the kids line, that suggested anything dodgy. When I first watched the show, I assumed it was some kind of pervy comment, like he's saying, if she keeps coming back, he's going to end up knocking her up and having a kid with her. Or the way she's dressed, one of her mammaries is going to pop out. I mean, he can't be talking about her uteruses because both of them were taken out. Unless it's a bad edit, it just feels a bit off. Like it's played in a way that Feach has said something rude to Adriana. She's noticed, as have the guys, which is why Phil goes after her, as if to apologise on Feach's behalf. But the comments sound pretty innocent, so it doesn't really work. And Feach only starts looking rude when he starts talking about the other woman. But he clearly did something wrong, otherwise why did Adriana react with a sharp look at Tony? And then there's Sylvia going after her. Although, looking at the scene again, it still looks like he's remembered something and then goes after Ade with an envelope in his hand. So what he and Ade discussed was probably something completely unrelated. It's just that it happens straight after Feach's comment makes us think the two are linked. It could be that Feach says kids, meaning he's just called the other gangsters in the room kids. It's undermining, and it's the kind of thing Tony is teaching his guys not to do. Of course, it could simply be that the implication of his statement is essentially, hey lady, men are talking here about manly stuff, so kindly do one and we'll call you if we need you. And Ade took offense to it. She may run the crazy horse, but she doesn't run her Uncle Feach. He's from the old school. Wants women out of the door before talking business. And to be honest, he does it pretty fairly, I thought, getting the message to Ade that he wants her to leave, but doing it in a polite fashion. He's even saying one of the low-ranking associates will come to you, so there's no need for you to wait on us. Plus, it would be awkward if she ended up being an FBI informant or something crazy like that. I think the issue is not so much what he said, it's that he said it. Ade is basically asking the room if anyone wants anything else, and she specifically looks at Tony, but then Feach makes his comment. It's Tony's place as the boss to speak for the room, not Feach's. And even Adriana knows this, which is why she makes the look and then she addresses Tony directly as if to re-establish the proper order and decorum. Feach has unintentionally asserted his superiority over Tony here, and it highlights his state of mind not to wait for Tony to talk to Ade, instead speaking for everyone. He does the same thing a few seconds later when he wants to speak to Tony alone, saying, "Fellas, you want to give us a minute?" Essentially ordering people out of the room when it's Tony's place to do so. Tony nods at Chris, and Chrissy signals to little Paulie and Benny. The order is firmly established and followed on their side. It's Feach who's not respecting the chain of command and hierarchy, which is a part of his entire character and indicative of why he's such a danger to Tony. I don't even think he does it on purpose half the time. He just genuinely sees Tony as a 47-year-old kid. That lack of respect and not knowing his place is what ultimately damns him to living out his years behind bars again. Honestly, everything you need to know about the Tony and Feach conflict is here in this scene. Though it's done cordially and playfully, there's a secret war being fought. Tony and Sil on one side, Feach on the other, and the prize being the adoration of the young associates. Initially, the peace, the order, the hierarchy are all perfectly established. And then in comes the dinosaur, with no regard for how things are not as they were before he went away for 20 years not a peep. His entire demeanor shows the utter disregard he has for Tony, saying he's come to kiss the ring, calling him Don Antonio with a hint of sarcasm. And when he launches into his card game robbery story, he utilizes it to say things he would otherwise not be able to say, like, "This one is fucking scared," or he should be dead by now. Clearly, not all of this is just an old man with no filter. He's subtly making power plays all throughout his time on the show, in particular in this scene. His natural gravitar and his legendary status is glowing. The kids are in awe of him, and he greets everyone in the room, hugging the maid guys, though the associates only get handshakes. Real greaseball shit. But the point is, he challenges Tony by dominating the room, and then attempts to dominate the conversation by going into one of his impermeable stories. As Silvio later says, comes into this office and starts ordering people around. These are all clues that Feach, as an updated and more charismatic version of Richie, would gather support for an eventual attempted takeover. Silvio, the skillful wingman of Tony, brings up the card game robbery, the one Feach story that would actually undermine the Tony looked good. Feach is silenced, and Silvio then playfully says, "Oh, that he doesn't like to talk about." Chris, having been bruised earlier by Feach's comments towards Aid, rubs in the salt, saying, "I heard this is a great story." And now Feach has to tell him. Silvio really shines here. He fights Tony's fight, even adding, "Or if his old man didn't have so many friends," when Feach says he didn't retaliate after the card game robbery. Feach is trying to make it look like he showed Tony mercy, and Sil flips like refusing to give a victory in this battle of wits. During the story, Feach is trying to overshadow Tony and frame the story in his favor, calling Tony a fucking punk, for example. And after the skirmish between Feach and Silvio, Tony, who's been pretty quiet during the entire conversation, instead studying Feach and observing the reactions of Benny and little Paulie, brings down the hammer with his "Feach has forgiven, even if he hasn't forgotten, but it's a great yarn," which in Tony's own words, nips it in the bud before Feach gets going. It's what he does in this scene. It's what he does to Feach's preemptive takeover attempt later when he sends him back to the can. He insults Chris, he disrespects Tony, he annoys Aid, all in one scene, and more importantly, he makes the young guys feel good, who could potentially become his new soldiers in a takeover. There's a lot of great things about this scene, like the Easter egg with Sylvia noticing a song being played that the actor who plays him, Steven Van Zandt, is a part of. And Tony's reactions throughout the scene are great, starting with his annoyance at Chris saying John won't declare war, to all of his looks to Feach and the kids crowd. In particular, one concerned look he shoots the kids when he sees that they're impressed that Feach used to be Tommy Pinto's driver. Interestingly, what I said about Feach coming in, hugging everyone, and dominating Tony, is exactly what Tony does to Feach later on during the card game, where Feach is annoyed by Tony arriving and interrupting his story and becoming the center of the room. It seems like Tony made a deliberate attempt to go around and greet everyone individually as a counter to what Feach did, even though usually Tony doesn't do this. He even gave Vito a hug, risking making his hands fucking disappear. Perhaps Feach's line about Tony B giving his parole officer a massage and tickling him was an attempt to win the room back, something Tony notices, so he keeps on greeting people until Feach gets fed up and says, "How many times is this guy gonna say hello?" Tony humiliates Feach here again when he ruins the story. He's basically robbed his card game all over again 20 years later, and just like before, there's nothing Feach can do about it. Kaputs. You know, thinking about Feach tickling that animal Blundetto and Tony's reaction makes me think of a three-way tug of war between the men that was perhaps planned, but we never got. Feach is really interesting precisely because we don't quite know what the original plan for him was. As many Sopranos fans know, and I touched on this in my other video feed, it's widely thought that Robert Logia's time on the show was cut short because he struggled with his lines and caused scenes to have to be refilmed constantly. He later died of Alzheimer's, and that's not a Sopranos quip. Logia really did die of Alzheimer's several years after the show ended, and it's possible the early signs of the disease were there on set of The Sopranos. This narrative is disputed by the likes of Alan Sepinwall, author of The Sopranos Sessions, who claims David Chase always planned to write off Feach early on, with the character being a device to show that Tony had learned and grown after dealing with characters like Richie and Ralph. But good thing then that his book don't mean guts to me, because I don't see that as an issue. Of course Chase would introduce a character like Feach to eventually write him off, that's not what's being discussed. It's whether originally Feach's demise would have come much later. I remember Steve Staripa saying on the Talking Sopranos podcast that the scene with him, Feach, Tony and Julia took ages to shoot because Logia kept forgetting his lines. Certainly when rewatching the show, Feach does seem to come and go really quickly for a character built up for so long, like his entire arc was on a speed run. And did they really devote all of this screen time to a character just to highlight that Tony has grown? I've always wondered what the original plan for Feach was, given Logia's health interrupted one of the writers' internal stories. Could it be that originally it was Feach and Angelo Guarepe who were close in the can, but when Angelo is whacked, Feach goes off the reservation? And then Tony would have to give him up to New York, but risk alienating his cousin Tony B, who was also of course close with Feach. I mean, Feach and Angelo, two old-timers, being best buddies in the can makes a lot more sense than Angelo being friends with some random associate like Tony B. When Tony is having lunch with New York, there's an awkward 80-yard line where Angelo says that Animal Blundetto was his best friend in the can, when just a few seconds earlier he asked Tony who his cousin is. So he's friends with Tony Uncle John's cousin for 20 years, but forgets that he's Tony Soprano's cousin? It doesn't make sense. Maybe Angelo also had Alzheimer's. Perhaps instead, it was Feach that was going to get hit by New York. I don't know why. Lovers' quarrel maybe. A beef between him and Phil Leotardo over who's allowed to keep going on about doing 20 years in the can. But Tony gives up Feach to New York, and when Feach dies, Tony B goes irate. They were definitely setting Tony B and Feach up to be close. Feach giving Tony B cash to get started, the two driving around together, Feach even trusting Tony B enough to say to Blundetto, "Can I be frank with you about the Boy King?" Perhaps they were setting up a power conflict between Tony S and Feach, with Blundetto, loyal to both, stuck in the middle. And we do see in the first few episodes of Season 5 that Feach encourages Tony B to get back in the game, while Tony supported Blundetto's life as a civilian. It clearly seems that there's a storyline there that was being set up that is suddenly cut short. It's sad when they go young like that. Feach was a powerful card in the deck, and we never really got to see him played, whether it be as a usurper or his relationship with New York. The only thing I can't really see is why New York would pop Feach. Maybe Johnny Sack does it as a favour to a desperate Tony, in exchange for Tony taking out Carmine Jr. loyalists. But of course the story may have been completely different from the original script. And the idea of Phil Leotardo, who also just came out of the can, and Feach Lamana having either a friendship or a conflict sounds mouthwatering. Feach did seem to be getting close to Johnny Sack, and given Tony backed out of whacking Carmine Sr. in Season 4, maybe Johnny Sack warms up to the idea of Feach as the new boss of Jersey. Whatever it was, Steve Buscemi had a contract for 2 seasons, but only lasted Season 5 because the writers realized they had written themselves into a corner with the character, and realistically he'd have to be killed at the end of this storyline. I think it's likely that it was due to the writers having to accommodate Logia leaving the show early that Buscemi got the short straw and they couldn't make the storyline work without bumping him off. Otherwise, how exactly did the writers write themselves into a corner with Tony B's storyline? Because it seems relatively simple. He comes out of the can, he does something he shouldn't, Tony has to put him down. So it does strengthen the idea that maybe it wasn't like that originally, and Feach's, Angelo's, and that Animal Blundetto storylines were basically cobbled together after Logia left the show. So what do you make of Feach's weird line to Adriana, and what do you think the original plan for him was? Let me know in the comment section below, subscribe to the channel, and thanks for watching. The Sopranos follows mafia boss Tony Soprano in his life. He becomes de facto leader of New Jersey after a power struggle with his uncle Junior, and subsequently navigates the struggles and issues that he faces as boss. One of these issues is older guys who've been in prison coming out and readjusting to life outside, but also adjusting to the new ways and to Tony being the new boss. It's a common trope of the show. Richie Aprile, Phil Leotardo, Angelo Guarepe, and that Animal Blundetto are some of the characters who come out of the can and play major parts in the story. One of these guys is Feach Lamana. Considered a legend who is made on the other side, Feach is referenced as early as Season 3 when Ralphie recounts the story of how Tony and co robbed one of Feach's card games, showing the mob world what they were made of and fast-tracking them to being made. Feach comes out of prison and wants back in the game. He is charismatic, has a larger-than-life personality and is well-liked. But, like a lot of these old guys, he's extremely violent and his rackets tend to be small fish compared to what the Sopranos are involved with these days. A simple dispute over lawn cutting involves a threat to his authority. Tony nips in the bud and has Feach set up. Feach stood no chance against criminal mastermind Benny Fazio, who along with Christopher dupes Feach into allowing them to put some stolen TVs in his garage. They sell it so well he insists on taking them, but shortly after, a parole officer who is very likely on Tony's payroll turns up, and Feach is sent back to prison, where he'll spend the rest of his days. Just when you thought he was out, they pull him back in. Now, Feach is a very interesting character, and what I wanted to talk about today was whether it was the right decision for Tony to send Feach back to the can. I'm approaching this topic from a specific angle. In this video, we're not concerned whether it was the right thing in terms of the mob's ethics. That's a topic for another day. What I wanted to discuss was whether Feach was genuine when he said he'll learn, whether he could have been controlled and become an asset to the DeMeo family. So I went back and rewatched Feach's scenes to determine whether I think Tony made the right call by looking at the characteristics of Feach and how he acted during his time on the show. It's worth mentioning that according to Brett Martin's book on The Sopranos, he says that Feach was written out of the show because Robert always envisioned Feach having a small role. It was actually Feach who was originally Tony B's buddy in prison. It makes sense. There's a few scenes with them together, driving around after having dinner together, for example. Tony B's prison buddy was changed to Angelo Garepe, and it becomes more obvious when you rewatch season 5 with this knowledge in mind. There's a line that has been very obviously ADR'd in, for example, when Garepe, Johnny Sack and Carmine Sr. are eating.
So you're going to give him a part?
But it makes no sense that he would know the guy for years in jail and yet not know he was Tony Soprano's cousin. Anyway, if you rewatch season 5, it's difficult to present a case for Feach and Tony keeping him on, because there's numerous examples of him making things difficult for Tony. But it's more subtle than, say, Richie Aprile. Richie couldn't fucking sell it. But Feach had popularity and charisma, which is a problem for Tony. Even in his very first scene, he commands the room. He's the center of attention. There's 2 bosses in this room, and he ain't one of them, but you wouldn't know it. It's the same when Tony and the gang are at the club with Feach. The man just has a presence about him which outshines even Tony's gravitas, and that's a danger. Right from the off, he goes to Junior rather than Tony when asking about wanting back in the game, when he'll obviously know Tony is running the family, saying, "The reason I wanted to see you, Junior, Tony too. Now that I'm out, I'd like to get back in the game." Although to be honest, I'm reaching with this point. He was respectful here, waiting for Tony to arrive and addressing both bosses at the same time. It's just that he mentions Tony as almost an afterthought when he's talking. There's another occasion where Tony arrives at Junior's house and Feach is already there. Nothing untoward here, just 2 old-timers shooting the shit, but I think it's worth noting because Richie Aprile hung around Junior's a lot, trying to sway him, and perhaps Feach is doing the same thing. Wouldn't be the only similarity between the 2 men. Junior also doesn't tell Feach that he doesn't like the salad he gave him, showing you can't be honest with Feach. But these are small things. The first major red flag is when Tony sees Feach hand Tony B an envelope full of cash at the Bing. This is Tony's job as boss, to give Tony B a pick-me-up after he comes out of the can, not Feach. But it seems Feach is already beginning to influence, to create an inner circle, a dependency, a hierarchy around himself. Not to mention, we haven't seen that Tony has had a taste of whatever Feach did to get this cash, which would come to be a theme with Feach. The lawnmower wars, for example. Feach's excuse there was that he didn't want to kick up and pull out if the new venture didn't work out. But there is an extended look between Tony and Feach, open to interpretation. But maybe Tony is saying, "I know what you're up to." He does it again when he doesn't give Tony his cut of the car robberies until Tony talks to him about it. Then there's the way he talks to Tony. Snide little comments here and there. Don Corleone, Godfather, Don Antonio. Uh-oh, sounds serious. A lot of these little comments that give away his opinion and value of Tony. And he doesn't try to hide it. He even utilizes his stories to take shots at Tony, saying things like, "He should be dead by now. They bust in, a couple of fucking punks. This one is fucking scared." The trash talk goes on behind Tony's back too, like when Feach refers to him as the Boy King when he's with Blundetto, following this up with, "Can I trust you if I talk to you frankly about him?" Only we never get the chance to hear what Feach has to say, but the point is made for us as the viewers. In the scene at the club, Feach greets everyone individually, even the lower ranked guys, something Tony doesn't do. The younger guys would appreciate this. Feach is evidently adored and admired by them. It may even be a strategic thing from Feach, trying to make himself look more favourable than Tony for his long-term plan of making a move against him. This is a great scene. There's a lot of power play going on, Adriana included. Even Silvio jumps in by telling Feach to talk about the card game story when Feach is about to launch into one of his interminable stories, getting him to tell a story where he comes out looking weak and Tony comes out looking strong. When Adriana asks if anybody needs anything, Feach says, "If we need anything, one of the kids will come out." As well as label half the gangsters in the room as kids, he's taken Tony's place as the authority figure in the room. It's Tony's place to say if anybody wants anything. Even Adriana recognizes this, which is why she directly asks Tony next if he wants something, re-establishing the hierarchy. A few seconds later, Feach sends everyone out of the room saying, "Fellas, you want to give us a minute?" Which everyone does after getting the okay from Tony. The point is, he constantly circumvents Tony's authority and flexes his own. As Silvio says, comes into this office, starts ordering people around. Tony is a bit sympathetic, saying, "He's old, how do you think that feels?" But it's likely his sentiment is being affected by Junior, who he now knows is losing it. Anyway, Feach isn't always getting everyone to love him. Aside from his beef with Paulie, who practically has a beef with every character at one point or another, Chris gives Feach a death stare after he talks to Adriana and immediately starts talking about someone's gourmand, showing everyone what he was thinking about when he was eyeing Adriana up. Feach has shown that to an extent, he has not forgotten the card game, and talks about being able to have done something about Tony had he not been a prick about it, ignoring Tony's father's influence in the matter. And then there's the card games themselves. Tony walks in and banters with Tony Egg, and immediately Feach does the same, one-upping Tony. He then directly disrespects Tony in front of maid men and guests when he says, "How many times is this guy gotta say hello?" While Feach's shenanigans are going on, Tony has something of an epiphany after being told by Carmela that he has no real friends. "You're the boss, they're scared of you," as she says. Tony's hurt, it's news to him that he doesn't have real friends, and he tests out this theory with his lame joke at the card game, which gets better laughs than everyone else's, and he knows Carmela was right. But ultimately, it's good for Tony that his subordinates are scared of him. As he says, he's not running a popularity contest. Crucially though, Feach is shown not laughing at Tony's joke, meaning Feach doesn't fear him and won't entertain the notion of sucking up to him. And it shows. Nobody in Tony's crew talks to him the way Feach does. It does show in a way that Feach is stand-up, he's real. What you see is what you get, but that's not what Tony wants at this stage of his life. He needs people that won't cause dysentery in the ranks. Clearly, Feach doesn't fit the bill. The final straw is when Feach steals the cars when Tony specifically told him not to. And during their meeting, Feach reveals he's been talking to Johnny Sack and got a better deal through him for the cars. At best, this is a Sopranos underling talking to a soon-to-be incumbent boss of a separate family behind Tony's back. At worst, this is a betrayal of the Sopranos family. When Feach says, "You gotta remember, I still think of you as a kid," it makes me wonder if Feach did all those power moves on purpose to undermine Tony, or if it was a natural byproduct of thinking of everyone around him as a 47-year-old kid, Tony included. Feach's last conversation with Tony is him at his most somber. He calms down after his tirade, apologizes, explains the reason for his behavior, and says he will learn. But Tony, of course, does not want to take the chance. I really liked Feach as a character. He was really well acted, his rage mode was awesome, and he was genuinely a nice guy at times, like with the way he treats Chris and Benny, telling them to chill and offering them refreshments. It is sad seeing him in front of his house with the Peaches just enjoying his freedom, what with him ending up back on the bus to prison shortly after. Sure, he was a violent psychopath, and the alternative to setting him up was him being taken out, but you do feel for him, sitting on the bus knowing he's going to die in prison. It must have clicked with him somewhere along the way that he was set up as well. And all this happened after Tony made out that he and Feach were on good terms, that Feach was forgiven and had a clean slate after hugging it out. And then he goes and does Feach dirty by setting him up. And I get all that, and I agree with it. But the thing is, he's a dinosaur, a relic. He'd probably end up back in the can without even needing to be set up. What he offers the family in terms of business doesn't make up for the risk involved in keeping him around, as he might cause a rebellion. He's always going on about how it was back in his day. literally saying "in my day," which is practically a meme.
We
But the
all
thing
right?
about the old
What's
days,
up?
they the old days, and like many of the old timers, he just fails to adjust. But because of the clues listed in this video, I think all things considered, as hard of a pill as it is to swallow, I think Tony made the right call. He learned from his previous mistakes. He failed to integrate Richie into the family, and then waited too long to take him out. Feach was everything Richie was, except he was respected, and he could fucking sell it. This time, Tony wastes no time, and it's not as if he killed the man, he just sends him back to where he came from. Sure, Feach could have been an asset in some ways. His influence and history could be important in dealing with other families, but the bad outweighs the good, and he would have surely made a move down the line against him. Feach just commands too much respect. He has too much gravitas. You can't have two kings in one tribe. Tony was right to feel insecure because it's likely that if Tony mysteriously disappeared down the line and Feach took over the family, aside from maybe Silvio and Christopher, nobody would really mind. Whilst Tony had handled many situations poorly, this situation showed his growth as boss and his ability to learn from the past. However, it's hypothetically possible it could have been handled better. Phil just came out of the can after 20 years and seems to pop right back into his family, and Feach did the same thing, 20 years keeping his mouth shut. Surely you throw him a bone when he comes back and make him feel welcome. Then again, he did that with Richie and look how that turned out. Plus, Phil Leotardo knew his place and was loyal to his capo, unlike Feach. No, all in all, much as I like Feach, the man had to go. There's just no point in keeping a man who has that much drama around him, who could rock the boat at any moment. So do you think Tony made the right call in sending Feach back to the can? Do you think he should have kept him around? Or maybe you think he should have just popped him to avoid the guy living out the rest of his years behind bars? Let me know in the comments below, and thanks for watching. The Sopranos follows the life of New Jersey mob boss Tony Soprano as he navigates his professional and personal life. Throughout the course of the show, we see Tony having to overcome numerous challenges, such as the betrayal of his close friend Chrissy, the suicide attempt of his son AJ, and enigmatic thieves who steal his domain. In Season 6, New York Libertazzi crime boss Phil Leotardo starts a war against Tony and his glorified crew, and though he possesses the supernatural ability to turn into a house, Phil ultimately loses the war, with his own underlings betraying him and coming to a deal with Tony behind Phil's back. After this, Tony and his crew, in spite of taking heavy losses, are now in the clear, though Tony still has many issues to deal with, like the strong suggestion that his capo Carlo has flipped to the feds. In the final scene of The Sopranos, Tony arrives at Holston's for a meal with his family and selects a journey to Don't Stop Believing from the jukebox control at his table. One after the other, Carmela and AJ arrive, with Meadow outside, struggling to park her car. They eat, engage in small talk, and just as Meadow reaches the diner door, Tony looks up and we cut to black. And so ends one of the most infamous endings to any TV show, one that has infuriated fans, leading many to think that something was wrong with their TV when they first watched it. It is a hotly debated topic, even today, decades later, as to what actually happened, with many fans thinking Tony was shot dead in that moment. In this video, I wanted to explore the possibility of Tony having died, and in particular, running down a list of suspects who could have wanted him dead and carrying it out. Now, of course, not everyone agrees that Tony died. I myself do think that he snuffed it, in case you're wondering, but whether Tony died or not, and the numerous clues, such as Bobby Bacala's line about not hearing it when it happened, is not the point of this video. There's so many theories regarding the ending of The Sopranos' life, for example, Meadow being Tony's guardian angel throughout the show and her not making it in time to save Tony. Let's assume he did die, and take a look at a roster of individuals who may have done it. So first of all, let's throw out some alternative theories. Maybe Tony died, but no one killed him, i.e. he had a heart attack. Or maybe the cut to black wasn't a death, but Tony having one of his many panic attacks, with it causing an immediate blackout. Maybe the entire scene takes place inside the mind of Tony, with it being another weird dream. Maybe it was us, the audience, that were whacked. In any case, one thing that is clear from the ending of The Sopranos is that Tony is finished, every which way but loose. He is completely morally bankrupt in spite of efforts to change, and he no longer attends therapy with Dr. Melfi. He has committed heinous crimes such as the murder of his protege Christopher, and he is content and lacking in remorse. Most of his crew have been wiped out, including Consigliere Silvio Dante, who could easily spend the rest of his life in a coma, and his list of enemies is so huge by the end of the show that even if someone didn't pop him, Carlo testifying against him would surely land him a hefty sentence in prison. In other words, as stated, even if he didn't die, he's finished. But again, that's not our concern with this video. Before we continue, please consider subscribing to the channel and hitting the notification bell for more Sopranos videos. So who actually pulled the trigger? Well, it's likely the man in the members-only jacket. The camera takes a particular interest in him. He is quite a shady and nervous-looking character, and he takes a trip to the loo, which is a direct reference to The Godfather, with the famous scene where Michael Corleone goes to the toilet to grab a gun which has been planted with. Of course, we might question why the hitman would even need to go to the toilet to retrieve a gun. Surely he'd have one on him. But it is a clear homage to Francis Ford Coppola's film, and perhaps an indication that this man murders Tony. If he did come out of the bathroom and shoot Tony, the angle at which he would have shot him is 3 o'clock, going back to Christopher's message to Tony supposedly from the other side in their scene at the hospital. And it also reinforces the Meadow guardian angel theory, as if she made it in time, she would be sitting next to Tony and blocking a clear line of sight for the killer. But who gave the order? The list of enemies Tony has and people he has wronged is incredibly long. There's Georgie, who worked at the Bing, who Tony beat up on numerous occasions, leading him to leave the club. There's Dave Scantino, who was ruined as a result of his gambling addiction and the debt he owed to Tony. There's the Vipers who Tony and Chris stole from, Adriana's mum, who is adamant her daughter was murdered, even Artie Bucco, who came close to shooting Tony after his restaurant was burned to the ground. Perhaps Carlo's ever-building resentment of Tony led him to getting rid of the guy who told him to start sucking cock. How about Noah, the Hasidic homeboy who may have walked into the diner and punched Tony's fucking lights out? Maybe Christopher came back as a zombie of sorts, Cleaver style, to take revenge on Tony. But on a more serious note, there is still a huge list of characters who would benefit from Tony's brains being splattered all over some onion rings. Is it possible, for example, much like how Bobby Bacala thought the New York-New Jersey war had ended and was subsequently killed, that a New York soldier just didn't get the memo and ended up whacking Tony when the opportunity arose? Unlikely, but with the amount of crazy theories there are about the ending of The Sopranos, this isn't the most far-fetched. One possibility I don't see people discuss is Lou DiMaggio and his crew, the old creepy blind hitman whom Chris and Silvio approached in season 4 to take out Johnny Sack. This scene is very surreal, and the old mobsters give off David Lynch-esque vibes. They don't appear to be in the best of shape, and the photo Chris and Silvio show to them of Sack includes Tony, and all Silvio says is the guy on the left. It's easy to assume the old guys could have gotten confused. You can imagine them later discussing, was it the guy on the right or the left? And this crew isn't really followed up on in the show. Maybe, just maybe, and seeing as though they were past their prime, they took their sweet time, but eventually they or one of their hitmen managed to track down who they assumed was the target. A situation which ended up with part of Tony's brain slapping Carmelo across the face a few years later. Now, with the guy in the diner wearing the members-only jacket, our thoughts have to go back to Eugene, who the show makes a point to highlight that he is wearing a members-only jacket. And the jacket isn't the only link between him and the guy in the diner. They even look similar. Could this be a relative of Eugene, a cousin or something, out for revenge after Eugene's suicide, which was in part due to Tony not allowing him to retire after Eugene inherited a small fortune? Either way, Eugene's wife, who didn't appear to have a high opinion of Tony, definitely had the cash to hire a hitman. So perhaps in her scorn, she got a guy to take out the man who she blamed for her husband's suicide. Another possibility is Slava, the head of the Russian mafia in New Jersey, and a business associate of Tony. Why? Well, he botched debt collection by Corey and Chris concerning Slava's friend Valerie, which results in the duo trying to assassinate the Russian but ending up losing him. The fate of the Russian is something I've discussed in the previous video, but Tony is shown to be concerned at the event in Pine Mountains, as things could go very bad if Valerie ended up surviving, going back to Slava and telling him what happened. We're told that Slava loves Valerie like a brother-in-law if you will, and it's feasible that he may have thought that Tony was attempting to perhaps muscle in on his business, but he was so distraught after finding out what happened to Valerie, so he okayed a hit on Tony. It is suggested in a later episode of Chasing It that Slava and Tony are still on good terms, but you never know. Maybe Slava learned what happened to Valerie later, or the Russian boss simply bided his time. Another person who went missing in The Sopranos was someone who had reason to kill Tony, and even tried to in a temporary moment of madness, is Furio, an efficient mobster who worked for Tony but ended up falling in love with his wife, and then mysteriously goes incognito. Tony claims to Carmel that he has people looking for Furio to kill him, which I've always thought was a bluff, and it's likely Furio returned to Italy where he would be safe and Tony's word has little influence. Now why would Furio want to kill Tony? Well, he wants Carmela. Thus, in his lovesick mind, he will feel he's performing a just act by freeing Carmela of the abuse of Tony. Could he have built support for himself, using his contacts back in the old country? Or could he have gotten a local hitman to take out Tony? In a wild plan involving him knocking on the door of a grieving Carmela and sweeping her off her feet, with the two living happily ever after. Hey, crazier things have happened. Could it be possible that Junior, sitting in a mental facility alone and confused, in a rare moment of clarity, managed to contact someone in the mob and had Tony taken out, after having his season 1 hatred of Tony reignited by his mistaken memory? It's a stretch, and Junior was pretty much shut out of the mob life at the end of season 6, but who knows? I don't think anyone suspected he would be the guy who okayed a hit on Vicky Montesanti until they saw the many things he knew it. One theory I've seen circulated is that Rhiannon, the friend of AJ who got to know him in the mental facility and went on to become his girlfriend, was somehow involved in the hit, either by being a plant from the Lupatazzi family or someone who was asked by the Lupatazzis about Tony's location in the final episode and she answered, thinking the whole thing was innocent. Rhiannon knew where the Sopranos family would be as she is in the house when Carmela says they are going to Holston's tonight, and she even looks up when Carmela says this, showing that she has registered what has been said. She's also in the final episode a lot, being given an unusual amount of screen time in the season finale for such a minor character, and some feel a picture on the wall of the Lupatazzis' main place of business is of her, which is a stretch, but if you buy into the theory, you could argue that she did do some modelling, so there is a link there. Personally, I've never thought much of this theory in spite of its popularity, though I concede there is evidence for it. There are issues that rise though, like the probability of New York using an underage high school girl as a plant, and the fact that Tony wasn't in hiding when the Lupatazzi conflict even began, so they wouldn't need her at that point when she met AJ. And by the end of the final episode, the war was over, so he wasn't hiding then either. Tony's movement wouldn't be a secret, and a top secret high school spy wasn't necessary. I also don't like this theory because it gives prominence to a minor character, such a major talking point of the show. When we think who killed Tony Soprano, we think of names that played big parts in the show, but Rhiannon? Who even is that? I imagine a lot of Sopranos fans would say. Another possible mastermind behind the Tony is Little Carmine, who may have seized from the state of New Jersey to swoop in, decapitate, and do business with what's left. A popular fan theory suggests that Carmine Jr. was actually some kind of secret mastermind who Bucci was recruiting to by the time of the season finale, and he had manipulated things to escalate the war between Phil and Tony, what with the whole whatever happened there line, which sends Phil irate during the meeting of the minds. This is an interesting theory, one I've discussed in great detail in a video of mine called Why You're Wrong about Little Carmine, and it does have merit, but ultimately I don't buy it. As mentioned in the other video, I think there are some major holes in the theory, and plus I think it does a disservice to Carmine Jr.'s entire arc. You know who else had an arc? This guy, Butch DeConcini. Butch is someone who was actively pushing Phil to go to war, but then all of a sudden gets cold feet and makes a deal with Tony. Butch's evolution is really interesting, and it's something I've explored in a video of mine called Why Did Butch Turn on Phil? And there is a suggestion that perhaps Butch was playing the long game and wanted Phil to get whacked so he could take the top seat, and then he could take out Tony, who he never liked and whose murder he advocated for numerous times in the show. Either that, or while he was in the trenches, he just wanted the war to be over so everyone could go back to doing business. and an added byproduct of ending the war would mean he becomes boss. Which, ordering the hit on Tony, is my favourite theory on Tony's death, one that I see working. That, or Paulie, or Patsy, or more to the point, a combination of all three. This really should have a detailed video all on its own, and maybe I will do one day to stop this video from being too long, but to summarise, during the chaotic New Jersey-New York War, Butch turned himself, this we know. Once the war was over and Phil was dead, Butch sanctioned Tony's murder because Tony threatened Butch at gunpoint, was an overall unpleasant character, was emotional, and the key reason, Phil's murder was done in front of his family, and the Lupertazis would have been expected, pushed even by the commission, to have Tony punished with a similar fate. We can assume only a few people outside of that secret meeting know Butch turned on Phil, so it looks like the head of one of the 5 families was murdered in front of his grandkids with no provocation whatsoever, and Butch would look weak if he didn't react against this move from this pigment room. And it's a clean slate. It's wiping away the bad blood, the old things, the start of a new era. Though I don't think Butch is boss material, and I can see the cycle of bloodshed continuing. It's also worth mentioning that in the original ending envisioned by Sopranos creator David Chase, Tony was supposed to go to a meeting with New York and be killed there. In this theory, Butch would have infiltrated the Sopranos family and got people, namely Paulie and Patsy, to betray Tony. This isn't even necessarily just a theory. Sylvia tells Tony that people have been squeezed hard by the war, being swayed to new management, Bert Gervasi among them, and it's easy to see why both Paulie and Patsy might accept that Tony needs to go. One thing The Sopranos establishes about Paulie is that he's a survivor, and if he was approached with the opportunity of being allowed to live and work under new management with Tony gone, he'd probably take it, especially as though he thought he might be killed by Tony on the boat, and that previous history, like his dealings with Tony Stack, shows that he definitely wasn't loyal to Tony and was always looking after his own interests. When New York is deciding who needs to go, Butch specifically mentions not to go after Paulie, which works with this theory. Paulie is also paranoid. He has dreams about Pussy, who ended up betraying the family. And in Paulie's final scene, the eerie cat walks up to him and stares. And bearing in mind Tony's line about there possibly being a rat behind the wall that the cat often stares at, maybe the show is telling us here that Paulie is betraying Tony. Paulie being a threat to Tony is also referenced in one of Tony's fever dreams. Fans may also want to note that Paulie only shakes Butchie's hand after the secret meeting in Season 6. With Patsy, his motivation for betraying Tony is obvious, the murder of his brother. He already tried to drunkenly murder Tony as revenge before, instead settling for pissing in Tony's pool. In the scene where Tony forces Patsy to say he's over his brother's death, Tony mentions Patsy's son.
Hey, what's up?
Threatening him. If an opportunity came, years down the line, for this man to get revenge for his brother, and also the fact that he is often passed over, I think he'd definitely take it, and it won't be cinematic. There's a lot of weird scenes in Season 6, ones that can be interpreted in numerous ways, like Paulie grimacing all the time, as if he's a bit remorseful at betraying Tony after Tony has offered him control of the Aprio crew.
Not really.
Cold, awkward exchanges during the Parisi Sopranos family meeting, and by the way, Patsy's son is marrying Meadow.
I've just been working on the base.
To the throne in other ways. Not to mention, Meadow might have told Patsy's
Did a couple
son
quests.
they were eating at Holston's that night. Other weird scenes include the part with Paulie and Patsy in the bathroom, with Paulie saying it's all yours, and then the camera lingering on Patsy. And another between the two, shortly after the part where Sylvia tells Tony about underlings possibly being swayed to new management, Paulie saying to Patsy, "You'll be fine, don't worry about it," and saying, "Don't discuss this until we're in the picture." It doesn't quite make sense that Patsy would be worried and they would be having this kind of conversation if they were simply talking about the hit and kill Leotardo. In the scene where Paulie says to Tony that he thinks the Aprio crew might be cursed, he only accepts the offer to take over with an alarmed expression, I might add, when Tony says he might give it to Patsy, as if Paulie has panicked, thinking that Patsy might decide against killing Tony if the man is offering him a promotion. So there you have it, a huge roster of characters that could have wanted Tony dead, with my personal favourite theory of the lot being that Butchie, Paulie and Patsy were all involved. Who do you think killed Tony Soprano? Are there any theories I've missed? Let me know in the comments below, and thanks. The Sopranos is a classic mob drama which follows the life of New Jersey mob boss Tony Soprano. As a boss, Tony has many underlings working for him, capos, soldiers, associates, and his consigliere. And he also has many connections outside of his family, such as the New York Lupertazzi crime family, run by the pragmatic Carmine Sr. Carmine is as old school as it gets in The Sopranos. He appears level-headed, keeps a low profile, is calm, rational, and business-orientated, very rarely allowing his emotions to get the better of him. At least that's the impression we get from the little we see of him in the show. Though their relationship is often professional, Tony and Carmine have had several run-ins in the show, always over a matter of business. Carmine would not allow his emotions to get the better of him in mob dealings, and he was willing to compromise and settle if it was for the greater good. However, he also utilized opportunities to make his opinion of Tony Soprano's Jersey family known, such as when he tells Carmine Jr. that they're a glorified crew. This is a statement repeated by Phil Leotardo in the final season, a character who makes his first appearance in season 5 in the same episode where Carmine dies. So in other words, Phil was in prison for 20 years, seemingly never encountered Carmine upon his release, and yet he quotes Carmine on the DeMeo family, highlighting that Carmine Sr. must have had this opinion for decades, long before Tony became a boss. Carmine also slyly exerts power moves over Tony by telling him a don doesn't wear shorts, a humiliating remark for a boss of a family to take. It must make Tony wonder what the Lupertazzi say behind his back. 5 fucking families and we got this guy wearing shorts in Jersey. Another interesting scene is when Carmine discusses Tony's blackouts with him, where he talks about Tony's spells and him seeing a psychiatrist. Carmine plays it like he's got professional concern for Tony, and it might actually be genuine, but one scary interpretation could be that Carmine is basically telling Tony,
It's
"I
going
know
good.
everything about you." As he
I got
says,
myself a
everyone
tactical
knows
assault rifle
he's
now,
slippery fuck, that one.
so that's gonna
Carmine
help
is
a lot.
completely business-oriented, focused on profits and net income. He's never
I should go
involved in
check
any
on my
kind of
ammunition.
controversy. We don't hear about any personal issues of him, and until his death, his family is run orderly. And it's only after he dies things fall apart in New York. Tony is close friends with Carmine's underboss, Johnny Sack, who's also a pragmatist. However, Johnny's weakness is his love for his wife, Ginny Sack, who he loves dearly and never cheats on. When he learns that one of Tony's captains, Ralph Cifaretto, made a fat joke about Ginny, he is infuriated, and he storms his way to Carmine, wanting for him to sanction a hit on Ralph. Ralph is in charge of Jersey's Esplanade construction racket, a highly profitable scheme which could get messed up if Ralph was to suddenly disappear. So let's take a look and analyze this fantastic scene. Before we begin, please consider subscribing to the channel and hitting the notification button for more videos. Without any greeting, without any warning or explaining his reasoning, Johnny walks up to Carmine, who's enjoying some afternoon tea, leans in on the table and says, "I want you to sanction a hit on Ralph Cifaretto," completely out of nowhere. Already, Johnny's approach and attitude is disrespectful towards his boss, and it only gets worse. Carmine is bemused. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he says. "He violated my wife's honor," replies Johnny. Johnny's obviously made it out to be an incredibly huge deal, a humiliating ordeal, a horrendous insult
All right.
from which one can never recover, where the accused must be burnt at the stake.
Oh, I got my
The only
ram
thing
sticks today.
Is an inappropriate joke about how fat.
Oh, I
Johnny
kind of skipped dinner because I was putting in my ram
Carmine's
sticks.
Rough slept with Ginny? It's a hilarious comment.
I'll probably just have some pasta salad before I go to bed. I don't know, maybe I'll get a sandwich from Domino's because I could just walk there.
It's
like literally next door.
It's actually saying, why the heck would anyone want to sleep with Ginny? However, what Carmine has actually done here, probably unknowingly at this point as he doesn't yet know what Ralph has done, but what he's done is he's raised the bar when it comes to Ralph's insult. Johnny is livid. Carmine can see that. But the actual affront by Ralph is maybe a 4 out of 10, a harmless insult which Ginny didn't even find out about. Whereas the suggestion that Carmine comes out with is a 7 or 8 out of 10, sleeping with the wife of an underboss of another family, a much superior family. Think of it like, say, I don't know, you come home to tell your dad how much it's going to cost to fix your car which you just crashed. Let's say it cost £1,000. But you tell your dad it actually cost 800 and then later tell him that it was actually 1k. He's going to be furious. But let's say you tell him it was £2,000 and then later you say it was 1k. chances are he won't be as mad. And in fact, it will actually be relieved that the cost wasn't so high, even though in both situations the cost was the same. Weird example, I know, but it's all about expectations and relativity. And Carmine is waiting to know how Ralph violated Ginny's honor, and his mind is in a place concerning adultery, not a joke, which is where Johnny is coming from. Johnny Sack has already lost this debate before he's even told Carmine what the insult was. You can even see Carmine's brain working throughout the scene. His estimation of this entire affair is plummeting. He starts off thinking that Ralph might have raped or slept with Ginny. And then it's, oh, he must have made an unforgivable remark, something disgusting. But when he finds out what it is, it's simply a fat joke. Carmine can clearly see Johnny isn't with it here. He's too emotional. And as any normal person would, he asks what Ralph said. Johnny is angry that he has to repeat the mark, asking, my word isn't good enough? To which Carmine responds by putting his underling back in his place. Not so Johnny is then forced to repeat the joke, which is a great psychological tactic to enforce on someone, simply because taking a moment to go over the event which made you angry can calm you down. You actually suddenly realize it isn't a big deal, that it's actually quite trivial, and in 20 years you're not going to still be angry about it, so why be angry now? Johnny reluctantly tells Carmine the joke, and like a boss, he doesn't laugh, instead remaining stone-faced. Maybe he didn't understand what was supposed to be funny, which is why John then has to explain the joke, explain the implications. But in that moment where the two men stare at each other, see who will cave first, who will blink. How will Carmine react, Johnny thinks? Will he blow his top off with rage? The reality is that Carmine is probably dumbfounded that such a minor joke has gotten John all worked up like he is. But given how emotional he is, he can't say that right now. So he says nothing. And Johnny is the first to crack, most likely thinking Carmine doesn't get it, and he has to lower himself and explain the joke. Johnny's expression after this is like, can you believe this, Carmine? Can you believe the balls on this guy to say that? But Carmine doesn't think. Calmly, rationally, that he can practice, that the remark was highly inappropriate, probably to calm John down a bit by showing him he's on his side.
Stuff in Iran. Trump tells both of them to stop, both of them. There's trouble in the hidden sand village. Iran fired about a dozen ballistic missiles at Israel. Israel retaliated by taking out the entire remaining upper echelon of cities and stuff in Iran. Trump tells both of them to stop. Both of them immediately stop, looking at their disappointed dad, and then things immediately start up again. It's pretty diabolical over there. The Donald also crashed out on a reporter when he got viral. Everyone was talking about this because he was completely justified. LA officially stole the election. It's confirmed the election was stolen, and it's not happening lying down. The United is falling apart. Hassan Piker was just by the British media and got absolutely shredded. We have so much to talk about, and that's why we do every day of the deep dive. Evidently subscribe for the daily deep dive, and yes, this is a real post that Donald Trump made. Naruto, I did not make this. He actually posted this simply because he's the GOAT. Now, Donald Trump keeps sending so many of our forces
let me
to the
take a
sand
quick
village
smoke
when
break.
in reality, we should really be focusing on the hidden leaf a little bit more, if you know what I'm saying. The Donald said this to a reporter, and then the reporter acted rather ungraciously.
They've been largely.
I haven't had Taco Bell in a long
I call
time.
it a military exercise because people would rather have it called that. It's not a big war for us. It's not. We have the most powerful military in the world. I built it, frankly. I built it in my first 4 years, and I'm using it a little bit in my second 4 years. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone.
It's gone.
Their anti-aircraft is gone. They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire that we did at the request of some very good people, very, very fine people from, actually from numerous places, as you know. You know, there are a lot of people involved, but from Pakistan in particular, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. And we have a deal, and if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
Either way we win, either with a deal or we remove them completely. We will
Yeah,
see what
this
ultimately
one,
happens and what transpires.
just a couple
Now, I'll
hours
let you know
ago.
my opinions as we go on, of course. But then the reporter
2 hours
start
ago.
pushing back on the Iran war, and it's some of the most despicable shit you've ever seen.
President, Iran was the closest to weapons-grade uranium after you ripped up the nuclear deal because there were no guardrails in place.
They were developing it during the nuclear deal.
That was the issue. The issue was they shook hands with Obama. Obama gave them tons of money, and then they started developing it with zero oversight. That was the issue. The issue was the fact that the nuclear deal wasn't holding because they directly stated their goal of wanting to destroy the United States of America. Death to America, we're going to build nukes, we're going to destroy you. You know, they're an actual apocalyptic death cult regime that wants to destroy our country and views us as the great Satan. Obama just got them to make a pinky promise that they wouldn't do it and then gave them billions of dollars to develop it. Right, that was the issue. The issue with the Obama deal was we gave billions of dollars to terrorists hell-bent on our destruction.
You don't know that?
Let's
When Obama signed that stupid deal where he paid them billions and billions of dollars, he thought he could bribe them. Listen to me. They were developing a nuclear weapon. That's how they got there. They got all of this uranium during Obama. You know that, don't you? Well, that's how they got there. Don't say this. They got there. They developed it during the Barack Hussein Obama, during his administration.
They've escalated their development after the deal was...
Yes, that's how time works, lady. Time moves forward, actually. So, during Obama, they got billions of dollars. Uranium. They started developing it. They continued developing it. Oh, wow, development continued after. Yo, yeah, fuck you, you bitch. Oh my God! Our generic media is just mouthpieces for the Islamic regime.
Let's talk about the economy.
And then he starts to answer her question. Look at this. And then she tries to cut him off because this isn't about getting answers from the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world. Right? This isn't actually about getting his insight, his opinion, or his analysis. This is about her shoving her
dude,
opinion
still suck
down
up a
his
lot of
throat
bullets.
so she could use his face as a platform and a springboard to springboard her retard propaganda into the minds of the
They
viewers.
make me wander too far in there,
Understand what the
especially
media
at
is now.
night.
Escalated their development after the deal was
Escalated development after the deal was made. Okay, now we need to move on.
Let's talk about the economy.
Do you see that slimy move? Oh no, actually, it's all your fault that they have a nuclear weapon. Anyway, let's talk about the economy.
Let's talk about the economy.
If I didn't go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon. Half of the world would be eradicated.
Let me ask you about the economy.
And zero acknowledgement of what he said, just moving on. It's almost like she doesn't actually care about what the President of the United States says. And this is such an indicative idea of what the media generally is. More on this interview later. It gets very explosive. But for now, I've crafted quite the narrative for you guys and quite the interesting turn of events. So, CENTCOM released this video. U.S. forces across the Middle East remain vigilant and ready.
Every success that we have starts and ends with our people.
Oh yeah! America's back, actually. Now, I'm gonna get copyrighted for this video, so I can't tell you more. But America's actually just back. I don't know if you heard the update. We're actually here, and we're here to stay. Actually, defeating your enemies overwhelmingly is awesome, actually. Killing terrorists is awesome, actually. Winning wars is awesome, actually. The thing that was considered the universal standard for all of human history is still the universal standard today. No matter how many men in dresses in the United Nations tell you it's immoral to defeat your enemy in war, that's okay. They have the right to be retarded.
You're
And
fucking
thank
kidding me.
God for the United States
God
of
damn.
America not being
Leave me alone
completely
for
and
just a
utterly
minute.
castrated by globalism. Now, a lot of people have very different opinions to me, like the Cubans, for example. The Cuban government is a communist regime. Cuban authorities have started to distribute weapons to civilians, calling on them to prepare for an incoming U.S. invasion, according to sources. All right, this is not going to help. we're just going to discombobulate them, okay? I don't think you realize. Yeah, with everything going on in Iran, I figured some people would miss what's going on here. So I'm just, I'm doing my absolute best to cover all the things every day in the least homosexual way possible. I'm not a leftist. And in fact, it got even hairier. Canada's 3 major airlines indefinitely canceled flight services to Cuba. They know something we do not. Something is happening. Something is happening in Cuba, and the Cubans know it. And one of the biggest twists of the day was the president of Colombia tweeted, "Hail Hitler." Now, this guy is a far-left Marxist. When he was a teenager, he actually was a Marxist terrorist. Now, the purpose for why he's tweeting this is because this is an article that's basically saying, hey, Colombia's a shithole. There are cartels everywhere, and the president, Gustavo Petro, this fucker, and the president literally just lets the cartels get away with literally everything. That's pretty fucking awful, actually. We need more authority. And his response is, "Hail Hitler. Oh, you want to arrest terrorists? Well, you must be a Nazi." Notice the overarching issues through every single leftist society. Have you noticed how every single leftist society ends up just hailing Hitler and completely using these insane terminologies to basically make your opposition Nazis and fascists to give yourself an excuse to destroy them and kill them? Isn't it weird how they all have like the same fucking playbook exactly? Now, the president of Colombia has had enough, says Daniel Hakikachu. This is a 65 IQ inbred Muslim American who has openly and directly advocated as an American that Iran is better than America and fighting for our freedom. He did an entire debate talking about why he is supporting Iran. In my opinion, this is treasonous shit and bro needs to get deported. Craziest thing ever. So yeah, so he supports Gustavo Petro saying "Hail Hitler," and this is not surprising. The Mufti of Jerusalem, back before Israel was founded, so I guess the Palestine-Hitler alliance still alive and strong today. I wonder if they have something in common that, like, I just can't think about. Now, the reason why I'm making this joke about the Hail Hitler Palestine comparisons is because you'll notice something really interesting. You know, you notice something really interesting when you start to look around on the internet. All right, the Free Palestine situation, then it ends up just being pro-Hitler. No, that's crazy. It can't possibly be that, you know, Hamas, the terrorist organization that's hell-bent on killing all the Jews, actually just doesn't like Jews. Maybe it's not really about Free Palestine, actually. You know, maybe. All right, so this is Mohammed Smeary. The Zionists themselves manufactured the Holocaust. But also Israel is ending Gaza. The Holocaust is happening in Gaza, but the Holocaust is fake. Bro, Israel is losing, but Israel's winning, and you know, like, that's what you got to deal with every time. All right, so here we got this account, no difference between Hitler and Netanyahu, but also Hitler was a good man. Same guy. Interesting. But people hate Jews because of the genocide. Also the same Ryan Dawson. How long for these 4 ovens to cook 6 million pizzas? You know, it's so weird how often boycott anything that supports genocide. Boycott Israel from the Palestinian. Also the Palestinian. Wish Hitler lives till now. Hitler was the one good German. Again, this is very popular sentiment in this area. All right, you'll notice. Right, Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, the two true axes of evil. Also the same guy, I am a Nazi, I support Hitler, I love Hitler. It's so weird! Isn't it weird? Many such cases. You know, if Nazis are marching in your parade, it's a Nazi parade, according to Hassan Piker. Well, what about this? What about this? That's a lot of funny hand motions that they're making at Palestine protests. Right? I thought they care about peace and shit. Yeah, weird how that keeps happening. Now, anyway, Mr. Gustavo Petro's Heil Hitler, people started looking into all of his homies, right? Like Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy, a win for human rights, peace, and social justice. Yep, that's right, yep. Now, in Iran, they're begging to be armed. Direct from Iran, arm us. The Iranian people are demanding weapons to defend themselves from the regime. Right? They're posting videos that please army us. You know, they're doing their absolute best. Obviously, they can't fight back against the terrorist government with no weapons. They're getting massacred in the streets. And now that there's internet, we are seeing so many cries for help from the Iranian people wanting to be freed from these fucking goat-molesting monsters that conquered them and oppressed them for 47 years. Like, aside from the fact that we're taking out a threat to our nation that's killed thousands of our people in the past, the Islamic regime, we're also doing a moral good by eliminating these pedophiles. Like, holy shit, it's insane. Insane watching the world take their side just because Trump bad, you know? All right, so in the city of Firuzabad, Iran, videos reportedly show hundreds of copies of the Quran being discarded. The person filming claims that
forgot what I was doing. Oh, I was going up here. Sorry, I had a texting thing. I gotta
This is truly
gotta run and do something in an hour.
Unbelievable pollution happening in Iran. We need to do something about this.
I'll probably just take a short little break then. Well, I guess it all depends on my viewers, but
Lebanon, in response to Hezbollah rocket and drone attacks over this weekend. Now, for the record, for those of you that aren't aware, Hezbollah, terrorist organization backed by Iran, murdered 242 of our Marines in Beirut. all right? You know, as far as I'm concerned, every single Hezbollah retard that the IDF takes out, you get a thank you from me as your American brother, a patriot that loves our country and loves our military. Fuck these retards. I'm glad they're dead. Because yes, actually killing terrorists that are actually advocating to kill you and have killed hundreds of us is actually just a really good thing. I know that it's a really, like, it's a mind fuck to even need to engage in this debate, because for so long society told you that, no, actually you're not allowed to kill terrorists that are trying to kill you to make you a bad guy. But no, actually it really doesn't make me a bad guy. Actually, killing terrorists is awesome. I need to put that shit on a shirt. People are so cucked. Oh, you support genocide? No, I support killing terrorists.
We need to put that shit on his shirt, man.
Rename every possible word that you use in order to manipulate your language to make you sound like a horrible person. Your words mean nothing to me, and your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheer. Killing terrorists is awesome, actually. Now, this Trey Yinks guy, this is an American. He's a Fox News reporter, and he's like, yeah, well, the IDF is striking Beirut in response to Hezbollah attacking Israel over the weekend. Makes sense, right? Now, breaking, Israel warns Iran any attack will trigger full-scale war. All right, we'll see where this goes. And boom, 4 missiles launched at northern Israel. This is northern Israel last night. Just tons of, locations where missiles might impact. Everyone running into bunkers. And thank God, interceptions over northern Israel. This was last night. Look at this shit, dude. Look how crazy this is. You got the missiles in the distance, and they just, poof, they disappear.
Oh, shit.
It's wild.
I meant to be going north.
That, that tech like this exists. So,
I think northwest.
That's one way to get things started. Well, I guess they did their show of force, right? They violated the ceasefire, obviously.
Start opening up that
they're
area.
attacking our allies and shit. Israeli officials, Iran will be hit hard. Uh-oh. Then Iran fired more missiles. All right, more incoming missiles from Iran. This is the early warning, striking at all these areas, Haifa, Nazareth, Akko, etc. This is basically the entire northern Israel, all over here. Boom, they blew up Arabs. Man, that fucking... Man, that fucking sucks, guys. Wow. Holy shit, more Muslim on Muslim violence. By accident, footage circulating shows smoke rising from the West Bank. That's Arab land. From an Iranian ballistic missile impact. Blew up Arabs instead of Jews award. Just truly heartbreaking stuff. No one could have seen this coming. Damn, just absolutely miserable. Now, here are red alerts for many areas of Israel as Iran launches more missiles towards the country. Breaking new missile launches towards northern Israel, the third wave. They fired 3 waves of missiles, each with 4 to 8 missiles each. And each missile, if actually makes impact, it could take out a city block. They're massive missiles fired directly at civilians, because they're terrorists doing terrorism things. Of course, Daniel Hakikachu, the same guy who celebrates hailing Hitler. Iran is mowing the lawn in Israel tonight. Woo! Let's go! Civilians dying. Woo! This guy is a Muslim American that's literally rooting for our enemy Iran to kill civilians. Like, they are all the things that they make believe they hate. It's honestly incredible. And the Israeli Air Force intercepted all missiles fired up to this moment. Just truly heartbreaking stuff. Truly heartbreaking for the Daniel Hakikachus of the world. The Muslims that wanted to see the Jewish blood, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait. You have to wait for the next one. Truly demoralizing that the Islamic Republic of Iran, this fucking superpower in the, retard world, and they fucking suck. If instead of having sex with their cousins and producing retarded inbred children, they'd have decided to develop decent technology, maybe things would have been different. But unfortunately for them, dicks out for the Iranians. They fucking suck really badly. Israeli official tells CNN that Israel is preparing a significant response to Iran's ballistic missile attacks, of which everyone was stopped. Now, Axios reported that President Trump tells me, I am going to call Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back. And it's like, oh, God, that's not happening. President Trump, Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept an Iran deal. I call the shots. I call all the shots. Bibi does not. All right, we'll see what happens. GPS jamming happens across Iran. It's like, oh, fuck, we're starting again. And Israel attacked Iran. Reports of explosions in Tehran. It seems like they did not listen to Trump. Oh, my God. The Donald said something and Israel didn't listen and struck back. I'm going to let you know my thoughts on this as we go. I'm just trying to get the entire story across, because unfortunately this gets broken into pieces and no one actually knows what's going on. So I did the research and timeline putting together myself. Israel releases the video of Israeli Air Force striking Iran's air defense systems. Israel keeps hitting its targets. Iran doesn't. Israel simply has military capabilities that Iran lacks. And that's basically what's going on at this point. Israel, a country the size of New Jersey in the Middle East, sand New Jersey, bro, just overwhelmingly more powerful than all of its regional rivals. It's honestly horrifying. Bro, what not having sex with your cousins does to society, man. Insane how that played out. So, Israel requested a green light from the United States to strike energy targets throughout Iran after tonight's ballistic missile attack from Iran towards northern Israel. And it's like, all right, that was nice of them to ask. I mean, they were attacked, and they want to attack back, but they know that if Daddy Trump says no, you have to obey the orange man. Orange man comes first. Hey ho, hey ho. You think Israel controls America? You're a stupid ho. That is the correct analysis, by the way. I didn't even think to mention that because it's so obvious that we control Israel and not the other way around. It's honestly hilarious watching retards. This war completely dispelled the notion that Israel controls us. Like, that conspiracy theory was picking up steam, and then this war started, and then we're watching Netanyahu literally begging, please, let me fucking kill them. And Trump's like, no, we're making a deal. And he's like, no. And he listens anyway, you know, let's be real here. So, Israeli government confirms this morning's strikes in Iran were coordinated with President Trump. This is after the deception tactic carried out earlier, pretending the U.S. is stopping Israel from hitting back. So, again,
oh, yeah, huge group of dudes over there.
I was waiting to get here in the narrative before mentioning, you can't trust Trump, ever. And I mean that in the best way possible. That dude plays 5D chess with negotiations. He'll say, we're not striking back at the strike. He'll say you have 2 days, and then he'll avoid them without saying anything in advance. You know, it was like that with Venezuela. It was like that with the B-2 bombers. It was like that with this current Iran war. Dude, as long as the blockade exists, we're strangling Iran. So I don't care about the length of the ceasefire as long as the conclusion is satisfactory. I see so many people just tired. Either like, yo, let's pack it up and go home, leave it as it is, or, yo, let's go in and bomb the fuck out of them. But I'm just sitting here, and I'm like, yo, as long as we have this blockade strangling Iran to the tune of $500 million a day because they can't get any oil out, and they're just collapsing internally. You know, I'm not in any rush, actually. We can take our time. I'm totally fine. As long as the conclusion is satisfactory, I am more than happy to stand with them like this. So it seems like Donald Trump saying, don't do it, BB, don't do it, was a deception tactic because it was actually coordinated with President Trump, you know, because Israel basically does whatever they want them to do because we give them billions of dollars and they are very gracious in that regard or something. I do not want to give them any money because I don't agree with the whole the whole idea of giving foreign money to people, giving money to infinite countries around the world. No, actually don't like that at all. But while we do, I expect respect, and we do get it. You know, I will be real. Over the course of this Iran war, I'm looking at Europe just literally sit there with their finger in their bums, and I'm like, bro, is Israel our only capable ally that's actually willing to, you know, fight and shit? When we tell them to, and to stop when we tell them to?
Where?
I don't know. Food for thought.
God, I hate these guys. Where is he?
CENTCOM provided intelligence and air coordination to support Israeli strikes and missile defense operations, contrary to CBS reports.
Stop jumping.
And the Israeli Air Force struck military targets belonging to the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran a short while ago. An update. Question mark removed. According to Iranian sources, the IRGC commander Ahmed Vahidi is no longer with us. He's gone. He's gone. It's over. So, you know, like, Iran is like, oh yes, I will make them suffer. Fires a dozen missiles. Every single one of them gets deflected. One of them lands in, like, Arab lands and blows up a couple of Arabs, which is heartbreaking. But, like, when I say that, I'm gonna cry. Israel responds, takes out their commanders, like, super efficiently. Help from the United States. Bro, it's fucking massive.
Are you serious?
This is footage coming out of Iran because there's internet. Could you imagine how bad Iran looked? They shut off the internet so we couldn't actually see what was going on.
God damn.
This is one strike. One strike. Took out one of their commanders. Just, oh my God, it's insanity. Now, to quote Marcus Rubius, first of his name, he had something really interesting to say. Now, this is from like a week ago. What can I say? It's very appropriate.
If you fire at a U.S. Navy ship, what are we supposed to do? So long as a ceasefire, we're not going to shoot down your drone. That's a stupid question. That's a stupid position to take. Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do. Only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at. And we're not.
Quote from Marcus Rubius, only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at. Now, this happened to Kuwait, it happened to Bahrain, they didn't fire back because they were scared, and basically Iran kept firing at them. Now, notice why Iran isn't really firing at us, or firing at Israel until yesterday, because we actually hit back, and so does Israel, and then they're like, no, actually I will continue molesting goats, I don't want to get involved. You know, bro, it's not going well. So Sneeko, one of the major pro-Iran voices in America, who we should deport to Haiti,
Looks like
well,
there
let's
might
just
be some
say
cool
he is
stuff
something
in
of a
this basement.
geopolitical mastermind.
I'm
You
not
got
that
your mailbox, nothing.
Moroccan?
No.
Algerian? Tunisian?
No.
I ran out of countries in North Africa.
Egypt.
Egypt?
Yeah.
That's North Africa?
Geopolitical mastermind Sneeko gets involved, and he's incredible. What are we doing with these people? Well, what are we actually doing with this guy? Getting a geography lesson from a Foyd, and he is supposed to be some geopolitical expert when it comes to like Middle Eastern and North African countries. Bro, it's not good. It's not good, bro. It's really not good. Now, to all those saying that Israel broke the ceasefire with Hezbollah and that justified Iran, a lot of people don't want to engage in reality. So this guy, Nick Mateo, who's been straight fire, I've been loving his stuff recently. He's a U.S. Navy veteran.
Israel actually broke the ceasefire with Lebanon and Iran warned they would do this, but why would facts matter to you and your bot fans? Not only did Hezbollah launch in northern Israel today, they did on the 6th, they did on the 5th, they even launched a mortar that killed a UNIFIL person on the 4th. Reuters said Hezbollah launches rockets at Israel testing US 4 days ago. They literally said testing the US-mediated deal. Yes, Israel did finally respond to that.
Yeah, they tested it and they lost the test.
But this idea that you call bots, 5 seconds to just Google that. If for some reason you don't believe me or none of that convinces you, here's one from BBC literally saying that they rejected the ceasefire deal. I get the push towards diplomacy, not really with terrorists, but in general, I get it.
Agreed! Man! See, that's why I like this guy. He's a U.S. Navy veteran, he's a nuclear engineer. He understands the nuclear threat from Iran. He understands how war works, and he's like, yeah, actually, negotiating with terrorists fucking sucks, we should kill them. Which is just the correct take. Everyone just being completely retarded. Nice and sheltered in your little fucking mom's basement where you can, type online about how actually Islam is the one true way. And it's genocide when you kill terrorists that are trying to kill us. Man, I am really tired of watching people who don't live in reality just be complete morons. All right, so of course, Canada, the Anita Anand, of course, this is a Canadian, it seems, because she has paperwork that says she's Canadian. Canada is deeply concerned with the resumption of the conflict between Iran and Israel. Government of Canada did not issue a statement when Iran attacked Israel, only when Israel responded to an attack from Iran. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. All these Islamified countries are just literally all on Iran's side. And the fact that they don't say it out loud is it's only a facade. It's a charade. All right, pay attention, by the way. Over the next coming years or decades, you will notice the unbelievable shift to openly and publicly pro-Islam sentiment in all of these countries because they need to appease their voters. They import infinite retards from the third world, and then they need to appease all of them. So Canada, England, France, Spain, Germany, if they don't fix the course, they're fucked. And we're going to be dealing with a lot of neighbors that are supposed allies that are just actually advocating for Islamic terrorism. Breaking, Iran launched ballistic missiles at Saudi Arabia. Yeah, it's almost like they're terrorists. New IRGC proxies, the Houthis, attempted to attack Tel Aviv, but all of their missiles failed. No. No. Bro, listen, man, I'm just saying, thank you, God, that all of our enemies are retarded. Bro, Hassan needs to interview these fuckers immediately. Bro, because this Hassan is platforming Houthi terrorists. Asking them hardball questions.
There you go.
If he likes Luffy, you're doing what Luffy would do, sir. Anyway, 83% of Lebanese Christians, this is a new poll that came out, support signing a peace agreement with Israel. Which is really interesting because I was told that they hated the Jews and the Israelis, when in reality, it's almost like they care about being oppressed by their Islamic government and Hezbollah terrorists. Man, weird how that happened. You know, Lebanon used to be a Christian majority country. I wonder what changed. I wonder what changed. Yeah. So speaking of Hezbollah, this is Hassan Piker supporting Hezbollah.
Allah.
Who's that?
He's the leader of Hezbollah, the general secretary of Hezbollah.
What's Hezbollah?
Hezbollah
is that small guy?
Hezbollah is this is the same name.
Okay.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament.
Do we like them or no?
I think as a resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel.
It's going all right.
But everybody hates them. Like everybody in the region, a lot of people don't like them.
Yeah, you know, the Christians that they massacre, the other minorities that they massacre, the Jews that they massacre. Like those guys, they don't, they killed 240 of our Marines, so we don't really like them very much.
Like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say they're Shia.
Buddy's in my lap.
Technically, not that this sectarian
and
matters in this situation, but
I'm gonna be honest with
Yeah.
But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're
that right there. That's Shojo's leg.
United States designated terrorist organization. Yeah, so Hassan Piker likes them. 83% of Christians don't, but then again, are we really surprised that the terrorists that are massacring innocent people aren't liked by their Christian population? That they're
I keep forgetting my leg's broken.
Yeah, no one's surprised by this.
Okay, buddy's moving
Piker,
now.
You know, leftist pop star, right? He's super popular. He's a leftist streamer. He goes out.
Yeah, I haven't gotten up in a while, so I haven't had a chance to turn on a light in here.
And as a member of the media, of course I'm going to sometimes talk to members of state-sponsored terrorist organizations.
Yeah, just straight up admit he loves the Houthis. All their missiles fail. He loves Hezbollah. They're getting obliterated. He's supporting Iran. All of their missiles get intercepted and lose all their leaders. Bro, this is diabolical. Now, the entire ideology behind this image is how dare they not let you consume entertainment media from imperialist countries actively attempting to destroy yours. Right? So this is a leftist trying to make it sound like Iran is actually a super nice place. Community, no, these women are the representation of the morality police in Iran. Many women have been killed by these not for not consuming Western media. All right, they weren't killed for watching Hulk, okay? And they were killed for not wearing a hijab or some shit. They are trying their best to make Iran seem like this base place to be. Iran fires missiles at Israel. Israel, joke's on you. Takes out all their leaders. Man, it's fucking brutal out there. So this is Iran bombing Israel. For the record, just to understand what they are targeting, this wasn't yesterday, this was a couple months ago, but you notice how you never see even Russia target Ukraine like this. It's almost like the purpose of Iran bombing Israel is literally some sort of holy war with the goal of killing the Jews and the Christians, right? Which is why they consider, Israel Satan and America the great Satan. It's almost weird how that happens. The Donald says Israel and Iran must immediately stop shooting President Donald J. Trump, and he makes another one. Both sides, Israel and Iran, are looking to do an immediate ceasefire. Sure they are. Sure they are. Absolutely, for sure. Neither of them are looking for a ceasefire, by the way. All right, this is classic Donald manipulation.
Somebody hung themselves.
You've been trapped by the Donald's genjutsu. Israel wants to obliterate Iran. Iran is a death cult, and they don't want peace either, or there would have already been a peace deal. But there was. In fact, they've been killing us for 47 years. So neither of them actually.
No, she's just sleeping in her little basket.
His will upon the lesser being. That's how it seems like. How he. For the most part. Final negotiations of peace are proceeding, subject to ignorance or stupidity getting in the way. The blockade will remain in place, God bless Donald Trump, and in full force and effect until a final deal is reached. Things should move quickly. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He's been saying it a lot. I'm starting to think that a deal is not coming through. I'm starting to think that we might need to take option B, Mr. President. I'm starting to think that. Just in, Iran claims it suspended military operations against Israel, claiming it will deliver a painful response. Claiming it delivered a painful response to the
that scared the crap out.
Hezbollah in Lebanon.
I haven't checked it. I did go an hour and a half with nobody, so
we have made you some. These guys are such LARPers, it's crazy. It's honestly the funniest shit in the world.
Hang on, that's when it first started. Let me refresh it.
Oh
Pink.
My God, dude. However, the Islamic
16. That's my average viewers.
Continues to defend itself against Hezbollah. And Hezbollah fires more rockets towards northern Israel.
Yeah, the morning stream is way better. I had 69 this morning, so that was really good.
Like they don't give a fuck at all. It's almost like.
But I did change my schedule, so tomorrow I'll be starting at 8, so I won't have that 1 hour of nobody, hopefully.
Channel 12 that strikes on Iran have been halted at Trump's request. Wow. It's almost like we control Israel or something. Southern Lebanon operations continue at full force. Israel will hit attacks on Israeli civilians don't stop. And Elon Musk decides to chime in at the end.
I'm going to be taking a short break in like 45 minutes because I got to go do something real quick. But
colonialist ideology and Iran.
I'm going to be streaming as long as my viewership is good. I will keep streaming.
I don't see any of these.
That's going to have to be how I play it from now on. As long as I got a good audience, I got to stream.
I only hear them screaming about how we are bad and how Israel is bad and how Europeans are bad. It's kind of weird. It's almost like that entire movement is a gigantic psyop that exists to rape the minds of complete fucking retards. That's why. In conclusion,
holy crap, bear came out of nowhere.
And I really feel like Donald Trump needs to go for Plan B. Again, I said this from the beginning. I Do not judge Trump on the tweets that he makes, on the things that he says, because a lot of it could just be, doing his art of the deal bullshit in order to spin himself into a position to get the favorable result. He's done that before enough times for me to have faith that he's actually going to pull off some shit now. As it stands, we're still strangling Iran.
Yeah,
Iran is completely fucking powerless.
well,
We have decimated
normally
them
my
militarily.
night streams
The fact that they
aren't as
Israel,
good as
that's
my
a
day
different
streams,
that I'll get into.
but they
That's
are
the
getting
one that killed some
better.
Arabs in Palestine. We will see what happens. Ultimately, I have faith that the Donald is going to pull something off. And I fucking hate the panic. The losers saying, oh my God, Donald Trump promised that we wouldn't get into like a long, infinite regime change war. It's like, we're not doing that. There are no boots on the ground. We're not losing soldiers.
Oh my God, how many bolts do you need,
this
man?
Is tiring, man. Watching these people cope about how Trump backstabbed us by doing the thing that he always said he would, which is not let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And on the flip side, I feel like all the war hawks just freaking
the hell was that?
out that Trump isn't dropping nukes and shit. And it's like, my guy, calm the fuck down. Holy shit. Bro's eliminating a threat the way he thinks it needs to be eliminated. We'll reassess after it concludes. Can you shut the fuck up and sit down, show some loyalty, grow a spine? But I think the real moral of the story is 1,400 years of inbreeding will produce a fucking retarded population of dumb fucks. Like, my guy, there are like a billion of you surrounding Israel. You can't kill 9 million Jews? Holy shit. If Hitler came back to life and he saw that the major enemy of the Jews are these inbred fucking retards that fucking suck at everything, he would shoot himself in the head a second time. Now, the Donald has been going incredibly viral for this, all right? This happened yesterday, and everyone's talking about it. This NBC interview was an absolute train wreck, okay? You are not ready for what you're about to witness.
I was in Iowa, and the prices were $1.85 a gallon, $1.91 a gallon.
You hear talking in the background? Bros, she's interviewing the President of the United States, and you have random construction workers talking in the background?
What?
This time, it wasn't the rain, but an audio issue.
Oh, right,
that
sure.
forced us to pause.
Of course, it was an audio issue. Yeah, bro, absolutely. At first, it was the rain, all right? Somehow the rain affects it, dude. I record shit for YouTube videos, for rinky-dink fucking YouTube videos. Yes, I understand my audience is bigger than NBC's audience. I'm not trying to self-glaze you or anything. I understand I have more of a national impact than NBC, all right? That's not saying much. But when it's raining, I don't have audio issues because of the rain. What is this? What is this absolute slop? Anyway, so there's audio issues, there's rain issues, there's people talking in the background. Just incredibly disrespectful shit. Now, also, notice how every single question is devised in a way to lie, all right? It's lying through omission. It's all trying to signal to the people what they actually want them to hear and imply certain things, and Trump doesn't fall for it. I love how the media is like, oh, Trump is old and he has Alzheimer's and he's falling apart, and none of their tricks work on him.
You got a strong jobs report.
You hear the rain in the background?
Today that beat
Not strong jobs report, she says.
expectations.
Not strong. Really strong.
Really
Beat
strong.
expectations.
And she's like, beat expectations. Let's not over.
Triple. 172,000.
What do you want to say? What it is? Say that it tripled the expectations. Right? It tripled what was actually expected. That's not slightly strong above expectations. These people just don't want our country to succeed because they hate Trump so much. Right? Bill Maher says artists quitting the Freedom 250 concert makes it look like Democrats don't love America. Correct. Yes, Democrats don't like America. Exactly. You're right. That's exactly what white guilt actually means. White guilt means you have to hate the fantastic civilization that our ancestors created. These people don't even believe in borders, let alone countries.
My arm broke
They have
in.
zero respect or love for our nation. In fact, it's so obvious that they don't even hide the lies. So Mehdi Hassan was just on Patrick Ben-David's podcast, and he asked him, who do you think loves America more? Ilhan Omar, a woman who obviously hates America, or Donald Trump, a man who obviously loves America? Whatever fault you want to find, he obviously loves our country.
Yes.
Ilhan Omar loves
yes.
America.
You know how I know she loves America?
Ilhan Omar loves America.
Yeah, you don't? Absolutely not.
She absolutely loves America.
She
You know how I know she loves America?
Tell me.
Because she came to America, she decided to run for office. When she ran for office, she ran as a...
She committed immigration fraud. She did tons of alleged scams. She basically got the Somali community the ability to steal billions of dollars and fund Somali terrorism.
Lefty who devotes her life to trying to improve people's lives. She wants healthcare for everyone. She wants health...
So he thinks that Ilhan Omar loves America, and his proof is that she got into the country and is promoting policies to take money away from people who earned it and give it to Somalis who didn't earn it, right? That is his definition for love of America. And because of that, he thinks that she loves America more than Donald Trump.
Healthcare for every Trump voter watching this show.
Saying she is eventually going to return to her country and contribute to her country. She's only doing this to advance her country.
This is bullshit. Ilhan Omar.
You can her words. Post the video.
Listen to me.
Pull up her video. It's her words. I just showed you some pipe. And you're like, I've never seen that.
Let me say this to you.
Go ahead.
Donald Trump has made more anti-American remarks than Ilhan Omar. If we're going to go to...
Bro, like, you can never engage with these people in good faith. Their words mean nothing. I will never, ever trust anything that they have to say. Mr. Mehdi Hassan, supporter of Islamic terrorism, I don't actually give a flying fuck about his opinion on literally anything in America. He just lies. You can never trust these people. You know, literally, they were on the same show together right when Charlie Kirk was assassinated to basically say that it's good that he was killed.
What I do know for sure is that, you know, Charlie was someone who once said, you know, guns save lives.
And then she grins. Guns save lives. And then she grins because a gun killed him. You know, like, yeah, these are filth. I'm not gonna lie. Both of these people should be deported. Neither of them love America, and the Democrats obviously hate America, which is why they root against Donald Trump whenever he actually succeeds. Now, back to this absolute train wreck reporting. This absolute nightmare of an interview. Donald Trump rage quits in middle for incredibly justified reasons.
Evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
Takes off his mic, throws it on the fucking ground.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour, on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
It gets better. Steps on the microphone. Later, darling. Later, darling. Brings him in there, shitty fucking audio, bullshit in the background, misleading questions, you know, makes believe that all elections are totally honest and there's zero fraud, which is objectively false because so many people have been arrested for election fraud over the last couple of months. You know, we just saw the absolute shit show in LA. He says to his face, "You're wrong, Mr. President," in the most condescending, mocking way of all fucking time. And he's just fucking done. And yes, you should treat journalists like the filth that they are. Because remember, journalists aren't people. That's the moral here. Journalists are not actually people. You know, and then of course you have every leftist on the planet, brava to Kristen Welker for maintaining her cool and reportorial backbone in an interview with a rude and bullying interview subject who cannot marshal a single fact, blah, blah, blah. And, like, you just need this screenshot. I'm sorry, I wouldn't say she maintained her cool. You just need this one screenshot from the interview, and it's over. You know, all of your fine words and cute propaganda, how Donald Trump is a bully, he did them a favor. He did not need to do this Meet the Press interview. He did them a favor to get the truth out to the American people, knowing that they would be bad faith, knowing that they lie and contort facts, because he wanted people to at least hear his side, because the media never tells his side. And this is what he got. He got a bitch, all right? You know, that is some wild, unhinged stuff from the president. Welker is a good person and an honest journalist. Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes. And it's like, yeah, no, this is what psychopath Kristen Welker looked like, talking to the president. You know, listen, I saw the No Kings protests, and, you know, I'm starting to think that maybe we do need that.
Holy crap. That was a lot of violence for one guy to take.
And even if we make believe that we're living in a democracy, the elections are also fucking crooked
All right.
shit. Just think about how absolutely insane.
I'm gonna get up and pee and get something else to drink. I will be right back.
voted in Donald Trump despite whatever, retard establishment slant went the other way on the mandate to deport all the illegals, and the response for the left was literally to burn our country down, to throw bricks at police officers and dox their families and shoot ICE officers and assassinate politicians and shoot podcasters, and we just have to live with that, I guess. It is absolutely insufferable that we live in a country that they don't respect our king. Oh, but he's not a king. He's the leader of our nation, and he deserves respect. When Joe Biden got cancer, I said, I hope he has a recovery. I hope things go well for him. I'm praying for him. And I think Joe Biden was the worst president in history of the nation, and he committed treason. But this absolutely sucks. It really does. I just found out that my aunt, a lifelong Republican, voted for a Democrat in California. This never would have happened if she was alive. Yeah, many such cases. So pay attention to the bullshit that we are about to witness. So Donald Trump tweeted, "Has anyone been watching the crooked election going on in California? 2 great Republican candidates are both being cheated, and so is America, which, if the Democrats are able to fulfill their mission, great trouble and consternation will follow. Watch this election closely, President Donald J. Trump." And he's right. He's just right. So we all remember this image, this fateful image in 2020, where it makes it seem like the Democrats won the 2020 election because poof, they got they got a really sexy 400,000 votes just immediately. And wow, the Republicans ahead the entire time, and then all of a sudden 400,000 new votes come in for the Democrats at the same time. A lot of people found that relatively suspicious. At 6 in the morning, all of a sudden 400,000 new votes came in. That's pretty weird. Well, we're witnessing the new one, the new screenshot of terror. This is the LA mayor primary, all right, where you had over here, and then the guy in the front runner over here, and then all of a sudden mail-in ballots come in. And
all right, I'm back.
In come the mail-in ballots, and that's absolute insanity. Just absolute insanity. Holy fucking shit. This makes no sense, right? Literally third place by a massive margin when it comes to the in-person voting, and then mail-in ballots, it beats the other 2 candidates. Yeah, right. No one's buying this. In fact, on election night, Nick and Ramen, the person who came in third place before they cheated, all right, Ramen, cried. He basically gave up the election.
What do you need?
She conceded the race because she lost by so much. She lost by 7% or more, or 8%, and she conceded the race, crying because she knew she lost. And then all of a sudden the machine took over.
All right, there you go.
Happened and she skyrocketed.
I hope
you don't need to lick me.
Every person
you don't need to lick me. You don't need to lick me.
Has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in the city.
Now, so there she is, crying. First of all, why are we still electing women, man? Like, we gotta, we gotta be. Okay, anyway. So there she is, crying, sobbing like a little bitch. All right, conceding the election, and then the machine takes over, and then she skyrockets all the way up. Isn't that weird? Now, there's something really interesting about California elections in general, because you will notice a lot of weird things. 4 weeks after losing the election as Attorney General of California, Kamala Harris won due to a surge of mail-in ballots from LA. And Harris ended up winning by less than 1%.
4 weeks after the November 2nd
Never forget, this was in 2010.
Election, California finally has declared a winner in the Attorney General race. Harris finished so close to her Republican opponent that it took a month to finish counting every vote. She won by less than 1 percentage point.
Yeah. Except, and you seem to be forgetting, the Republican guy was in the lead the entire time, and then all of a sudden a surge of mail-in ballots come in 4 weeks later, and Kamala Harris wins. This is how the left chooses their plants. They planted Kamala Harris in 2010 through a rigged election, and then all of a sudden, without even a Democratic primary, she was geared up to become president in 2024. Do you understand the level of corruption that we're actually dealing with? And now, if you think it's bad, and it's obvious, you're right. For reasons that you can't even imagine. California is currently blocking a federal audit of its voter rolls. That's how you know they're being honest. Because every time I'm being honest, it's when I don't let the referee check if I'm cheating. It's when your opponent says, "How many cards do you have in your hand?" in the middle of a game of poker, and you're like, "Oh, I'm not telling you." I'm not telling you. Yeah, why not then? Why not? Now, California allows first-time voters to register using forms of ID that most Americans would find surprising, including a gym membership card, You can vote in Los Angeles and California elections with a gym membership card. You don't even need to be a fucking citizen. Employer ID number, credit or debit card, prescription drug label, insurance card. This is fucking bullshit. All right, and now to be clear, California provides free health care to undocumented immigrants, you know, because, you know, they invade the country, and then you get the socialist retards in government vote to take your money, which you earned, and give it to the people that didn't earn it, and then those guys can take the shit that they're getting for free, even though they're illegal in the country, and they can use that to vote. Who do you think they're going to vote for? They're going to vote for the fucking retard that's going to steal your shit. No, duh. And because so many people are too spineless to actually stand up and talk about this, we are literally getting raped by the third world, and we can't do anything about it. We are literally getting outmatched by retards. So what are they afraid of? Why are they blocking federal audits on voter rolls? What is going on? I really think we need to take a stand this time. We can't let this keep happening because it's never going to stop itself. It's not like this is ever going to work itself out. The result of a system is exactly what the system is designed to do, all right? The purpose of the system is what it actually does. The goal is to win elections by any means necessary because the left is and always was, through every different version of communism and Marxism and Bolshevism, it has always been a means of attaining power by any means necessary, even including revolution. Now, why should you do a violent revolution if you just cheat in elections? Because retard opponents are going to be too honorable to actually do some fucking shit to figure this shit out. This is absolutely intolerable, all right? Now, of course, Hassan Piker, you know, because there's a clip of this guy for everything, telling people that voted for Spencer Pratt, the right-wing candidate, to kill themselves.
The annoying right-wing shitlibs are celebrating. They're like, oh, dude, Spencer Pratt is doing so well in the fucking race. It's like, I can't say what I want. What I want you to do to yourself, because you probably are going to do that to yourself anyway, regardless of whether or not I say it.
Probably not. He's not transgender.
Because there's not much else to live for in your life if this is what you're excited about. If you're genuinely excited about the prospect of Republicans winning races in places like Los Angeles, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to get banned, but I'm thinking it, okay? I'm thinking it.
He's just so violent, it's incredible. It's honestly insane how violent this guy is. Shocks his dog for emphasis. You know, it's insane. Now, this is the result of leftist policing. 5 people were stabbed near New York City's Penn Station on Sunday evening. All right, this is just every leftist policy is just let the retards, the criminals, and the savages conquer our nation. It is an actual anarcho-fascist ideology. Anarchy at the lowest ranks of society where the retards could get away with literally everything, and fascism at the top. They will lock you in your house, they will force you to get the vaccine, and they will fucking mask you and shit. They'll take your guns, and they'll take your ability to defend yourself, and they will decide on the election. Why do you think virtually every single billionaire, aside from Elon Musk, votes for Democrats? It is shocking watching the third worldification of society happening in front of us because they are willing to play dirty and steal elections, and we're not willing to do anything in return. And everyone knows this is rigged.
So Spencer Pratt is the one, me trying to figure out how the votes get counted in LA. Everybody knows this is bullshit.
Mr. And it's happening again right now in California.
Presented rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's happening in California.
To that?
Where's the evidence? It's rigged. There's so much evidence. She doesn't even want to engage with it. She just wants him to look stupid by saying, "Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?" Implying that there's no evidence when there is a cornucopia of evidence. There is more evidence this election is rigged than that this woman had a father figure in her lifetime.
It's 4 days.
Are doing well in
California. No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. 4 days, and they aren't.
The way she says it, the Republicans are doing well. Yeah, they're all doing really well, and then the mail-in ballots come in. Then it takes a month to fucking count them, and then all of a sudden they all lose. But they're doing so well.
Even close to coming up with it. You know why they're doing that? Because they're cheap.
Thank you very much, and now you can go fuck yourself.
How they count the gats? Yeah, no shit, you
That's the fucking problem.
stupid bitch. That's the problem. Like,
yes, and everyone's tired of it. And she does it in the most condescending way possible. The most based rage quit of Donald Trump I've ever seen. Yeah, you actually have to treat these people like vermin, I think. I think that is the solution, actually. But then it's just how they count it. Yeah, maybe that's a fucking issue, all right? But what do you mean the Somalis shouldn't be able to get all of our money for free? That's just how it works in Minnesota. Yeah, that's not good.
I'm sorry. Look at this graph. I find it very hard to believe that Bass's growth is flat and Raman's is exploding suddenly. She's been going up. Look at how many votes she's been getting here with all mail-in ballots. Like, I mean, can you make it any more fucking obvious?
Yeah, no, that graph is like that's a cancer diagnosis of the Democrat Party.
Democrats favor mail-in voting more. They care more about mail-in voting. Karen Bass is also a Democrat. Why is Karen Bass not receiving a huge amount of votes as well? Here's Nithya Raman. So she's crying on election night.
I hope you know that every person.
Imagine something like this being the leader of your city. Like, this is what generations of weak men and strong women get you. People like this running in elections. Dude, zero masculinity in this. And, like, LA, the epicenter of gay. Like, this shit fucking sucks. Can you imagine having your leader crying like a little fucking bitch because she lost her election and then not actually have the stones to admit it when she knows it's obviously rigged? I am so tired of like this hyper-feminized society, and it's honestly, in my opinion, largely a psyop by elites. That's why they shit on religion, because obviously religion demands men actually act like men. So they shit on religion, they completely cut people off from their families, they mind rape them in college, they flip society on its head, they castrate the men, they inject Captain Marvel into the women, and we're produced with like effeminate retard estrogen run societies that just fucking suck in general, can never actually fight back against the machine, and the machine just rapes you.
In this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you, every child in this city.
Nithya Raman conceded the race. She didn't even believe she stood a chance. She knew she lost. Now she's surging past Spencer Pratt 5 days after the election in late-night ballot drops. Third world.
They have an election, and 5 days later, they're nowhere close to picking a winner.
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be.
Trump's right. Why would you assume that these people are...
You know what? If over Trump's entire second term, he can only fucking fix the election process in the United States, that would be such a massive win. It's not even real.
Acting in good faith whenever they were allowing billions of dollars of fraud to go out the door. Why would you, for any reason, take their word on anything?
That's how they vote in
They're crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked.
I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. You know.
By the way, that's my goat over there. My orange goat.
I love how giddy fucking Nux gets.
Is copying Nux and all lines. That's what they say about people that vote left. Right? They're either evil or retarded.
That these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. Let's call it quits, because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
Throws the mic on the ground. Steps on it on the way out.
I traveled all. I know. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
On and off.
The way she, like, fucking victimizes herself. I am the victim. I was abused. By the way I traveled here to introduce the most famous man in the world.
Up in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press, because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest.
Listen, we traveled
He's right. I wish that he would crash out on these people more.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
And there it is. Elon says the reason ID is banned in California is to enable large-scale fraud. When you combine no ID and mail-in voting, fraud is de facto legalized.
There's two things going on here. You've got the late arriving mail ballots. You're allowed to vote by mail, and as long as you post it by election day, they count it up to 7 days after election day. That's next Tuesday. So that's.
So let me get this straight. You can vote with mail-in ballots and you don't use ID? Right.
Yeah, and then they make believe that there's no fraud. Like, no one believes this, right? Like, no one even remotely believes this.
Biggest pollster is Nate Silver. The fact that California elections can't be resolved for weeks is kind of insane and not common for other electoral systems around the world. Like, honestly, if it's going to take us several weeks to tell you who won the election, is a failed state, and it should be much more stigmatized. It's hard to overstate how much of an outlier California is for its slow vote counting relative literally to any other state or almost any other industrialized democracy. So green is California. California can't count quickly. They can. They choose not to. I think they're rigging it. I think they're trying to misrepresent the data. There's something that's happening here, and it's not good.
You know, the craziest thing is everyone was saying that Trump was lying and that 2020 wasn't rigged, and Trump was just an idiot for saying this thing. And then you see constantly how every single election policy essentially helps elections get rigged easier. You know, mail-in ballots, no ID required, infinite illegal aliens, sanctuary cities. They do all their race-based gerrymandering shit in order to create districts of black people to get more Democrat votes. You know, and as they pander to the criminals and the EBT tribes in order to literally get votes from people who just want to leech off society. The ideal scenario is that somehow we revamp this entire election shit to make sure the elections are fair, and then after
Blew his head off. Yes.
Out democracy and
Oh!
remove universal suffrage. Because the 19th Amendment, that shit causes every problem in America. But if you think we just black you're wrong. I actually don't believe in making money through demoralizing people. Do I look like Tucker Carlson? Donald Trump tweeted this. Not possible for Spencer Pratt had lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had. Third world nation. Rigged elections. Now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton, the guy for running for governor. Won't have results for possibly 2 weeks, according to officials. Things are happening. The Donald's not going to let this slide. In fact, one of the biggest moves I've seen in a long time. This is an update from today, exclusive. The Trump administration plans to announce it is seeking to revoke the citizenship of 17 U.S. citizens accused of immigration fraud, expanding its unprecedented denaturalization campaign. CBS News has exclusively learned. Base, if it starts, that means it's gonna continue. We're only getting started, and we're taking our country back. Now, England is not doing very well at all. They are currently getting wronged.
Okay, that sucked.
Over the Henry Novak case, but also they just banned a popular Twitch streamer, large leftist, communist, terrorist-supporting dog enthusiast, Hassan Piker. Freak around with very positive, progressive values. All right, so this guy banned the United Kingdom, right? England banned this guy. He immediately blamed the Jews. So, you know, someone was like, hey, we should have him on British media. We'll ask him some questions, right? He claims he's the victim of the evil Jews and stuff. And honestly, it might be one of the wildest interviews I've ever seen. This guy got absolutely destroyed by the media. This is humiliating because the media sucks. You know, I just watched the Hassan Piker interview, and you can see why he was banned from the UK. It's like, he's trying to make believe it's the Jews that got him banned from the UK. They interview him, and the entire story just completely falls apart.
What I will disagree with, however, is the intentionality. The idea that October 7 was done specifically to kill as many Jewish people as possible, I think, is incorrect. I think
Correct. I mean, yes, Hamas literally decided that they were going to massacre a bunch of Jews fighting for peace. Peace-loving leftist Jews murdered at a festival, a music festival in the desert, all right? So they murdered, massacred, and raped them, but not because they actually dislike Jews, of course. That's preposterous.
The Palestinian resistance, whether we agree with their methods or tactics or not, and I certainly have my disagreements.
Yes, slight disagreements, mostly that they fucking suck. Palestinian resistance, you might not be aware of this, but they suck. They're losers. They've started tons of wars. They've never won any of them. They're fucking pathetic. Every single Palestinian death can almost be chalked up to the fact that Palestinians fucking suck at things. You know, it's a mix of things. You know, it's low IQ, inbreeding. You know, they take sex slaves. They're pedophiles. Not all of them, of course. Just like, you know, that's their laws. They keep starting wars, losing. They play victim. They start another war. They lose. They play victim again. You know, like that. For example.
The ultimate goal of the
have your disagreements. They killed 1,300 people and raped people.
Of course. And he's like, what? Like British libcuck is like, wait a second. Wait, you have slight disagreements with Hamas, terrorist organization, but they're horrible. They rape and kill people.
Of course,
innocent young people at music festivals.
But the ultimate goal is to make the occupation as costly as possible.
Oh, the goal of Hamas by killing people is not to kill people, it's just to stress out Israel. Well, how did that work out for them? I don't know if you heard the news, but Gaza's been absolutely decimated. I don't know if this was in the media anywhere. So he ends up interviewing this guy, Hassan, who claims he's been banned from England because the Jews got him banned from England. Israel controls England now too. Yes, the Islamic lobby in England, known to be very pro-Israel. So Israel got him banned, so he goes on the media and he basically just defends the October 7th terror attacks. Horrible, brutal rape and mutilization of women and children in the most horrible, horrifying way ever, which, by the way, let me remind you, caused the entire pretendicide in Gaza. That happened because the Hamas terrorists were so fucking vicious and brutal on October 7th, right? Which is pretty insane. Just an absolute despicable guy, you know. And as it keeps going and it keeps getting worse.
Predicate. You say that Israel is racist. It's based on a racist idea. Hamas is deeply racist. They're anti-Jewish.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think?
Average white guy in America, racist, fascist. Average Christian, racist, supremacist. Average Jew, Zionist, ethnic supremacist. Average Hamas terrorist, loving guy, loves life, doesn't shock dogs. Like, bro, do people even take this guy seriously?
I disagree with
Well, the Hamas Charter contains references to fighting Jews as a religious duty, conspiracy claims about Jews controlling the media, finance, revolutions and wars, citations of anti-Semitic forgery in the protocols of the Elders of Zion, and a notorious hadith about Muslims fighting and killing Jews before Judgment Day.
So you're referencing the 1988 charter, which has been updated since 2017, but it doesn't...
It was updated. Now in the new charter, it just says, if there is ever a tree or ever a rock that is a Jew hiding behind it, the tree will yell, "Oh, Arab, oh, servant of Allah, there is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill the Jew." Yeah, that is literally in the new charter of Hamas. So, I mean, obviously, it's gotten a lot better.
Really matter because the point of
Hamas likes Jews
or their opinions. Do I think Hamas likes Jews? I think that there are definitely anti-Semitic people in Palestine.
There are probably a couple of anti-Semitic people in Hamas. I don't even take these people seriously.
There might be one or two anti-Semitic people in Hamas.
Creatures, right? Drive them to the edges of the road.
Yeah,
but
I'm sure there is.
They respect them, which is why Christian populations are getting genocided in every single Islamic majority country. It's because of how much respect they have for them. Like, bro, how do you even take this guy seriously?
In society as there are in British society, right?
There are anti-Semitic.
That's right. There are a couple of anti-Semitic people in England, just like there are probably a couple of anti-Semitic people in Hamas. You know, the entire movement predicated on the murder and stabbing and killing of Jews everywhere. It's really bad, bro. It's actually really, really bad to make believe this guy's intelligent. It's crazy, actually. Bro, like, there's no way we can take this seriously. Shock, 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 shock my dog, I can't stop. This is literally television in Gaza, for those of you that are unaware, okay? You might not believe me, but it's true. I swear to God, this is Palestinian television, and you'll tell me that if these people are not actually anti-Semitic. Rawan, I want you to tell him to pick up a stone, and when the Jews come to take it and throw it, that's right, the neighbors are Jewish, he should beat them up. If his neighbors are Jewish or Zionist, that goes without saying. Right? And this is basically indoctrination to these kids to become terrorists. Like, I'm not even kidding, right? He's a policeman. What do the police do? They catch thieves and troublemakers. And they shoot Jews, right? Right. You want to be like them? Allah willing, when you grow up, I will shoot the Jews. This is literally children's television. You're going to tell me that these people aren't anti-Semitic? Like, there is no possible way you could possibly have this stance on anything. And this interview just keeps going, with Hassan basically saying that the October 7th mass rape and murder is the same as the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where Jews in a concentration camp tried to escape. Right? No rape of Nazi women or whatever. They tried to escape and failed and were massacred, as opposed to Hamas, which had the stated goal of killing and murdering as many Jews as they can. You know, and it just keeps going. So, and now all of England is like, wow, holy shit, it's really, really good we banned this guy. This guy fucking sucks. Like, bro, tell me if this culture is normal, all right? No. Right, a literal toddler holding a knife with his dad teaching him how to stab Jews. Yeah, this culture fucking sucks, actually. Anyone that tells you that no cultures are inferior is a fucking liar. Yeah, that's an inferior culture, by the way, if you've ever noticed. Now, the best part about this guy's a libtard. So we got libtard on libtard violence. It's my favorite kind. All right, it's pretty incredible. And, you know, like, he tries to do, like, the whole moral outrage shtick, which doesn't work on me at all.
So you would compare what's happened in Gaza to the Holocaust?
It's not to the same extent, no, but I have compared it to the Holocaust, yes.
Yo, so it's such a good comparison. I mean, the Palestinians started a war and lost miserably. The Jews did not start a war and were massacred in the Holocaust. Also, during the Holocaust, the vast majority of Jews in Europe were killed, as opposed to the war in Gaza, where there are more Palestinians in Gaza right now than there were before the war started. 1% of the population was killed. Yeah, it's an incredibly comparable thing. But and I don't personally care or believe in, like, the grandstanding and shit. I don't believe in, like, the virtue signaling. But, like, dude, we are watching libtards virtue signal on top of each other. But it's the Jewish state, you know, and they're trying to out-virtue signal each other. It's just humiliating. It really is. Like, the libtards in England can't stand Hassan. It's just so good. Right? And the best part is, Hassan doesn't actually understand anything about anything. He's actually just retarded. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, this was just from last year, where he didn't know what the Western Wall was.
I do not know. Like, I mean, I've learned more on this broadcast about Sukkot, about the citrus, about the stick, and the tent. It's just a holy wall. I don't know. Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, the Jewish holiday about the citrus and the stick and the tent? Yo! Someone needs to update me on the lore.
You don't know either? How do you not know? You're Jewish. Why do Christians...
And he's like, I don't even know what the wall is. What even is the wall? Yeah, and bro is some sort of, like, genius in regards to geopolitical commentary on the Middle East. Bro, if you want to talk about racism, Islam is a racist ideology. I love how everyone's like, oh, Zionism is... Yeah, right. Islam is a racist ideology that views themselves as superior to any other form of person on the planet. Everyone else that doesn't submit to Muhammad and Islam is considered a wild beast. It's honestly insane watching these people run circles around like they're insane retardism. So while Hassan Piker is going out there talking about how Hamas is actually super nice people just trying to fight for the freedom of retards who keep starting wars and losing, right? Suspected Hamas terrorists busted for a plot to bomb an Israeli cruise ship. Right? They obviously did that to free Palestine, right? This was all to free Palestine. You know, what the hell is Zach Polanski doing? Right, so Zach Polanski is the leader of the Green Party in England, right? The Green Party is the communists and the Islamists. It's weird how they work together so often. The goal is aligned, and they have the stated goal of just destroying Western civilization. The communists refuse to have children, so they need to import Islamists, and then the Islamists vote for the communists to give them shit that the actual, you know, white civilization worked hard for. Right? It's literally, it's a match made in hell. It's perfect. All right, so what the hell is Zach Polanski doing wearing a shirt to free the Palestinian terrorist Marwan Barghouti, bro, England is so much, who murdered 5 civilians? It's like, bro, what are we doing? Mahmoud Khalil, the guy who's about to get deported from the United States, says, free Marwan and all of our political prisoners. He's a Syrian, by the way. But, you know, everyone could be a Palestinian if you just make believe enough. Please, we must free our political prisoners like Marwan. Yeah, Marwan Barghouti was the leader of the Tanzim, a terrorist organization, and he raped and murdered Christian girls. All right, so this is the guy who's being advocated for the release by Mahmoud Khalil, who's going to be deported from America soon, and Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party in England. Just trying to help you understand exactly what's going on here. Like, you just read this shit, it's insane. All right, so the Tanzim in Bethlehem, right, that's in Israel, purposely shoot from churches and holy sites in an attempt to invite a response that will generate harsh criticism for the international and Christian communities. Moreover, the militias are composed of criminals who rob and rape Christian women and operate in mafia style. For them, leadership means power, money, and Christian women. All right, so just to be clear, the leader of this group is the guy that they're campaigning in England to try to release. They just hate you. They just hate you and your culture and your society, and they want you dead. They will import people that will take your oak door.
Let me run back to the base.
Oak door as firewood.
I gotta run and do something real quick. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Mahmoud Khalil is calling for the release of a man convicted
maybe
of orchestrating
15.
suicide bombing in Tel Aviv.
I just gotta run down to the park and lock up a children's area real quick.
You know? And it's like, oh, they're not just terrorists. They're just criticizing Israel.
So,
I'm sure they are. You know, bosses at a leading UK Islamic charity declared and cleared more than 350,000 pounds in donations to Gaza. Actually, with the Hamas terrorists. Wow. No way. Really? No. I'm so shocked and surprised. Hamas commander Ahmed Siam held 1,000 Gazans at gunpoint to block them from leaving the Rankisi hospital using
I
them
will
as
be
human
back.
shields before hiding at Al Burak school. IDF reported killing him November 10th, 2023. Hamas now admits he wasn't the commander killed as the IDF originally claimed. Here we are years later, and all of a sudden the lies are falling apart. All the propaganda is disappearing. Pro literally forced 1,000 civilians to stay in a hospital to use them as human shields. And Hassan Piker will be like, oh, these people are they're just really fluffy, nice, kind people trying to fight for a freer Palestine. Yeah, I'm sure they are. If you forgot this picture, then you don't know what you're fucking dealing with. Yeah, this guy, the Hamas terrorist that does like the ISIS salute and breaks into the fucking house and murders the grandma. Yeah, this guy, he doesn't want to kill Jews. He actually is a very peace-loving individual, right? So all of England cannot stand Hassan, all right? They banned him. He's retarded. Everyone knows that he's just openly supporting terrorists at this point. And every time he tries to downplay his support for terrorists, he just winds up defending them way more. And it's insane. Now, there is a situation with the Henry Novak that everyone's talking about. Henry Novak, again, innocent man, murdered by a Sikh migrant, stabbed him 5 times. The police came. They, chained up the victim and let him bleed out and die on the floor because the Sikh claimed that there was racism. So the police immediately believed the Sikh, and who was still holding his ceremonial knife for religious purposes only, which he used to stab Henry Novak. But the truth is, Henry Novak is not an isolated incident. Heartbreakingly enough, there are many, many Henry Novaks. And the media did everything they could to squash this. The Netherlands also has a Henry Novak cases. In July 2020, 14-year-old Tamar, all right, this girl over here, 14-year-old Tamar from Marken was hit by a car on a dark road and left to die. Her body was later found in the burn. What happened next is deeply disturbing. The police initially told her mother that the driver was German. Days later, the truth came out. There was 4 Iraqis in the car. The mother was told they withheld the real background because they didn't want to create a Wilders effect. They didn't want to give Wilders political ammunition. He was the anti-immigration party, so they just didn't want to give him ammo. So they were like, nope, it was just some Germans that hit this girl with the car. It gets worse. Evidence strongly suggests Tamar's body was moved after the accident. The driver didn't just flee. They dragged her off the road and left her like an animal in a ditch. The driver received a 1,500 euro fine and never paid. Unfucking believable. Just like Henry Novak in Southampton, an innocent young person dies. Authorities seem more focused on protecting a narrative and avoiding political incorrectness than delivering swift justice. 14-year-old dies in a Dutch dike. The system lies about the identity of the driver, gives him a slap on the wrist, loses him for years, and only after massive pressure does the prosecution begin. Dude, and this is everywhere. Literally everywhere. And this is what happens when the left gets its wish for equality of outcome. Because, yeah, if you start just arresting people based on the amount of crimes they commit, then you're going to have to arrest so many more Muslims. Bro, the black community is going to be in shambles. Shit like that. We don't want that, of course. So we have to arrest the same amount of Muslims as white people. No matter how many commit crimes, no matter how many crimes happen, all right, we have to make sure that equality of outcome, we have the same amount of people in all the prisons. And because of that, they literally have to sweep these cases under the rug and run defense for them on a political level. We're not nearly angry enough. And the truth is, we only know about situations like this because of the internet, because Elon Musk bought Twitter. In fact, Elon Musk retweeted this story. He said, heartbreakingly, suicidal empathy is becoming homicidal empathy. And that's basically where we're at right now as a society. The globalists, the retards that are importing the people into the countries and devising political systems to scam us, it's actually done intentionally. The purpose of a system is what the system does. And we see just the trail of bodies that we just have to watch pile up until something actually happens. Well, something is happening. People are really tired. Really tired. The fatigue is insane right now. So, this just happened in England. A lot of people are very tired of this situation, right? And the libtard, fringe, Karen expression looking at you like, you're racist, that shit doesn't work anymore on anyone.
This is a far leftist in the UK going viral. Who's this, Karen? Absolutely incredible.
It really is insane. It really is insane.
Every woman in this room.
Remember, she's from the Green Party. Just to be clear, the same party whose leader is trying to get a Palestinian terrorist who murdered 5 people, orchestrated suicide bombings, and raped from jail. That is what he's currently campaigning on. Right? Understand what we're dealing with. In the West, there are people in England arrested for social media posts, but the actual left political parties don't give a shit. They're not going to try to get those people out of jail. They're going to try to get Israel to release a actual terrorist who orchestrated a suicide bombing. That is what the actual political party is campaigning for. The ultimate LARP. So anyway, she's part of that party. So obviously she's part of the party that, wants Jews to get killed and Christians to get raped. That is basically the ideology of the far left these days. If you pay attention, you'll notice it.
And at home has been subject to shaming in person or online.
That's disgusting. Base, let's fucking go. Base. Shaming is good, actually. We should bring shame back to society. Unfortunately, a lot of these leftists, they really insulated themselves very, very, very well. Because, they do everything that they're like, yo, women, all y'all need to become infinite whores. Spread your legs for the generation. And then all of a sudden, they have no shame for things anymore. You have to work a lot harder to shame them all of a sudden. Because, on a societal level, they have been taught that actually it's brave and powerful to become the town urinal. It's actually really empowering to be the village cumsock. And that's how it will go. And now all of a sudden, it's much more difficult to shame these people. But don't worry, I'm trying my best. Don't worry. I'm driven and I'm trying.
It's
horrible, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that face she makes.
I think you're just proving my...
Why do we still have women in politics? We still have women in politics. I'm just kidding.
A point. A man like you cannot sit and do a simple apology. I think is disgraceful. But on top,
They're disgraceful. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna say that you're disgraceful. Bro, can you imagine? Bro, she needs a husband immediately. I mean, poor guy, but someone needs to take this bullet, okay? Imagine being a man, working your butt off, getting to the position to be talked like this, talked down to by this bitch. Can you imagine that? How far have we fallen as a society, man? Strong men make good times make weak men make strong women, and strong women make bad times. It's time for strong men to come back.
Yeah, we're sorry that we imported people in that view women on the same level as livestock into the country, and they're objectifying and harassing you.
I can't believe, as a mum of a young daughter, I'm having
That poor little girl.
2020.
Poor boy. Listen, that young daughter could be any gender you want.
And make the case for me and my daughter to have the right for equal pay.
No.
This is what the Reform Party stands for.
Yeah, bro, there is equal pay. This shit's bullshit. Like, no one's still making believe that there's a wage gap. Like, you've got to stop.
They're a party that has a problem with women, and they need to sort it out.
They have a problem with women, and they want equal pay. Well, here's how you can immediately disprove this, by the way. If women were able to be paid less money to do the exact same job, every company would only hire women.
It's almost like it's just not true.
They're not doing that. And so very clearly this isn't true.
I only really recently...
It's not true on every single level. It's like, again, the leftist mind only cares about the outcome. They don't care about the process. Which is why they're like, if you arrest more Muslims than white people, then you're a racist. You're Islamophobic if you do that. You don't want to question about the fact that, hey, but that religion believes in taking sex slaves. Maybe that has something to do with it? No, you're obviously racist. The equality of outcome is the only thing that matters to these people. So they'll say that, well, women on average get paid less than men. True. That is actually objectively true. However, the process is not something anyone wants to talk about. They're paid equally for the same job. Women don't take any of the higher risk or higher paying jobs. So yeah, on average they're paid less because on average they get bullshit degrees and do bullshit work compared to men. That's just objectively true. So she thinks that someone who has a degree in underwater lesbian butt sex should be paid the same salary as a welder or miner. Like, that's bullshit. That is absolute retarded. No one believes this.
Recently got involved in politics in this way. I'm actually on maternity leave at the moment.
And that is the reason why women get paid less. I'm going to be real here. Let's be honest. If I hire a woman, then that woman is going to get maternity leave, and that woman is going to, for 4 days every month be in a really bad mood, and I just have to put up with that? That's just like, oh, well, that's just how life goes. Yeah, now you have to hire an equal amount of women as men, or you're a sexist. Now you have to pay them equally as men, or you're a sexist. But also, they can't work as hard, they can't work as much, they take time off all the time, and that's how life goes. I'm sorry, man. I believe in capitalism, so I believe your worth is dictated by the free market.
I mean, you look at the Green Party politics, I think policies, I think it make the country a hell of a lot more dangerous with drugs on the streets and no prisons. So when when the Green candidate is
She makes please, no prisons actually makes it so much better.
Are the Green Party suggesting no prisons?
And one of them did in Scotland.
We know that if you're black, you're 2 times more likely to be arrested.
Yeah, because they commit double the crimes. This shit sucks, man. Like, no one needs to make believe this is real. In fact, probably more than double the crimes. 13% commit 50% of the crimes. Like, that's a crazy statistic. They commit 3.5 times as many crimes per capita as white people. So, sorry. That's what I told you. They just believe in equality of outcome. They don't believe in equality of opportunity. They don't believe in the process. The outcome is the only thing that matters to them. And it's not, in my opinion, a lot of them aren't actually just retarded. A lot of them are just evil, and they manipulate the retards.
Why? Why is that? Nobody knows why.
Racism. They say racism, so they don't actually need to explain anything.
The mystery. How can you ever solve a problem if you can't say what the problem is?
It's not just Henry's parents that are worried about their son, and it's every single parent of a son, a daughter, who's worried and calling them up and saying, make sure you take the safe way home tonight. Make sure you're with a friend.
Yeah.
Why are the cities so unsafe? They were so much safer before when people got arrested for crimes. And before you imported infinite jungle ethnicities into the country, right? Let's be real here.
Because we don't know what's going to happen on our streets.
I know what'll solve that. Importing more people that could have been in the Taliban.
And I know for a fact that friends and neighbors are having...
I love these people. These people are incredible. Like, they're just actually fucking retarded. Like, she'll sit there and make, like, her cringe expressions, and she'll be like, mothers are scared that the daughters aren't safe. No, it has nothing to do with importing Muhammad and
having those conversations with their children. And that is something I do not believe we stand for as a country. I believe we are a country that is tolerant.
In a just society, you would just tell this bitch to shut up and get off the stage. This is...
In a just society, she would have never gone onto the stage in the first place. I'm sorry. Society has failed to the point that we have women like that on a stage talking to people. I'm sorry, bro. Absolutely died. If she truly cared about her children, she would marry a very successful guy that could take care of her and her kids and protect them, and she would be at home raising her kids as we speak. If she cared about her kids, that's what she would do. But she doesn't care about her kids. She has a huge ego, and she cares about herself.
This is the only point in, as far as I know, all of human history that we are even listening to this. This is such a colossal waste of everybody's time to listen to this slop.
Welcomes our diversity. One thing I do want to say is that the idea of blaming our housing crisis on immigration is absolutely wild. Do you think...
Bro, there are millions more people. You need millions more houses. You don't have them. It goes up in value. Bro, this is retarded. She's like, it's racist to be mad at immigrants, so therefore, we can't use our brains.
That if we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis.
Well, what a retarded hag. It wouldn't solve the housing crisis, but it would make it easier to address.
The thing is, the more people...
the funny thing is, mass deportations would help the housing issue, because now all of a sudden you'd have a lot less people that need houses. It would help traffic problems, or it would help stabbing problems. It would help fucking turf wars and shit like that between rival religions and ethnicities that fucking hate each other. Because they came, when the jungle people came from the fucking jungle and they hated each other, they brought their animosity with them to our great nation. All right, that shit sucks, and we shouldn't need to deal with that.
We have in a country, the more houses you're going to need. I know it might sound...
He's really good at explaining things like this, isn't he?
Yeah, because it's true.
Using immigration on the issue of housing, I think is absolutely...
Are you saying it has no impact on housing?
I think Andy wanted to come in.
Do
you want to just ask that question?
Yeah,
do you think it does immigration have an effect on housing?
Look at all these people. Every single person knows that obviously if there's more people in the country, then it's going to have an impact on housing. Every single person knows, and they're just staring at her. And they're like, will you lie to our faces?
Whoever lives in this country has an impact on housing, of course.
Yeah, so why the fuck should we import people that shouldn't be in this country?
All right.
The numbers of people in a country. That's not necessarily to do with immigration.
It has nothing to do with immigration. The number of people in the country has nothing to do with immigration.
Oh my god. It's actually insane how much I hate these people. I cannot even express how much I hate them. These are the worst people of any civilization in time. In all of our time. There is...
Strong women?
I cannot even say it. You know what? I will not even say it anymore. I will not.
Yeah, bro, it's terrifying. Listen, man, everyone thinks you can't criticize the Jews. Bro, you can't criticize women. Everyone criticizes the Jews. But for some reason, we have elevated the retard class to just sit there, make condescending faces at you, spew their bullshit, which they know is not true, but because they think with their emotions instead of their brains, all of a sudden we just have to, make believe this shit exists. The reality is, it's not women that's the issue, obviously. It's liberal women that feed Jews. Obviously. Bro, they need God. They need God immediately. That is the diagnosis I've made. Okay, moving on. Now, ironically, no one in the country, in my opinion, is doing better at discrediting the left than Caleb Hammer. All right, so Caleb Hammer does financial audits on people that request to come on his show and get their finances audited because they're broke, because mostly their life decisions are awful, and it basically comes down to leftist policy is cancer. The best part about this entire situation is that it's not a political show. It is purely about finances, and that is exactly why it's destroying the left. So Joe Rogan just had him on. The left is having a meltdown. They're saying he's a plant, even though he's just a wildly popular podcaster. And the left is like, no, how dare you expose that we are scamming the government of millions of dollars, making believe that we're all disabled. Oh, how dare you? And it's just insane. So this was just going viral, and it's pretty wild, actually.
How are you making money? Oh, I'm a VA disability with dependents. We have 2 kids. Right. Okay. 4,700 twice a month? No, I make 4,700 once a month, and he makes 3,600 twice a month, and it equals between 11 and 12. Are you gonna get disability too? Oh yes, I will. There's not a single veteran that has come on the show that does not just get endless money for the rest of their life with disability. It breaks your body and mind. I'm old. I've done a lot. I'm a police officer for the Navy. Yeah. So I've done a lot of hard-working stuff throughout the time. Yeah. Which I got issues all around. But even people that just served for like 3 years and they just sat on a base, they get it. Like, there has not been one single person on this entire show that doesn't get thousands of dollars for the rest of their life. I think.
Understand how cancerous our welfare state is, okay? And the craziest part is, this is just exposing it all. Like, this isn't a political show. It's like, wait a second, but you're not disabled. Why are you taking all of this money from our taxes? And it's like, oh, because we can. Because the system is designed that we could just break it. Because it turns out people with zero moral principle can actually just, I don't know, rape you. Fine. I'm a fat retard, completely due to my own life choices. And now, you, the taxpayer, are going to need to fund my lifestyle. And there's nothing you can do about it.
I think it's like 5% of our budget now. It's something crazy.
Yeah, 5% of our budget is, in my opinion, probably fraud.
Like that. This is disabilities forever. Well, they serve their country, and they probably have earned it. It's disability.
It's disability. They get paid for serving their country. I'm not downplaying service. I think that our officers, our Navy, our veterans are fucking awesome. But they get paid for it. They get paid stipends for that. They get retirement bonuses and stuff like that. Whatever it is. Maybe that's not even enough. You know what? I would be much more inclined to increase the pay of every single one of our soldiers and military officers, but I am against scamming the country indefinitely through disability, because you know it's going to be the actual fucking slime balls that do it.
Yeah, I get that, but there's things that when you serve your country and you break your body or you can't function the same way. I'm saying every single person that has ever been on this show who has literally just sat at a base and did nothing. And I also against this. I know a lot of them, yes. They will be able to claim some stuff, yes. I'm not saying if you go get hurt or anything, like, I think that's why it's there, right?
True.
Yes. Right. That's what it's intended for. That's what it's intended for. But, whew.
Yeah, so it turns out almost every single person is just trying to scam the welfare system in one way or another, and it's because of their own bad life choices, and it's insane. Now, he has all sorts of interesting people on his show, and it's exposing all the retards of the world, because nothing radicalizes you more than just seeing an average normie who has nothing to gain by lying come on the show and just teach you how they are destroying your goodwill. Right? He gets these guys too, obviously.
I think they're behind everything since like JFK. I'm just gonna...
They being the Jews. Bro, there is a brain rot issue in this country.
Fair enough, because we're at that point.
Who did 9/11?
The Jews.
Who killed Charlie Kirk?
It's real. Israel's behind it.
What the fuck?
No, so again, there are a special amount of retards in this country that are just kind of wandering around, bumping into shit, and this exposes the fact that yes, we are living in a victim mentality survival universe where you have everyone on the left who's a victim. You're a black guy, you're a victim because of slavery. You're a white guy, you're a victim because of the Jews. You're a Jew, you're a victim because of the Holocaust. You're a Muslim, you're a victim because Palestinians keep starting wars and losing, and that affects you somehow. And this is a left-wing, almost exclusive issue. It does bleed into the right. Obviously, on the retard right, you have this issue too. But it is largely left-wing because one of the fundamental principles of conservative politics is that every single one of us was made in the image of God. We have been given free will, and we have been given tests that we need to overcome. God told Abraham, sacrifice your firstborn, and Abraham was like, oh, shucks, why me? Obviously, God ended up pulling the, it's just a prank, bro, and Abraham didn't need to do that. But the ideology, the victim ideology, is an inherent anti-God left-wing stance. And honestly, that's why I think people like Caleb Hammer are destroying the left. Because it turns out so much of the victim mindset, so much of the self-flagellating and victim mentality, and I need to get infinite free money for the government because I am a gay retard. This show exposes how almost every single one of those people got themselves in their fucked up situation because of their own incredibly bad life decisions. Because the truth is, whether you acknowledge that it's a test from God that you could overcome or not, it remains a test from God that you could overcome or not. So Caleb Hammer went on Joe Rogan. Everyone's really mad about it. This is a clip talking about the victim mentality, and I'm really glad that this is getting brought to a main stage.
Again, what you're saying earlier about social media and these echo chambers is really important because in their world, this is the only thing to do. And that's...
Yeah, bitch. Much like victim mentality, bitching is also a left-wing tweet, which is why most women vote left. No, I was a joke.
It all just gets this feedback loop where it's the right thing to do, the only thing to do, and they come up with reasons why it's not working, and then call everybody Nazis.
Yeah, and that's why also those echo chambers are why, when polled, younger people are more okay with violence against people on the other side of the political aisle from them, which is a very scary place to go.
Yeah.
It's not just younger people, it's specifically left-wing younger people. And it's really obvious. You don't have... Dude, Nick Fuentes is considered like the neo-Nazi guy. He's horrible, whatever. He never calls for violence ever. Charlie Kirk was his arch nemesis, and when Charlie Kirk died, Nick Fuentes was like, this was an absolute atrocity. It was a tragedy. He was a Christian man, and he died, and it was horrible. You know, and he was literally Nick Fuentes' arch nemesis. They hated each other. So the idea that this is like a both sides issue is completely false, and everyone knows.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Took so long. I'm out of breath because
those death threats from? I get you. All of his death threats are coming from
I was
leftists.
running.
I get death threats. They come from leftists and Muslims exclusively. I don't think I've ever gotten a death threat that wasn't from a leftist or a Muslim. I'm not even exaggerating. I can't think of a single one.
Like that, they call me a fascist for saying don't spend more money than you make. Okay, so I'm a fascist.
That's right. There it is.
Just, now I'm afraid for my life, and I think it's security and all this stuff. It's crazy.
So you get threats for what specifically do they get upset at? It's literally just saying don't spend your money?
It's everything. They don't like that I do roast. Consensual roast. Like I call a fat bitch. But I had the conversation with her before, and if she didn't want me to, I wouldn't have done that. Because we have a no-no list where people get to say what they don't want us to talk about, and then I just won't talk about that. But
that's very nice of you.
It is very nice. That's because we try to run, a moral, consensual show.
That's right.
But I love to roast.
Yikes.
Court said, exactly. Different purpose means transformative. Client argued himself into losing. Is he being fleeced by his lawyers? Dude, can you imagine thinking? By the way, this is Israel mindset. Sorry, gonna say it. This is Israel mindset. It's not shocking to me that his lawyer is a West Bank settler. It's not shocking to me that Ethan Klein loves Israel. Because this is Israeli mindset. You think you get to have a say in how people transform your content? Are you fucking stupid? But of course, the way Israel mindset, being spiritually, Israeli, and doing Israel mindset, here's how it works. If you have overwhelming power, if you have a lot more money to throw at a fucking problem, you can actually make people that are smaller than you, that don't have that same financial support, you can actually humiliate them or try to humiliate them when all you're doing is humiliating yourself. And it turns out there are some people, sycophants really, that will support you every step of the fucking way. In a just world, all these reaction streamers should be thanking her for fighting their fight. Roach, X, and Destiny were celebrating her getting her sued, not knowing if she lost, it would be bad for them because they react to thousands of videos. Exactly. Unfortunately, like I said, a lot of our opposition is either unbelievably fucking stupid or they're just horrible monsters, okay? Sometimes both. Every single fucking major content creator on this dumbass fucking platform that reacts to YouTube videos with regular frequency was championing this fucking lawsuit, not realizing that if this lawsuit was successful, it would have gutted React content in general. They should be kissing Denim's feet. They should have been fucking screeching at Ethan. They should have been screaming at Ethan, but no, they were too horny to fucking bully a bunch of pro-Palestine women that they don't like, that their fucking dumbass incel audiences would jerk off to the thought of dominating. And that's precisely what happened here. Okay? That's what this is. A lot of fucking dumbass losers on the internet were so stoked. We're so motherfucking stoked at the prospect of destroying the lives and livelihoods of a bunch of women that they don't like. That they didn't even think about the fucking consequences. Now, will they actually address this stuff evenly? Will they address it accurately? Will they look at the situation and go, well, obviously, this was a failure, and maybe Ethan should stop, pursuing these idiotic lawsuits, wasting away, like literally withering away, and aggressively pursuing people through litigation to dump unlimited amounts of paperwork on them with the hopes that they can't actually fight back because they don't have enough money, so they'll concede. Probably not. The work was transformative. That's number one. And number two, Ethan was simply trying to sue people into submission because he didn't like what they had to say. How's that for fucking free speech? At some point, we gotta finally fucking say, this was a ridiculous process, right? I mean, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, like, there's gonna be a point where people actually cover this stuff, right? I hope. You should see Asmald coping and not covering the lawsuit outcome. Oh.
I don't really understand it. I saw that Ethan Klein seems to have lost one of the claims, but there were two claims. And
You don't seem to understand a lot, my friend.
The retards that misunderstand everything were saying that, like, Ethan lost, which it seems like it's not really that true, so I'd have to read it and research it myself. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Asmongold, famous at conducting research. Famously a big advocate of doing research. And what he means by that is grokking it, okay?
So I have no idea. Whereas, like, the Frogan one was a lot more obvious. Like, default judgment is like...
Was it? Wait, was it? Or are you just as stupid and don't know what happened there either? Because the answer will shock you. Lo and behold, no, you were just wrong on that too. You have been wrong confidently throughout this entire process, and your audience doesn't know any better, and they're just like desperately looking for something to confirm their biases and to reinforce this notion that like these bad women, these disgusting women are getting punished. And that's precisely the reason why you have dropped that other one after getting your biases confirmed. And now, in this circumstance, it's pretty obvious that you were wrong and all the other fucking lawyers that you relied on were wrong. So now you're like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I just like don't fully understand what's taking place here, so I don't fucking know. Yeah. Damn, court hits different when you're dumb? Yes. all of these guys are actively lying to you. If you follow like these drama slop tubers, if you follow these stupid reactionary fucking lawyers that consistently lie, have no interest or investment in the truth at all, you're going to be wrong. You're going to find yourself wrong all the time. But the unfortunate reality is, I think nowadays people don't just care. People just simply don't care about living in the real world, because there are plenty of examples and plenty of new content that's constantly coming out that will allow you to stay in your hug box. And the more we spend time on the internet as opposed to the real world, because that's what's happening, the more you have less reliance on the truth and what's happening in the real world at all. This is something that we see with the cultish attitude from MAGA. Yeah, I did see something really funny about Asmongold. I saw a clip on my timeline of Asmongold crying and complaining that I was actually, being soft as baby shit against this more Pegasus situation. He's just criticizing you. This is an evaluation. It's fair. Are you against journalism now? I thought you liked journalists. He's got to be farming. So what's really funny about this is Asmongold has actively demanded that the federal government take care of me. Sometimes in real time, sometimes trapped in the confines of a 1-minute video, the famous video of him going, "Oh, Hassan would never be brave enough to be on the fucking streets. Yeah, he's a fake revolutionary." And then finding out in real time that I was down there, and very quickly turning around and be like, "Oh, well, then he should be arrested. He should be arrested immediately." And it's really interesting because this guy covers lawsuits all the time, unless it's one of his best friends, and it's a rape suit, right? He loves lawsuits. He fucking celebrates it. He cherishes it. He farms it, right? So for him to turn around and cry foul in this moment is very funny. I mean, he's celebrated Ethan's lawsuits. He's even actively told his audience that he was killing it. That Tech Tone, Rape Tone was killing it. Same with XQ Cuck. Yes. Asmongold made his new career off of the Johnny Depp case. He loves lawsuits. He just hates it when it's someone who he values as an ideological ally, I guess.
So mixtape, it's actually crazy that there's been more content that I think people have gotten out of talking about this game than about the game. It's insane. Like, how many people have been crashing out talking about this shit? It's hilarious. Holy fuck. Okay, here we go. Mixtape? Yeah. All right, let's see it.
Bitch, can I be honest with you? I've got game movie fatigue. Year after year.
Me too.
We've got these game movie writers turning out game movie slop, and I'm sick of it. First they came for the AAA slop, and I said everything. Like, really, you could not shut me up if you tried. Then they came for our childhood, and I started a wall. I'm about to tear mixtape apart in a few minutes. I don't care what they say. Let those game movie actors watch. I like that. Now we've reached the last fashion of gaming.
Oh my god.
This was always supposed to be your safe harbor from AAA garbage. For years, people have said, "Look, you don't like AAA games?
Just play indie games,
Well, what are you gonna do when they just brute force their way in here too?
Yeah.
You don't have to wonder anymore. This game movie bullshit. Now they want you to applaud their billion-dollar indie game like they did something special. But hey, maybe I'm just being jaded. Let's take a look at a special moment from the game. Come on, let's give it a shot, guys.
Jeez. Not good. Is it really indie though? Not really.
That's it. No more shots for you. I gotta take as many shots as I give. My liver can't take it anymore. Which reminds me, have you ever seen a milkshake? Well, you can at the link below. This is the only safe product. Be sure to use code PIMP to get 10% off. Seriously. I don't know how many more of these game movies I can take.
The reason why we have so many game movies is because it's a bunch of theater kids that failed out of cinema, they failed out of writing, and they failed out of movie making. But what they can do is they can make a really shitty video game that paints them as the ultimate victim and the true hero, and all of the adults in their life were actually wrong, and they have something to learn from the 17-year-old that's never had a job in their life and spends all their time on the internet getting triggered by things that aren't real. Yes, that's correct. And that's the reason why we have this problem, is that so many of these people use video games, and they look at video games as like the lowest form of, like, you know, entertainment media that they can be a part of it. So that's the reason why you have all these people in video games like this, because they can't hack it anywhere else.
And it's not like anyone even takes IGN seriously anymore. But they've got enough money to annoy me on a daily basis. Some random freelance writer slaps a 10 out of 10 on this. Am I gonna talk? So let's talk about it. Mixtape is a game that's supposed to be indie, you know, despite the fact that they've spent more on licensed music than most games ever make. Because, you know, with such generous licensing fees in the industry right now, every scrappy solo dev should be able to pay $400 grand per song, right? And how can we forget about that indie charm of sending out expensive merch to all the reviewers and content creators? What, you think putting a gold bar in a goodie bag is a bribe? Well, it is.
If they did that, maybe it'd be a 10.
But they didn't do that. And legally, I need to make this very clear so that I don't get sued by this chick's billionaire father. I can't afford a lawyer. I'm a butler on a boat. You think they can't be an indie dev because their father is a billionaire? Listen, just because they've got a team of 30 people and millions of dollars backing them, that doesn't mean they can't be a scrappy indie too. Curb your prejudice. You people
and by the way, nobody would care if it was a indie studio. The reason why people care is because the game's bad. That's the reason why they care. They don't care if it's Larry Ellison's daughter. If she was making Elden Ring, people would say, wow, it looks like she's as smart as her dad. No, the real reason why is because the game sucks. That's the reason.
You stand beside
obviously,
a young billionaire making
that's
their
the
way out
problem.
of the streets of their gated community. A billionaire that has more than nothing to work with. All the support money can buy. You don't know how hard it is to have this little to struggle with. We started from the top, now with him.
Now, our government actually does recognize a lot of the issues. Do they do anything about it? I would argue not nearly enough. But do they recognize it? Well, they're starting to. So the White House released a left-wing lunacy list that highlights media members and influencers. So this includes Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, Tom Piker, Jimmy Packard, Rachel Maddow, Don Lemon. Now, on this list, it's pretty hilarious, I do have to say. Right, Jimmy Kimmel stating just days before Saturday's assassination attempt that First Lady Melania Trump had the glow of an expectant widow. Stephen Colbert claiming Donald Trump is fascist. Rachel Maddow saying that he's an authoritarian leader and that we should attempt to overthrow the U.S. government. James Carville suggesting President Trump would institute a fascist regime. Hassan Piker misspelled his name. Double hell yeah, dude. Lamenting that President Trump is alive and remarking that it would be pretty funny if he died. You know, they go through all these people, but essentially it's just correct, actually. And like I've said before, I really like the words that the administration is saying. I like the speeches. I like what they say. I just want them to do things. Can we put these people in jail already? Hello? Hello? Like, what are we doing? I'm like, yes, assassination by these people. And then they don't go to jail. Listen, I'm a very simple man, all right? If I would have to describe my political alignment, I would call myself an Old Testament. Okay? If I would have to, all right? Now, I wouldn't, because I don't have to. But if I had to, that's what I would do. And we need to actually punish these people. Hello? Hello? We have a country, we have laws, you should actually enforce them. Deuteronomy 16:18. You shall appoint judges and officers in all of your gates, which the Lord your God gives you according to your tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. Listen, I'm a simple man. I just want that to happen. Please. All right, now listen, anyway, I will keep advocating for this until we get it. We will. People are tired, and people are rising up, and people are realizing that we can't continue living like this. But of course, Hassan Piker, so we have to show you Jimmy Kimmel and Hassan Piker. So this is Jimmy Kimmel taking pot shots at Spencer Pratt, the guy who won the LA election, and now they're trying to steal from him. And this is what he had to say.
So it could take a while for Democrats here in Los Angeles to figure out which of their friends secretly voted for Spencer Pratt. Barring a late ballot buzzer beater, it appears that Mayor Karen Bass will advance to a runoff against the former reality show villain. 60% of the vote has been counted. If that holds, it means that in November, Los Angelinos are going to have to choose between a woman named Karen and a man who is one. This isn't...
He's such a Karen the way he wants to arrest naked drug dealer rapists that are letting dogs on fire on the streets of Los Angeles. What a Karen.
This is... You should be very embarrassed. Spencer Pratt should not be a top 2 finalist for mayor. He should be DJing the worst New Year's Eve party in Reno right now.
Oh, got him. Spencer Pratt responded with this, which is Jimmy Kimmel in blackface. He's just so fucking good. Oh my god, it's insane. Oy vey, he fucking annihilated him. Alright, bro, Hassan Piker is crashing out because Gavin Newsom is like, completely unacceptable to target independent journalists like this. Reporters in general, from Pac-Man to Brian Tyler Cohen to Don Lemon and Steven at home. Right, you know, I think this is amazing. It's a clear attack on the free press, first amendment, it's to be called out, yada yada. None of these people actually believe the words they say. And that's my favorite thing about the left. It's the fact that people still think that they use words because they need them, when in fact they only use words as weapons. These people all celebrated when Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox News, and they all celebrated when Donald Trump was banned from social media, to the point that he was forced to make Truth Social as his own social media place that he could actually talk to people, because he was banned from Twitter and YouTube and Twitch. And that was while he was the sitting president of the United States. These people don't care about free speech. That's one. And two, this isn't a violation of speech. The White House is writing a list of people that they consider crackpots, like people that are endorsing assassinations against the president of the United States. That's not violating their free speech. In my opinion, that's being way too lenient to these people. So Hassan says, weird how my governor forgot one name on the list of the California residents. Well, what about me? What about me? Even Gavin Newsom doesn't want to touch this fucking dog-stalking, terrorist-supporting, Diddy party-enjoying brothel enthusiast who's a fucking 6-foot pole. You know, this guy's way too far. He's like, no, I'm not touching that one. Dude, Hassan Piker's legacy is actually just dog shit. It's insane. Now, you have to understand the level of diabolical downfall the left have been facing lately. So, this is incredible. So this is Jennifer Lawrence going on like one of these Subway interviews, and she had a take that was absolute cinema.
So what's your take?
You have to be born in New York to be a New Yorker. Yes! Yeah, I know everybody wants...
Isn't that incredible? Isn't that incredible?
It's to claim the city.
You know, if you said this about America at large, you would literally get stoned by a communist coming out of some fucking college somewhere. If I would say you have to be born in America to be an American, they would immediately lynch me and call me a racist. But for her to say this about New York, oh, that's okay. I know why.
Everybody wants to claim our city, but you have to be born in New York. You have to be born...
Everyone wants to claim our country, but you have to be born in America.
And the one of the 5 boroughs to be a New Yorker.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
When I moved here in 2012,
yes,
everyone was like, in 10 years, you can call yourself a New Yorker.
Oh, is that what they said?
Yeah, and then I stayed 10 years.
Said no New Yorker ever.
No, the New Yorkers used to have this as a rule.
That was a rule?
Yes, you didn't know about
And meanwhile, looking at people getting shipped straight off the boat from Somalia into Congress in our country. And yet no one has anything to say.
No, I didn't get the memo. I did not sign the petition.
And you're the official big dog in this. I'm Here he is.
Here's some retard Hollywood bitch. No one cares about their opinions on anything. It's just hilarious that this is the socially acceptable stance when it comes to being a New Yorker, but not an American.
My question.
Okay.
Let's say I've been here for 50 years. I'm 90 years old. And you go, are you a New Yorker? And I go, no.
I have to say no. You live in New York. You take on characteristics of New Yorkers, probably by that time. You have a New York sensibility.
I pay New York taxes.
You pay... Yes, you pay New York taxes.
But I can't call it.
When you're born in New York is when you're really a New Yorker.
So if I've been here for 50 years...
What did I just say? Do I need to say it? See, this is very New York, right here. I said what I said, and I meant it. I'm glad this was my first take. Jenny from the block forever, baby.
Okay, what's the next take?
Self-love should be a subject in school.
All right, never mind. Get her out. Get her off the air. This shit sucks. Anyway, no, but it's just hilarious that you'll have like some celebrity say this, and everyone will be like, yes, yes. And then you'll say that about America, and they'll just call you a racist immediately. Dude, if you say this about America, they'll kill you. True. It's just absolutely insane. destroy us for opinions like actually to be an American you need more than a piece of paper that says you're an American. All right, I don't give a shit. I don't give a flying fuck about a paperwork American's opinion on our country. All right, but the thing is, the SPLC, the Southern False Flag Center, used $4.1 million in donors funds to fund the KKK.
The Justice Department alleges some SPLC employees knew that informants used the money for recruiting and growing their organizations, but they're accusing the SPLC of essentially deceiving donors by not telling them that some of their funds were secretly being used.
That's right. If you are spending money donating it to anti-racist organizations, they are not only are they propping up the racism, but they are using your donations to fund racism so that they can make believe they're fighting
to fund these extremist activities. In one instance, the DOJ says an SPLC employee encouraged 2 KKK members to stay in the movement even though they wanted to leave. The 2 were allegedly offered a Trump.
Literally, the SPLC people were like trying to leave the KKK. They were trying to get clean. They were like, yo, holy shit, black people are awesome. All right, we like the Jews now. They were trying to leave. Right, and then the SPLC was like, no, here, everybody, stay in the KKK. Just burn a cross on some black guy's lawn. Burn a cross on his lawn. It will be awesome. And they were like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll do it. And this is insane.
1,200 monthly salary as informants, money that they then used to attend extremist rallies. Per the DOJ, an SPLC worker was aware one of the informants used donors' money to purchase material to make Ku Klux Klan garments for others. The DOJ says both informants were...
Wow, isn't that funny? Isn't it weird how that happened? Damn. So they were out there using donors, like anti-racist, libtard donors, giving them money, and they would take that money, and they would literally use that money to create the fucking white pointy hats. Isn't that insane?
Reimbursed by the SPLC.
Many such cases, because actually, the right wing in America is not very racist. Yeah, the right wing in America doesn't want to bring people into our country that come from third world shitholes where they think rape is cool, because, we're anti-rape. Anti-rape is not the same as being racist. Now, according to the left, that is true, and that's because they're pro-rape. So obviously, they want to take that stance. So, it's a brutal tug of war. We have anti-rapists that want to not import people where rape is a sport into our country. Then you have the pro-rapists that want to open the border and bring in all the rapists. I'm just trying to understand what we're dealing with here, and I think that's more accurate. Now, a massive India H-1B visa fraud ring was just busted. Nearly 90% of India's visa applications contained fraud. Right? This was absolutely massive, and this is one of the things that, thank God, we have Donald Trump as president. Dude. Under Kamala, whatever the fuck we gonna fucking pronounce it. This shit would have just skyrocketed.
The holders since 2015. Over 70% came from India and nearly 12% from China. And when you zoom in on this map, you can see where most are being hired. The dark red spots show a high density of H-1B holders. And now we're learning more about the fraud program. One official tells me that up to 90% of applications, 90% from India contain fraudulent documents or involve unqualified applicants. And enforcement in India of universities that produce fake degrees which were possibly used to obtain high-skilled H-1B visas, including one school which allegedly stole over 36,000 fake degrees, sold I should say. It cost as little as $1,400 for those. And while these are supposed to be high-skilled employees, during almost all of Biden's time in office, 83% got junior or entry-level positions.
Weird.
And now Texas is taking action, cracking down on those abusing the program.
Damn. Isn't that weird? You mean to tell me that people are abusing these programs to invade our country and completely and utterly steal our jobs and create their little ethnic enclaves based on fraud to take us over from the inside? You mean the thing that we've been warning people about forever and people have been saying, oh, you're just saying that because you're racist? No, it's not racist to not want our country to get taken over by third world savages that shouldn't be here to begin with. In fact, you're racist if you even acknowledge the fact that different ethnicities actually do prioritize their own ethnicities over others. You're the racist if you think that different cultures specifically want to hire people from their own cultures instead of want to prop up somebody else's. You're the racist if you think that tribalism is real. This is how they've always shut you down. They put a label on you, all right? They make you sound like some sort of monster because you recognize, blatant reality, and we just move on. Listen, man, I'm not even saying it's bad that people look out for the interests of their own tribe. I think that's natural, actually. But that doesn't negate the fact that we shouldn't be bringing in tribes. We shouldn't be bringing in whole ass fucking tribes in the middle of fucking nowhere. We are two different. We are arguing on different lines here. It's discrimination for white people to want to hire white people. Actually, not really. It's, I think, natural. Just like it's natural that white people want to live among white people, and black people want to live among black people, and Jews want to live among Jews. This is normal. It's natural. You have similar culture value sets to the people around you, to your neighbors. And so, yeah, it is natural that you're going to bring in a ton of Indians, and they're going to elect Indians, and they're going to try to bring in more Indians. I think that's totally natural. That said, that doesn't mean I have to make believe I like it. Like, man, dude, it is tiring to make believe it's not. Meanwhile, they're still trying to steal the election in California. All right, if you remember, Spencer Pratt had 28% on the first day. And here we are a few days later with also 28%, but now Nithya Raman, the third place candidate, is up to 25% because of late mail-in ballots. Right, election day, Raman got third, Pratt got first. Regular mail-ins and early to vote, Raman got third, Pratt got second. Late mail, she's almost beating Karen Bass for first.
Raman are battling it out for the second spot in the runoff, with the right to face Karen Bass.
Who will it be? Madeline Rivera joining us now from Washington with the very latest. Good morning,
Who will it be? Can they steal the election? Or maybe they can't. And it's pretty insane that it's happening right in front of our eyes. Steve Hilton, the guy who ran for governor in California, he's saying that India counts 640 million ballots in one day. And here it's 35 days and they haven't, and they can't count in 35 days an election in California.
This absolute shambles of an election count. It's actually way worse than the president just mentioned. It's not 6 or 7 or 8 days. Here's from the Secretary of State's website today, 35 days. Oh, that's the plan. 35.
How is that fucking not rigged? How can you possibly make believe this isn't rigging it?
Days. This is an absolute shambles, a humiliation for California. It is making our state a laughing stock here in America and around the world. We have less than 10 million votes cast in this election in California, and it's going to take them a month to count them. India, 640 million. They do it in a day. States here in America, look at Florida, how quickly they get their count out.
Yeah, so weird, isn't it? It's almost like they need the time to properly cheat. The fact that people are still taking this seriously at face value is insane and embarrassing. Now, Hassan Piker, everyone's favorite libtard, he's been having a really rough day. Now he's threatening to sue everybody for things. He wants people to go to jail and to die, and he's really been crashing out lately. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games with the time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by using simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games. Complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call of the Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel. So if you can click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
This isn't a free speech issue. This is people are fucking getting way too comfortable slandering and saying whatever they want about people online under the guise of free speech. There's lots of videos shitting on me on the internet.
By the way, this guy literally calls... Ironically, he's the last person who should be calling anybody a fucking pedophile, given his Reddit, his Reddit accounts that were unearthed. But he also literally calls every person that he fucking hates a pedophile.
Any evidence for this? Or is this just slander? Is he saying that, oh, I don't like the way I'm slandering? Because this guy calls everybody a pedophile. Any evidence of this?
All the goddamn time. Talking about slander. You want to talk about fucking defamation?
All right, let's do it.
I have his ass dead to rights. I have his ass dead to rights.
Okay.
There's a literal article that he read about the fucking brothel.
Oh, he read an article out loud about a brothel?
That I went to in 2010 that got raided in 2016, knowing full well that the accusations by the state were wrong and that the brothel was able to successfully sue the fucking state. He knows the truth.
Yeah, because that one raid from the government was wrong, but there was a child caught getting sex trafficked in that brothel that Hassan Piker went to. There are also allegations made that Hassan himself slept with a 15-year-old in that brothel, which he never, ever engaged with. So you're just lying here.
Truth. Okay? And yet he still participates in this fucking slander over and over again.
Except it's not slander. He read an article about you going to a brothel, true, that sex trafficked a child, true, and that allegedly you slept with a 15-year-old. What do you want me to say? Like, none of this has been debunked at all. You're just a freak.
He should be feeling real happy that I don't fucking pursue.
So sue him. So pursue him. You want to teach him a lesson? You're worth $50 million. Sue him. You can't, because you're going to lose miserably.
Do this kind of shit.
So sue him.
He got banned from Celebrity Poker for calling a woman a prostitute? Jesus Christ.
Cinema. Fighting the evil Diddy Piker and restoring common sense one episode at a time.
Like even that, like calling me Diddy Piker.
What's wrong with calling you Diddy Piker?
Like that's slander.
How is that slander? He has literally gone to Diddy parties. He admitted it on his stream that he's been to Diddy parties. Their New York Post article documented how he's been to multiple Diddy parties. He has been to multiple Diddy parties. Calling him Diddy Piker, by the way, a term that I have coined, I just have to say, is based as fuck, actually.
It's total slander.
It's slander to call him Diddy Piker, a guy who went to multiple Diddy parties.
You know?
10 out of 10
is defamation.
Would recommend. But seriously, thank you guys for all the support. I could not have done it without you. Stay tuned for the greatest entertainment humanity has ever known.
Do you feel like I'm crazy for being alarmed and scared and worried about the stalker here?
Right, so this is him saying anyone that ever makes a video on him is a stalker, and it alarms him, scared. I looked him up because I'm scared and alarmed of getting stalked. Says the guy who slanders everybody, including me, by the way. He called me a pedophile. Obviously not true. Bro, so bad that people call him Diddy Piker.
Walked into this like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after.
Oh, so you went to P. Diddy's party in a house he was renting?
Parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy things for people who are high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms. And one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up a Christmas gift.
Interesting. So Hassan Piker is very, very mad that people call him Diddy Piker, and that's slander. Meanwhile, he openly admits that he went to P. Diddy's parties and houses that he rented with sexualized images of young children. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Sorry, man. Yeah, you ain't making it out of this one. Right? And he doesn't stop. He keeps crashing out about this. Just endless clips of him talking about how he wants to sue everybody. He wants to sue everybody.
Said exactly. Different purpose means transformative. Klein argued himself into losing. Is he being fleeced by his lawyers?
Now, the funniest part of this is, according to this argument, I should be able to react to whatever movie or TV show I want to on stream ever, and no actual television company or broadcasting company or Netflix or any of these fucking retarded distribution companies should have any complaints whatsoever. You something and criticize it while you're watching it, and that makes it fair use automatically. Even though you directly state that you're watching it to steal it from the original source, then everything's fair use.
Dude, can you imagine? My Israel mindset.
That's right. It's the Jews. It's Israel mindset to think that you could sue people for stealing your content. It's Israel mindset. I just have to say, I love that everything is Israel to this guy. Bro, Israel, Netanyahu, the fucking boogeyman of boogeymen. Now, this is a massive teen takeover at Clearwater Beach in Florida because the left continues to be violent because they like violence. Teen takeover at Clearwater Beach in Florida led to a 17-year-old being hospitalized with gunshot wounds. Teen takeover just, by the way, means black people rioting. I'm just trying to translate it. This isn't being racist. This is just what's happening.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is just normal and you're racist if you disagree? All right, now this guy, he went undercover at leftist training classes outside ICE Newark, where Hassan Piker actually went to protest, where rioters were each handed $100 of equipment to pretend to be medics. Look at this shit, dude.
Fully trained. You are not qualified to do anything.
Look at that. And you're going to tell me that these are organic protests? They're well-funded, organized insurrections in our country, and it's insane. You know, me, certain nationalities in the UK are more likely to commit sexual offences than Brits, leftist nutcase.
Or what? 20 times more likely to commit sexual offences than the Brits? Yeah, native Brits.
That's just true. That's objectively true.
That colonized the whole world, you mean? That raped and pillaged the whole world to get the power that they have? The Brits, yeah. Yeah, the Brits that did that?
Yeah. Yeah. The colonized guys that commit crimes, approximately 5% the amount per capita of the retards that they're bringing, the savages, yeah.
You guys have the audacity to say that the Afghans and Somalis did what?
How dare you complain that you get raped? Great-great-great-great-grandfather made a country in Africa slightly more livable. That's right, baby.
It's not just, it's just a fact. Is it not a fact? Is it not a fact? Right or wrong?
Actually, on the other side, but we don't even
That's true, yeah. All right, then. So what are you talking about? So what are you talking about then?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
How dare you?
Aren't the British people the people that freed all the slaves? Like, why are these people so mad? They freed the slaves. Who the fuck do you think sold the slaves to the Brits? Like, let's be real here.
Why? How dare you? Why are you shouting? What are you? Because you're. That's why. How dare you? You talking facts? Let's talk facts. Let's talk.
He's just like, that crime statistics are real, and bro just goes in there.
So do something about it. Do something about it, Brit. Do something about it, Brit. I'm here to ask questions. How'd you get into this country? What are you talking about? How dare you? Why are you getting so angry? Really because you're a piece of
Oh, it's because he likes rape. He's a leftist. Leftists love rape. They do it. They do. It's their favorite thing.
Liar. You know, you're a liar. You're a liar.
You're a liar when you state these objective facts. Yeah, because your ancestor did something that made Africa livable. Yeah, fuck you for making Africa livable. We like when Africa was all about rape and sex slavery and torture and mud huts. All right, that's when Africa was at its finest. Oh, unbelievable.
Would you like me to say you're a liar, bro. I just asked you. What did the Brits do to have the power they have?
I just asked you a question, bro.
That question. Answer that question. Answer that question. How did the Brits get their power?
Totally reasonable people. Yeah, absolutely. We should just talk them out of these things. All right. So happy Pride Month, everybody. HRT just effectively got banned in Oklahoma. HRT is the hormone replacement therapy. It's castration drugs, basically. So this is someone crashing out about how it got banned in Oklahoma. This is so sad. All right, Foxy Marxist, communist symbol, Hamas symbol, transgender symbol, says this is genocide. Trans people are facing genocide. Holy shit, I was already having a good day, but this is insane. Now listen, I am not saying or supporting the idea of genociding the trans people, okay? I am against that completely. I am, however, saying if that did happen, we'd live in paradise. But I'm not saying I want that. I don't want that. I'm actually saying in no uncertain terms, I don't want that or support that or condone it. I am, however, saying if it would happen, God forbid, society would improve by like a metric. But I don't want it to happen, to be clear. Now, I'm obviously joking around here because this isn't genocide. All right, it's not trans genocide if you stop giving women drugs to make them think they're men or give men drugs to castrate them and make them think they're women. Genocide isn't when you tell men that you can't be women. All right, sorry, I'm not gonna be that guy, bro. Just look at this fucking profile. This is incredible. She, her, bipolar, depression, lesbian, asexual, place for my sanity, Maoist, feminist. Yeah, listen, man, what am I even supposed to say about this shit? Like, bro, these people shouldn't have rights. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking, obviously. And you just scroll down, the immediate reply. It's like the pedophile slogan. Banning retard drugs is not a genocide, okay? What the fuck are we doing? Now, I have to show you the left's new hero. The new hero of the left, Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Right? Speaking of drug addicts, all right, once we're talking about transgender people, speaking of drug addicts, all right, we got to talk about Hunter Biden.
But Hunter Biden having the mother of all crash outs, he's spam replying under his tweets. Wait, what? What is this? Someone made a visit to the hospital.
Anyway, since this, he made multiple appearances.
Brother in Christ, he's speaking in the Oval Office right now.
No!
That's clearly a...
Hunter
Oh.
Biden.
Serious.
Their new crack. Let this back, boys.
Pete, do you not see that this is a clone? Hunter Biden versus Eric Trump in the octagon. Hunter Biden says, I'm in. Why are you not in prison? Because I got a pardon.
Drew!
We know. Oh my God, self-reported. There's a video of you snorting coke off a hooker's ass, Hunter. Let me ask you a question, Mike. If I'm telling you I smoke crack, why in the world would I lie about snorting it? There's plenty of pictures of me smoking crack, doing all kinds of stupid things with all sorts of people, rarely with clothes on, but not snorting cocaine.
Guys,
Yeah, I believe
I only
him.
have one word for this.
And you're not gonna like it.
Uh-oh.
Presidential. Hunter
He might shitpost his way. All right, the left loves retarded people.
Biden 2028, let's smoke the competition. He replied, I know this may sound petty, but I can't stand when people put Photoshop meth pipe in my mouth. A crack pipe doesn't have the real gold. This is why we can't trust AI. Please make the appropriate edit. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
God
Are
damn.
you seeing the vision yet? I told you guys. Yeah, let the man cook. Wouldn't be the first time. And fucking picture he has on Polymarket Democratic primary section. What is his picture? Come on, where's Hunter Biden? Damn.
No.
There he is. It's probably not going to happen in 2028, but I think it will probably happen the time after that. Then he will have built up at that point to full power. I'm going to do a poll. I know you might not want to vote for any of them, but I'm actually really curious what the responses are
Hunter
going to be.
Biden's gonna win for sure. Wow.
You see that? That 3 retards versus a crackhead? That's right. And I know this might sound crazy. I legitimately think that Hunter Biden probably will have more bipartisan support than any of the Democrat frontrunners right now. Congratulations, Hunter. What? Oh my God. Hunter Biden is so good.
Hey everybody, just a quick message to say thank you to everybody who has messaged me today on 7 years clean and sober. I'm more proud of that than anything I've ever done in my life. And I just want everybody to know that
Blew the
it's
crap
still
out of
there,
that
sick and
car.
suffering. There's a way out.
I told y'all he getting ready to run.
I'm so proud to be a part of this community. I'm just
I want y'all to know, like, it's going to happen.
It's
you
scary.
can't stop this.
That's true. That's the left.
for all
The
the
left
love
is like, holy shit, a crackhead. I found my calling. Let's go.
that everybody has given me. So thank
Look how the
you.
left always scurries back to just putting a white man in charge. Oh my God.
Again.
Presidential election. Are you ready, Patriots? Let's fucking go. I think it's gonna happen. Let the country go down in flames for memes. Well, it's gonna go. It's gonna go up in smoke, actually. But it's a little bit different, right?
Yeah, sort of. You know, a lot of people but like if you vote this other candidate, you have to start shaking them. They have to wonder what they're actually gonna do.
They apparently restored the Columbus Circle in DC. This is very nice. I'll show you this. Take a look at it. Columbus Circle in Union Station has been fully restored thanks to President Trump. Wow. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's stunning, yeah. So why didn't we just do this before? That's the question. You see Glenn Beck post about Hassan? No. So this is the way it looked before. And it hasn't flown in, wait, it hasn't flown in 2 decades. Wait a minute. Really? We let this happen. Oh my God. This is worse than I had imagined. This is crazy. How does something like this happen? They rebuilt the Columbus? Yeah. So basically, you can simply decide to not have this. They haven't used it since Bush. And we're the best country in the world. Our capital should stunt on everyone. I totally agree. Lefty's about to say that Israel funded it. Well, if they did, I appreciate it. Thanks. And, this is a lot better.
The hell?
People outside of DC don't realize what a transformation this is.
drum.
Union Station used to be packed with drugged-out zombies shambling around, screaming at passersby, and barefoot, piss-soaked homeless people passed out on the floor. Oh my God. Who is this guy? Okay, let me read some more of this. And Columbus Circle right outside used to be a gross dead fountain surrounded by dirt and tents. This is what used to be a this is what used to greet you when you it's a great. This is what used to greet you when you stepped off the train. Now you have an entrance to our capital befitting an empire. Damn. Damn. So wait, so they just despawned all the Nevrons. They just turned them off. Well, thank God. I feel like they should have done that for a while. Yeah, empire being the key word. Yep, there you go. True, the Union Station was not it. I'm very happy to see this. And the Emperor protects? No, this is total fucking aura. God damn, look at that. And they were spraying Hamas on this? God damn. See, this is what I was talking about symbols. Like, this is aura right here. You see it, like, there's no human fecal matter in the water. There are no homeless people that are naked in the Columbus fountain. Nobody lives in the Columbus fountain anymore. Yeah, that's right. And if we have one, we're gonna get it out. We're gonna fish that turd out so fast. We're gonna put that fucker in jail. We're gonna send him to Guantanamo Bay. You shit in this pool, you're going to Guantanamo, going to Alcatraz, all right? I hope it's secured. I hope it's not. If we have people that cause problems in our nation's capital, we shouldn't have to live in a minimum security prison in order to enjoy the privileges of our culture. I think that it's retarded. If somebody's coming over here and causing us problems, then we'll just go get them and put them in jail. It's actually really simple. You cover the Lego situation? I heard a little bit about that. I don't want to look at it today, though. And, you know, Antifa is itching to graffiti it again? Yeah. We should arrest everyone who tries to destroy foundational buildings. I completely agree with you. I do. And so this is the way it looked. Free Gaza, free Palestine. See, this is what I was saying before about how these people are an invasive species coming into the Democrat Party and infecting it with foreign identity politics. Ultimately, Palestine, Israel, Gaza, all of these things are foreign affairs. And I'm not saying you shouldn't care about foreign affairs, but these people want to torpedo the entire political movement because that is their prime focus. That is the main thing that they care about, more than anything else. Yeah, wrong country. Yeah, go to Israel and complain about that. Go over there. They should fill the water with mini skin irritant. Oh, I like that. And also the inverted triangle, which is a violent symbol started by Hamas. Oh, I don't know if it is or not. I could see that. Sure. So this is... Oh my God, is this really the way it looks? Can I go on the Google Maps? I'm going to go on the Google Maps and I'm going to find it. Give me a second. Google Maps. Okay. Washington, D.C. District of Columbia. All right. All right, so let me just go ahead and close this and see if I can find it. All right, so where is it? I have no idea where this thing is. So this is the White House. I've heard about this. Washington Monument. Where is it? Smithsonian. Union Station. I don't know. I've never been to Washington, D.C. I don't know where the hell I'm looking. I want to find this. Union Station. Type it? Oh, I can do that? Okay, maybe that's it. Okay, got it. Oh, it's probably Columbia. Oh, yeah. This has got to be it. Okay. This is from 2021. Yeah, it's a shithole. They got fucking pine cone, not pine cones, chocolate cones next to it. Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell is this? What the hell? What the fuck is this? You're sitting there, you gotta. Oh my god. There's a Nevron right there. Oh my. This is insane. It's a 10, yes. Look at the grass. Oh my god. I didn't even look around. Wait a minute. What is this, fucking New World? What a shithole! Oh my god, this is awful! Yeah, it's Rust? What is this, a server wipe day for Rust? How the fuck is this even real? There's just a bunch of tents outside, and this is our nation's capital. I love they blurred out the face of the statue. That's good. Oh my fucking god. That is embarrassing. Okay, can I see other times? Where are the other times that I can find? Report a problem. Do I have another... Where am I able to look at the different time zones? If I click on this... Why, though? On Google Earth? Do I
feel like this should go out that way. Alright, hang on. I gotta pee right quick. I'll be right back.
Go back out to the road? Okay, let me go back out to the road. Okay, see more dates, thank you. Alright, so what about August 2011? So everything was... Wait, so even... Oh, no, okay, alright, So what about 2007? Oh, what the fuck? 2009? 2011. Holy shit. So we just let this happen. We literally just let this whole thing happen. Oh my god. If we come together as a group, it shows how strong we can be as a group. What are we gonna do about this? The irony, I just really sent you some more locations. Let me see if I pull some of this up, and I'll see if I can find it. Like, this is more tent cities in DC. Somebody sent me another one. Let me see if I can pull this up. I don't know if it's gonna work. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait. Yo, what? Look. I
Alright, I'm back.
Brother. This is the nation's capital. This is the nation. This right here, guys. This is the nation's fucking capital. Okay, let's look at. Let's see. All right. Wait a minute. So you can just turn it off. That's it. You just get rid of them. Great. Look at that. And so this is 2017. There's a couple of tents there. 2016. How about this? Oh my God. I didn't realize it was this bad. Like, this is actually, I'm gonna be real, guys. This is radicalizing. This is so radicalizing to see this. That in 2011, it was a shithole, right? It was absolutely a shithole. But like compared to God, really? They couldn't even get the lines. Oh my God! What was Obama doing? Yeah, thanks, Obama. Look at this. Holy fuck! And now it's like this. Not that. Now it was like this. This is what they did to it recently. And there you go. It's more of the tents. So I looked this up. I saw it for myself. Is there a hotline? I might be getting. They fixed up Meridian Park Hill as well. Meridian Hill Park. Okay, I'm gonna look that one up. Okay. I want a street view. How do I street view? There it is. Okay. Can I see inside of the park? I can't really see inside of the park. Click the yellow man on the right. Excuse me. I'm not really familiar with doing this. Where is that? Okay. How about right here? Oh my God. Imagine going on vacation to the nation's capital, and this is what you get. You know, she could be an international traveler. And she comes here. Actually, no, she's probably American. She's got those stupid things in her ears. Yeah, only Americans do that stupid shit. And she looks like, by the way, she absolutely looks like a girl that got these whenever she was like 21 in 2010, 2011. And now you still have them for some reason. You've got the your air tag. I've got friends that have this. I think it's so silly. You see how Paris was years ago? I mean, this is so radicalizing, it's crazy. Okay, let me look and see. Can I find the other ones? Oh, I want to go back. I want to see another one of these. I didn't realize it was this insane. Oh my God. The creek near my house is better than this. This is fucking, bro. This is doo-doo water? It's full of doo-doo water, you're right! It is, this is gross as fuck, bro! Like, looks horrible. Is this India? No! Oh my God, this is awful. I don't even know what to say. Rome's the capital of Italy? Like,
yes, I am here.
Real? Like,
why? Am I muted? Yeah, no, I'm not muted. I'm here.
To this topic. This is outrageous. I don't even know what to say. What about over here? Okay, well this is nice. This is actually very nice.
A lot of work done on my base here.
Okay, this is also right? Oh my God. Oh, dude.
I feel like this is gonna go.
Dante. This is the kind of shit, guys. This is like I want you to fuck. Where was it? Oh no, I might have missed it. Shit. I was gonna go off on a whole fucking tangent about that. These images, I want you to understand something, okay? These images are like Soviet propaganda. Okay? You understand that? This is like Soviet fucking Russia, USSR.
55 average viewers.
Where you have like really
for this stream.
Out of, like, fucking System of a Down,
it's going up.
You know, music video.
I think if I expand this, it might tell me if I'm blowing up.
Devil May Cry? No.
No, it doesn't tell if it's rising or not. It's just yeah, 55.
The Inferno. It's a different Dante. And compare Paris to Warsaw next. Okay.
119 max viewers. I did get 3 more followers,
I'm gonna
so
pull this up and
that's
look
kind of
and double
nice.
check, right? And so, okay, I was sent one more of these. I'm gonna look at one more of them. Okay, guys, let me double check. Here we go. Okay. 2022.
Yeah.
Literally just fucking.
It's actually really good. Like I said, it's doing
This
really
is the
good for
nation's
evening.
capital.
Usually my evening streams don't do as well as my morning streams. But like I said, I'll keep streaming as long as my numbers are good.
Whoa, wait. Let me go back. I'll go back to where I was at. There. Oh yeah, double click. Holy shit. Oh my. So from 2018, everything was fine. Then 2021 rolls around and it's a shithole. Oh my god. And so it was fine. This is 2012, 2014, 2014, 2018, 2021, 2000. Oh my god. And this is 2000. We need to send this to Donald right now. He needs to know about this because this is from 2025. Like he's sleeping on this right now. Like he is like he's sleeping on this. Like he didn't even know like because look what we used to have. Look how good it was. See how good it was. And this is how good it don't be. This is how good it's not. And so he gotta figure this out. Go tell JD. I need to contact somebody at the White House. I have to contact someone at the White House immediately about this topic. This is a big problem. This is a huge situation. Like I really now you guys wanted me to look at Paris. We're gonna go all the way over. Where's Paris? Okay, here it is. Where is it again? I'm just kidding. Okay. So we're gonna go back. Are you trolling? No, not really. Okay, well, where's Paris? Okay, there it is. All right, let me go back. All right. So where is like that Eiffel Tower? Oh, there's the pointy thing. Okay. So let's look right here. Okay. So this is 2017. Oh, we don't have any newer ones. Okay, I want to find one that's newer. How about right here? No, this is 2018. Let me see, double check. Okay, this is 2026. This looks relatively normal. There's no...
It's the kitten playing with something. You're gonna have to go over there and mess with her, aren't you? Aren't you? That's what this is all about, isn't it?
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Let me look at the other dates. Oh my god. this happen? Okay, what about 2023? All right. Things are pretty good here. Oh. See, the fucking, there it is. See, yeah, you thought. 2022. Oh my God. This is 2020. It was even worse. Holy shit. Guys, I'm gonna give an opinion. I don't want to live in a third world country bazaar. I don't want to live where people just lay out a fucking blanket and start selling knickknacks on the fucking concrete. I don't want to deal with that. If I want that, I'll go to India. If I want that, I'll go to fucking Nigeria. I don't want this. I'm not a France, okay? I'm not a France man, but I think that a lot of them don't want it either. This is, you have to understand, you know who came out of France? Napoleon. What would Napoleon think of this? That's right. We would not like it. We would not like it at all. So it will be over. It will be finished. It'll be done. Statue of Liberty? No. Oh, let me go back. I'll look at this here. Okay, this is it. What? 2018. Okay, so I had to redo it. So, wait a minute. Did COVID cause this? COVID caused all of this. There's no nevrons. Look, there are 0 nevrons. 2008. Look at that. It's completely fucking normal. And wait a minute. So now they have plexiglass too? This is just, guys. Man, I really don't know what to say. Actually, I do. That's not true. I know what to say. I know. You have no idea how well I know exactly what to say. But, man, how the fuck did this happen? Really? How the fuck did you guys let this happen? This is just so sad. And also, you have to keep in mind, and I have to make one thing very clear, okay? Even though I am not a France man, I am not a England man, I am an America man, there is a shared cultural ownership that we have of these monuments as members of Western society. In the same way that in the Middle East there's a shared ownership of their monuments, there is also a shared ownership of ours. And when I see France, this is a country that we went to war with France, like on the same, both I think, but like, I mean, really they had a lot of wars, but like really we went to war, on their side, like they've helped us, right? This is hundreds of years. We have tried to build Western civilization, and we are allowing it to be colonized by street vendors. We have to put up plexiglass windows so people don't try to blow up the Eiffel Tower. This is insane. France surrendered twice? No, it looks like they surrendered 3 times. I am just, this is so sad. And people said, look at Poland. There, I'll do one more, and then I will, yeah, there it is. I don't know what the fuck, like, where's the main Poland place? Warsaw? Okay, this is the main Poland place, I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, this is really nice. Wait. Yeah, this is... Where are all the... Wait, what? Look. Wait, everything's fine. Okay, that's... Right, but like, okay, so that's fucked up, though. Check the royal... Like, no, really? Like, do Romania? Maybe, I don't know, like... No Eiffel Towers? What? Yeah, they have any monuments in Poland? Like, I really don't even know. Let me look around and just... I'm gonna click on another one. Romania is very... Yeah, how'd this happen? Cuba? You don't want to go there. Check the Sky Tower in Poland. Don't do the Balkans, it's a trap. I just don't know how this happened, man. I really don't. So this country, like, this is like, it's not like Dubai, but it's like, it's a really nice place. Because, like, if I go and I look at these different places, like, so you look at, that's a nice place. What about over here? Okay, like, when I think of, like, Poland, like, this is, honestly, what did they do? So is this how they made, is this how they saved so much money with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? They just went outside and took photos? Is that how they did it? I feel like I've played this game before. What the fuck? Is it Czech Republic? Oh, okay, excuse me, right? I'm sure I offended, like, fucking a bunch of Europeans by saying that. What about over there? Even this is really nice. Wait, this is totally normal. What the fuck? They even have little gardens and shit. This is amazing. What the... What? Try Amsterdam? This is nice, I guess, right? I mean, it's not bad, right? I mean, I feel like this isn't super bad. This is nice. Yeah, this is okay. I'm not seeing any problems here. We'll double check. Poland looking much better. I mean, a little bit, yeah. I mean, this isn't really so bad after all. Do Bangladesh? I don't even know what to say. Luxembourg? I don't know where a lot of these places are. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't really spend a lot of time thinking about Europe, okay? Like, I'm gonna be honest. I really don't. And we fought a whole war to not give a fuck where any of these places are. So I'm not gonna, you know, diminish my American heritage by pretending to know where things are in Europe, okay? Like, I mean, we're past that. We're celebrating 250 years of that pretty soon, actually. So, yeah, do Scotland. Okay, I'll do one more. Let me just go to, cause like, okay, what about these places over here? Like this. What about like Serbia? Even this isn't that bad. Yeah. Like, I don't even know what to say. It's the Balkans, yeah. So how the fuck did they let it get so bad over here? What the fuck? Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Where the hell did it go? I think oh no, there it is. Okay, I lost it. Okay, the West has gone soft, you think so? I mean, this isn't that bad, right? I mean, I gotta be real, guys. Like, the problem that we've had with the capital is just insane. Like, I really don't understand how we let the this is beautiful. This is amazing. This is really, wow, look at this. This is nice. And so, I mean, some of these places are okay, but god damn, man. And yeah, Karakop, Poland, most blue cities. Is it really just that simple? They just let these places. Oh my. What is this? Children of Men? I'm pretty sure this is a scene of children and. Really? Like, oh my god. Birmingham? Yeah, I don't know. Like, what the fuck is this? Holy shit. Isn't this where they shot Peaky Blinders? Holy, what the fuck is this? Look at this. Oh my god, guys. Guys, we gotta get our shit together. We gotta get our shit together. Like, we can't do, we are getting mogged by, like, and if you go over, you can't look at China, but like, we're getting mogged by the fucking, by the Arabs. We're getting completely mogged. If you go to Dubai, this is insane. They're completely mogging us. This is awful. We're getting mogged by Japan. We're getting mogged by the Japanese. We're getting mogged by the Chinese. We're getting mogged by the Arabs. Who else are we getting mogged by? This is embarrassing. How are we letting this happen? Okay, this place is basically, this is pretty much what you'd expect, right? I mean, it is a desert, right? But damn. Look at Shanghai, you can't. They don't let you do it over there. I wish they did. And yeah, okay, this is more like, see, now I feel a little bit better, okay? Yeah, see, how about that? And go to Tel Aviv. I've been to Tel Aviv before on Google Maps. I've never traveled to Tel Aviv. What about Qatar? What, they probably got a bunch of nice shit over there, right? Yeah, look, this is really nice. This is super, super nice. And by the way, you know what's really, really funny for me to see in like these like countries? Whenever you zoom in on the people, there's no women. It's just like 20 dudes at a restaurant laughing. That's literally it. There are no women anywhere. I'm sure you find a few of them, right? But like, damn, is that funny? And so anyway, yeah, I guess so. Depends what you care about, I guess. Yeah, they group and do nothing, I guess so. And it's just really funny for me to see this. It is. And I think we got, I mean, this is clean. It is. It's very clean. And I don't know if there's places in India that look like this or not. I really don't know. Riyadh obviously is a really, look at that. Look at this. This is great. Look at this. What about, how about, I'll do one more. Syria? Okay. Yeah, never mind on that one. And I guess that's, well, they got something on Damascus, right? Well, that's nice. Was that hasn't changed since the Bible, huh? They haven't really done an update since the Bible patch? They just had it pretty much staying the same. They're playing classic? Since Saladin? Yeah, exactly, right? Check, could just one randomly in China? Okay. Let me go back. I find it to be interesting. Invalid dynamic link. It don't work, bro. Is it because of the space there? Might be because of space. No, it don't work. And yeah. Wow. I really don't know what to say. Well, anyway, here's my point, right? Let me get back to the point. Is that we have let this happen in our capital. Like, y'all just saw all around the world. Like, you guys saw people thriving. You saw Poland thriving. You saw fucking at least parts of England thriving. Dubai thriving. Qatar thriving. Fucking, what was it? Saudi Arabia thriving. Riyadh thriving. Meanwhile, this is not Birmingham, not France, no. And so, oh my God, what the hell is going on? China's a shithole? I bet China is probably kind of like America, where there are places in China that are just fucking rice field shitholes, and there's other places that are gigantic, massive fucking neon lights that are 100-foot tall buildings, which is what we have here in the U.S., where like you have some really, really nice areas, and you also have, you know, cattle farms, right? I mean, that's it. That's everywhere, though? Yeah, I mean, maybe it is. I just don't really know. But my understanding is, like, the majority of China is, like, not really super populous. It's just, like, a few areas in, like, the bottom, the bottom, was this, that's the right? Yeah, on the right. And spot on, brother. Listen, guys, I'm not a geo-guesser. I'm just talking about this. The side viewing, look at this here. Oh my God. You left off to Hamas terrorists. Look at this. Zionists are bastards. Fuck fascism. Long live the resistance. I don't think that you guys understand Hamas is coming. Yeah, that's the problem. And I don't think you guys understand how much of a problem this is. I don't think that people respect how bad this is. This is... My outlook on this is that this is like, never again should we ever let this happen. Should never let this shit happen again. And Hamas is dork it. Yeah, exactly, right? Every time I make a trend to donate $1 to Israel out of spite. Been to China, some parts don't have electricity or doors or stuff. I talked to a buddy of mine. He was, he's from the Middle East, and he says, he's like, yeah, like the cities are fucking amazing. They're great. But if you go outside the cities in some of these places, they don't have electricity sometimes. And I was like, what? Like, what the fuck? He's like, yeah, bro. Like, they don't even have it in there. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, y'all, they get their shit together. What is going on? Rural is a desert? Yeah. Like, that sucks. Oh my God.
Guys, this one doesn't shock me. I think that's the whole point, is that they're wearing it all out there, super visible to show guys. Yeah. Yeah, we have that, but it doesn't do that. That's the most common explanation that you would have this.
Wow.
No, I'm right about this. I'm pretty sure I'm correct.
Debunk anything?
I'm not. No,
I don't know,
I'm
guys.
correct on 100%.
He says that he's having her wear that in order to make it look like he never did any of this anyway, right? That was not even the reason why. I'll see if there's any more about this or anything else that happened, because it's just been pretty funny to watch all this happen. And where is this here? Can I find it? And could have been the real remote in her pocket. Oh, so there's like 2 separate remotes and she's hiding the real one. I think that would make a lot of sense. I think you're definitely right about that one. And shot car model is the 300 Mini Educator. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, again, I don't even know what the hell this is, but let me see. Oh, this is it. All right, let me see if there's any more of this. Was approved for exception. Massive day for the unemployed. Oh God, he's gonna get such a big, being a big bad political target. Yeah, Cuba subpoena. I mean, 40 people got.
You gotta move over a little more.
And can anyone explain what for potential sanction violations? Uh-oh. And as a guy who hates both MAGA and Hassan, this does put a smile on my face. I mean, it does sound like first they came for the communist Pelham. Good. Like, yeah, we've been waiting on this. It's about time. Well, how did it take this long? How would it take this long? How are you gonna make it take this fucking long? It's crazy. Yeah, fuck them. That's what happens. Probably dumbest thing. My enemy is state. The enemy currently in state is attacking constitutional rights. My other enemy. I'm happy about that. The constitutional rights to go and maybe get funding. And again, these people don't care about the Constitution. They only care about it whenever they can use it to subvert your ideology. That's the only reason. Getting Hassan realizing it's alarming. He's being investigated by the federal government. It is. Very alarming. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it.
So you have a new superhero script for me? Yes, sir, I do. And it's kind of a sequel to all the movies we've done so far. So there's Captain America, Iron Man, Thor. Oh yeah, Thor's the one where we shot like half his movie in Dutch angles, right? Yeah, what was up with that? Was the tripod broken or something? One of the tripod legs was broken, that's right. I thought so. So who else is there? Well, in terms of superheroes, there's also Hulk, there's Spider-Man, there's... Nope, not him. What? We can't have Spider-Man in there. Oh, how come? Well, we don't have the rights to the character. Ah, crap, that's right. Yeah, so unfortunately, we're never, ever, 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 ever gonna see Spider-Man in a Marvel Studios movie. You all right? What's up? You had like a weird eye twitch or something. You have something in your eye? Yes. There was also a bell noise or something. So what happens in the movie? Well, there's a magic box called the Tesseract that's misbehaving, and so S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to figure out why. And they're trying everything. I mean, they poke it with a stick and stuff. Oh, poking it with a stick doesn't help? Not at all. And then a portal opens up, and out comes the big scary threat of the movie. Is it a spooky skeleton? Nope, because that'd be scary. Yeah, but it's not a spooky skeleton. It's actually Loki. Loki from the Tilty Thor movie? I thought that movie ended with him killing himself by jumping into some kind of...
Every week, the internet churns out a new figure from the industrial sludge of TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram who goes viral for being annoying or strange. Daniel Larson went viral for dine and dashing. Clavicular went viral for bone smashing. Now, there's Chud the Builder.
They chipping out! They chipping out!
He went viral for hundreds of clips just like this one, receiving praise from those who see him as a free speech warrior and hatred from others who call him a grifting bigot. As his notoriety grew, so did the repercussions to his personal life, from multiple platform bans and arrests to confrontations with his enemies.
You're chimping out! You're the chimp, monkey! Look at this, I got his hat right here!
It all culminated in Chud shooting someone who allegedly assaulted him and a state charge for attempted murder. But Chud doesn't exist in a vacuum. While he may have only come on your radar in the past few months, he's had a long history both on and offline. Today, I'll examine his past to see how we got from this to this.
I was ready to chimp out.
We got 18 rounds for you. We ain't got nothing else.
He will often go up to black people and call them, you know, what was deemed to be like the worst thing possible.
Somebody get him a banana. He's
tripping out.
You want to go call black people the N-word to their face. That's your God-given right or something.
Give his license plate.
I really don't like that approach of antagonizing people in public. I just don't.
But everything is about to get much worse for Chud.
Deputies say Dalton Etherly was involved in a fight leading to gunfire.
Support freedom of speech.
I'm being persecuted for a law that does not exist.
Chud, you're beyond cooked at this point.
Faces attempted murder and other charges. Prosecutors argued that Etherly built an online following by provoking confrontations in public.
I love Chud.
Chud has reached new levels of desperation.
I hate this guy so bad.
Chud's latest arrest is just that. If you were to visit the Montgomery County online record system and search for his real name, Dalton Levi Etherly, you'll quickly find a sizable rap sheet. The earliest thing I could find is a simple drug possession case from 2015, which I believe to be a match for this mugshot. Look at this chummy guy. I bet he'd never call strangers the N-word. It's also worth noting that Chud turned 18 a few months prior to this offense, so it's not like he was running out on a family of 5 to smoke crack. He was just a kid. Adding to my point that this was a small, immature crime is that given how this incident put him on probation, you can check the details on the court proceedings to find out that Chud had his grandma making some court-related payments for him. I think this is just about the only significant crime of this whole era, since the 4 other pre-2020 entries to his criminal record are 3 instances of speeding or following too closely or driving without a license, and 1 other instance of him breaking some financial responsibility law, which also seems to be related to driving. We do have a mugshot attached to the not having a driver's license case, and there's also one last mugshot that I haven't been able to attach to any specific case, as the charge listed is tampering with or fabricating evidence, although it's probably from the same era based on his appearance. After these, there was a noticeable hiatus in his record, and you may think that's because he matured and stopped involving himself in petty crimes. And you would be wrong. He just got fat.
We get high, we get fat.
Credit where credit is due though, by September 2020 he had already lost all the weight, as documented by his grandfather on Facebook. However, one thing that's strange and doesn't follow the pattern of Chud's previous offenses took place in August of 2022, when he was hit with an order of protection, which is basically a restraining order from someone named Heather. It's unknown why this order of protection was petitioned for by Heather, or why the judge granted it, but it was dismissed by March of 2023 when Heather didn't show up to court. The information on the specifics behind this case is just not there, so we really can't assume whether it was warranted or not. Now, in keeping with the theme of trying to protect people's privacy, even if they have some direct connection to Chud, I'm going to refrain from mentioning names or showing any pictures. But as alluded to by Chud himself several times later on, at one point he got with a woman, had a child around 2023, and now he doesn't live with either of them. He even mentioned being court-ordered to pay child support to her, as he's now with another woman who he also didn't marry. Based on this information, we can put together that Dalton was a pretty typical guy at some point. Sure, he got hit with a drug charge, but it was pretty minor and when he was barely an adult. He eventually had a kid and split up with the mom, but once again, this happens all the time. And it's entirely possible he was paying child support before his online fame. But that's about the end of the life of Dalton, and the beginning of his ascension to making Chud history. In January 2025, long before he had any significant popularity, there were several Facebook posts in local Clarksville, Tennessee groups talking about him. Dalton, completely unhinged, took advantage of me and my body, and I was terrified. He's racist. He has skinned wolves in his trailer, aka a literal shack. Bugs everywhere. Cameras inside his house everywhere. I'm scared to even post this because this man is insane. Please steer clear. I have more screenshots as well. This is a pretty serious claim, but however you feel about Dalton given his recent antics, I want to say that this is just an allegation with no credible proof. We can confirm the took advantage of me claim as much as we can confirm that he had skinned wolves and had bugs in his shack, which is to say, we really can't confirm either of them. But at the end of the day, this claim doesn't really do justice to what he was actually up to anyway. Another Facebook post, this one from the Idiots in Cars Clarksville group, describes something closer to what would become the calling card of Chud's persona. So let's talk about this guy. My mom is driving me to school, right? This guy almost sideswiped us. So we went in a different lane and he came over and spit on my mom's car. And I asked, "What's your problem?" And he calls me the N-word and held this up. If you try to search for any activity regarding the name Chud the Builder prior to 2025 on any platform, you'll find next to nothing. So we can assume that the majority of his early shenanigans were documented on his Instagram account, mostly composed of videos like these.
Chimping out. He's chimping out. What are you gonna do? Cracker. What are you gonna do? Look at it.
If you're familiar with the way content creators like Johnny Somali and Jack Doherty operate, this kind of thing should ring some bells. However, what Chud is doing harkens to a much more ancient tradition, the race-baiting pranksters of the early 2010s, where In the Hood was one of the most infamous video title qualifiers right next to Gone Sexual. Who could forget this classic?
What's up, my neighbor? What's up? So what's up? You can't say that, you know me? Neighbor, please.
The difference here is these older pranks were intended purely for comedic purposes, to entertain a neutral audience.
You're on camera, bro. We're shooting a video. I said neighbor, I'm your neighbor.
Chud had a different goal, rage baiting black people in the street to try and get a reaction so that his audience can reaffirm how they see black people generally. Even with Johnny Somali, who crossed similar lines and is now facing some serious legal consequences, the objective was simply clip farming, not making some point about the people he publicly harassed.
Johnny's there, we're gonna have a good time.
For Chud, the objective is precisely to elicit the kind of reaction that his community can further politicize. So he began walking around armed or with a mace, usually asking his more reactive targets to do something about it.
Do something about it. He's chimping out. Look at him chimping out.
But before his content could even hit the mainstream and find its home on right-wing Twitter, the only people it made its way to were his haters. A Twitter user named NoCapRich was spreading around an image of an old Facebook post. This came from some kind of underground rapper or online personality called Lalo Tarantino, and he said this: "What's effing me up about this Dalton situation is for years, dude was my biggest fan. Used to listen to my music, buy clothes from me, trying to talk black and use slang, even defending black people. The attached images show Chud's Instagram account, which originally had its bio say that he was a free speech patriot, followed by him indicating he was an Orthodox Christian and the owner of a company called DLE Contracting. It appears that the Facebook page for DLE Contracting is still up as of me making this video. So if you're in Tennessee and you'd like to have Chud do some grout work at your place, he's open for business. Interestingly enough, he even tried to make this business somewhat branded with his usual shtick, with the bio for it saying it was a white-owned business and one of its posts cracking some joke about the hard R. Laylo's image is followed by screenshots of DMs from July 2019 with Dalton's account, with Chud replying to Laylo's stories saying, "Lamau, this got me vibing. What you doing around noon? I'ma hit you up. God damn it, Laylo. Beans, my new MF anthem, cuz. This hard. I ain't even know you put this out." Lamau slapped him with the I-24 reference, cut me. Ain't nobody making music for the doughboys out here anymore. We need this stuff. Let me know if you want some real players to rep your stuff early before release or some. Lol. Bro, still trying to get this last little 10 pounds or so off before I buy some shirts. I think I may need a small now. Appreciate you, homie. Lamau, hey man, I respect your hustle for real. Plus, this shirt smell good. I don't know what detergent you use, but damn, put me on. One day, that's going to be an old Beamer pulling out with you sitting driver's seat. Keep up the grind, fam. The most ironic part about all of this is that one of the screenshots of this post shows Chud complaining about the use of the N-word. Of all things he could complain about. Literally had a come in my DMs just now and try comparing the word hard with the N-word. Effed me up, as if they were even close to the same. One is rooted in honest linguistic usage. One is rooted in pure hate and dehumanization of an entire race of people. MFs are delusional. Aren't all words rooted in linguistic usage? Whatever that really means, I think Chud was just yapping to impress this guy for whatever reason. We can even add this to the lore by checking the comments, where we can find another gentleman of African-American persuasion saying, "Me and bro used to run it up together. I don't know where this came from for real. He used to be my dog." Someone else said, "I met Dalton in elementary school. Buddy used to stay in Greenwood. He was never like this, and I can say he was always a cool white dude. I never saw this happening." In one particularly odd comment, Chud is accused of being a cuck and a creeper. But these baseless accusations are mixed in with some true things about him being fat, living with his grandma, and having joint custody of his child with his ex-girlfriend. Attached to the post is a seemingly real image of Chud being arrested. But while the comment accuses him of stalking minors, the restraining order he got in 2022, as far as I can tell, didn't involve any minors, but instead a woman that was of age. If I were to guess, this is someone who does have some extra information on Chud, but is exaggerating it because they have a bone to pick with him given recent events. This same person's Facebook shows them sharing videos of black Israelites, meaning black people who think that they're the real Jews of the Bible. And here they have some white guy kneeling before them and asking for forgiveness for his ancestors' sins.
All the way down. Now, we're almost there. There's one last step. Because our people are the most compassionate.
So you can sort of guess what kind of goofballs come out of the woodwork on these subjects. But before I go any further, let me just ruin the flow of this whole video to say that I have new merch.
We have a few different designs available right now. There's the long sleeve, my personal favorite. There's also a short sleeve. Short sleeve is more of a gym shirt. This one I just wear on Grindr to meet men. I twerk wearing this shirt to meet men on Grindr. I'm gay. My merch designer, SB, put a lot of time and effort into these designs, and he did a really, really good job.
The white shirt has a Plague Doctor Victorian theme, which is all original, none of it is AI. And the t-shirt has more of a jungle, more of a monkey, more of a simian theme. When I started releasing clothing on the channel a little over 2 years ago now, I went into it with the idea that I didn't want it to be cringy YouTuber clothing. I didn't want it to just be my face plastered on some Chinese cloth. And now that we've done a few of these drops, I'm very confident and comfortable in saying that we definitely achieved that.
It's clothes you can wear out in the town with your friends, with your boys. You don't have to explain to people that you have autism.
The shirts are on pre-order right now, and it's going to be open until the end of June 2026. So if you want it, grab it. Now's your only real chance to get it. And then once the pre-order's over, it's gone. That's how pre-orders work. We also have stickers if you don't want to break the bank. I've been putting them on my laptop, and they look very snazzy, very clean, very fly. We also have some beanies in stock right now. They're not on pre-order. We just have those in stock. So if you want something now, you can get those.
Maybe ask him where he's going. He just saw the shirt. He wants to buy it. Where does he have to go to get it? It's turkeytom.shop. That's where he's headed to right now. So anyway, turkeytom.shop. I have no money. You have to buy buy the merch or I can't leave India. Goodbye.
One thing is for sure, though. Chud's wiggerness was not limited to just whenever he talked to a black person. He was a full-time, devoted wigger. All the way back in 2014, when he was 17 years old, his account tweeted out a picture of cops with the caption, "Got an N-word sweatin', #pigs, #F the police." Given that he got arrested and charged with illegal possession a year after this, these cops were presumably looking for him. It's also interesting that underneath this post, he's talking about celebrating Boosie's freedom, in reference to rapper Lil Boosie being released from prison at that time. Other recovered tweets of his from this period include, but are not limited to, "Y'all about to see me come back to Central looking like a rich N-word. Your boy getting money now. Afro Man is on point right now. All my black friends would cry if they sneakers got dirty. I'm turning the F up tonight.
Got that dank stocked."
As a means of making fun of him, his past was dug up, which is how you get this image right here, which you may have seen before if you already know of the Chud phenomenon. Sorry to break the news here, but this image is AI generated. I think this was the first instance of it being posted online, and this is the original, which you can see was his original profile pic on Twitter. As his past was being dug up, and Dalton was producing a number of rage bait clips calling people the N-word, he left a small trail of pissed off citizens who wanted to pitch in their 2 cents. For example, Twitter user Robbie Harvey made a video which contained a personal testimony from one of Chud's targets.
"We were walking through Walmart when a grown man looked at my girls and called them. Then he looked at me and said I was a joke, and he walked away, repeating the N-word with the hard ER at the end."
One of the guys he said was chimping out in one of his videos also spoke out.
Friend's pregnant. She works up there at Kroger, so I park in the fire lane. Mind you, she's 7, almost 8 months pregnant, about to drop a baby. I'm not gonna walk through the parking lot. She's pregnant like that, so I pull up. Before I even got to say a word, the man, he had already walked up and was like throwing racial slurs at us, calling us chimps and hard ER with the N-word. And then by the time I opened my window and said, "Hey, do you have a problem?" he pulled his phone out and then started recording. I was like, "Yeah, he's chimping out."
Now, while we don't have footage of the first incident, we do have footage of the second one.
What do you mean? He chimping out. He said, "What's the issue?" Because I looked at him. Chimping out? He chimping out. Put that phone down. Why? You don't like looking ugly? Shut up.
It's very clear that this guy is engaging with Chud and being belligerent, but it's possible there was some off-camera lead-up to the recorded situation, so it's still without context. Regardless, these testimonies were paired with the somewhat important claim that Chud would also, on occasion, brandish his weapon in a threatening manner. Chud saw and replied to Robbie's video, saying, "Never happened. Continue the slander. The lawsuit against you is going to be magnificent." I'm not sure what he's calling fake here since he's not too specific, but as far as I know, he never filed a lawsuit against these guys, either because they were telling the truth or they're lying and he just didn't think it was worth the effort. The entire community of Clarksville, Tennessee was quickly up in arms about Dalton's behavior, so much so that the local police felt the need to issue a statement. The Clarksville PD is aware of a video circulating on social media. We want to make it clear that this type of behavior is not condoned, and the individual seen in the video is not affiliated with the Clarksville Police Department in any capacity. We take this matter seriously and are looking into it further. The department will be seeking legal advice to determine what type of action, if any, can be taken. Clearly, the authorities were not interested in letting this stuff be filmed and posted in their town, and as a result, they were looking for some legal remedies. Although, from the post itself, they seem unclear on whether or not any laws were actually broken in the recordings, probably because, like it or not, you can be racist to someone without it being a crime. In the lead up to all of this breaking, Chud had gone massively viral at least once on Twitter by recording some random woman going nuts at a store.
The usual suspect.
With this video getting to nearly 2 million views and a lot of engagement, it significantly boosted a lot of his other posts from that same month. In one of them, he brings up the assassination of Charlie Kirk to explain why him saying the N-word is a form of protest.
You got freedom of speech.
Alright, I'm logging off for the evening. I will see you guys in the morning. New hour, 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will see you guys in the morning.
Oh, but it doesn't sound like the white man's very free. You're going to threaten me with deadly violence? You're going to threaten to starve?